our mandate, or Nigerians occupy we will occupy everywhere. Let it be known now. So please, if you are thinking, because when we're saying this earlier on, people were talking about Saddam, people don't. I said, for me, I'm a person that deals with strategy. I'm a very strategic person. I try to keep emotions aside. I try to understand that there are times and seasons for everything. We are going to call Nigerians out in our millions. We will push our people to come out in their millions to occupy. This is, I'm not talking about before judgment, after judgment. Before judgment, we have to show these people how powerful we are as a people. So please start getting ready, obedient Nigerians. If wherever you are, please start talking to one or two people, and you don't need to go far. I made a tweet. I said, please just carry that picture and show all the military men you come across. Do not look at them as your enemies. They are also victims of the system. I saw that 2 days straight, and somebody made another tweet and said, Navy, and Nigerian Navy that cannot protect. I don't know who made that tweet. Nigerian Navy that cannot protect their this thing, and that cannot protect ordinary vessel. And 2 days made a tweet and he replied and said, do you really expect Navy to go up against all these pirates? People that are being paid 57,000 naira a month. You give ammunition AK-47 to people that you pay less than $100 a month. And you expect those people to act like sane human beings? It is crazy. So the expectation we have from our I don't try to excuse bad behavior, but if you see the high-handedness of our policemen, high-handedness of the military, they are all victims of the same system that we as the people are suffering from. This is the truth. Do I support their bribery? Do I support their hiding? No. But if we tell ourselves the truth, it is because of how corrupt they are. People that buy their own uniform, they buy their own boots. If you get shot by, probably in face of duty, you go and many of the, oh my goodness, I've seen policemen. I said, oh my God. I said, a friend of mine that fought in Medugri that was shot. How did I become friends with him? He came back to UNN. I was in UNN then. He came back to Nsukka then for treatment, for herbal treatment. That's when they shoot gun. The guy said, I'm making go back in family, make him go do herbal treatment. Someone that was fighting for his country against Boko Haram. So when you see the conditions these people pass through, you now start to understand, okay, this is why. My friend told me he said that Saddam, no, that Nigerians are that we are bad people. I said Nigerians are not bad people. Nigerians are operating in a bad system, and when you operate in a bad system only brings out bad products. I said, are we not Nigerians that are in diaspora? Are Nigerians in diaspora not excelling? Are they not doing well? You want to go out in diaspora, you cannot even. I want to go out now. I'm someone that consume a lot of water before I start my day with drinking water. But if I'm going out, I make sure I take maybe just half the volume, because I cannot go out in diaspora and finding where to urinate if he hook me. But for Nigeria, I go find place, just put my this in, release them. It is a normal system, because if I'm even doing it, I'll just like 25 people they do with me. There are no laws to checkmate all this stuff in the country. These are the simple truth. It's not as if saying this thing. When you create a system that checkmates behaviors, checkmate morals, checkmate the people, you will see the people stand up. So we are a product of a bad system. That is why the product is bad. So please, I'm saying this because I want us to understand that in this our battle to take back our country, the Nigerian police, the Nigerian army are our friends. Please find a way that they don't worry me well. I don't suffer for their hand. I know, but I'm not saying that. I'm not even say I don't suffer for their hand too. But please, obedient Nigerians, look at them as victims the same way you are a victim of the same failed administration. Because the 1%, when I say all the time 1% and 99%, the military installments, the police installment, apart from the IGs and those top rank people, are all part of this 1%. Did you see their name involved in the 800 million bribe? Did you see them where they wrote for police and army 30 billion or 10 billion? Nothing for them. Instead, they have shared it for themselves. The corrupt executives, the corrupt legislatives, the corrupt judiciary. Nothing for the security apparatus, and nothing for common Nigerians like me and you. So we are all victims. I'm saying this so we understand that in this battle to take back our country, then go day by our side. And that is why Peter Obi won across all their barracks and all their military installments, because they are please visit a Nigerian barrack tomorrow. If you're in Nigeria, visit a Nigerian barrack. Do not just be passing their front. Enter inside and see the condition of living of these people. Prisoners live better than most of them. Go and see. So please, it is important I just say this so we guys can understand that in this movement we are going towards like this, they don't do us bad thing, but please, just look at it like, say in this obedient movement, one movement that we get feminists, we get feminists, we get all gender, we have all agitators, everybody, say.
Sorry, Saddam. If they want to know their living condition, it's on the Jumbotron.
God bless you, Jimmy. God bless you. God bless you, my brother. Say for this movement, we get Arsenal, we get Man U, we get Chelsea, we get this thing, we get everybody for this movement. Where we say when agenda reach like this now, if I start the agenda like this now, we go the war, they rugged. But for this one Nigeria war, they go like this now. I say no, me and Otumba day together. But say again, I go catch him. He go say me and him now. I say we be cat and mouse. You understand? So please, I know why I'm saying this. Look at our policemen and security people as brothers and sisters and approach them, because this is the time to be strategic. Any Abadom, I'm saying this outside because it's an open strategy. Any strategy I come out here and talk about is something I'm challenging even the Abados to do. Let one Abado man go and meet the police and say, we are hearing that obedience want to protest because of this 8K. Please get ready to fight them. The beating where that Abado person will collect from police hand. The beating that he will end up a victim in hospital. I promise you that. So I give up any strategy we give on this platform is what that has been tested. Please, guys, make one policeman your friend tomorrow, because in this battle to take back our country, let these people fuck around and find out. Those days of judiciary, please, people that want to come and beg them here, come and beg them. I'm not begging them, and we're past that begging stage now. Stop this at 5 billion bribe and come and explain to Nigerians how Olani Ekus is telling us with his reason is that please forgive them for minus only 6% that did not reach. Come and tell us and explain to us that Olani Ekus first thing he was reading there. I think when Nigeria will do this one for me, he was reading and they were using dictionary to explain for us, transmit and electronically transmit and what they call that one, upload transfer. And transmit. What do you say?
Electronically transmit and transfer.
They use common dictionary, but that they now want to tell us they are going to use law dictionary. I hear saying again law dictionary, and law. They want to use law dictionary and tell us the meaning of and 25%. You will use normal dictionary to explain transmit and transfer. Then when it comes to and 25%, you want to use law dictionary, which we don't understand. I don't know what is law dictionary. I've not heard that one in my life. But you will explain all those things to Nigerians. You will explain to Nigerians how a criminal drug dealer, that his own star witness have come out and say, yes, true, my oga forfeited $460,000. There is no room for technicality in this case. To the judiciary, this case must be tried on merit. That was what we promised Nigeria from the inception. We know you guys don't keep the promises, but we hold you guys accountable. I heard, though, let me not be like it's not official. If it's official, it would have been on Parallel Facts. But I heard that that news that came out on Wednesday that CJN and 5 other justices were banned from America. I heard it's true. I got a confirmation call this morning that they were meant to be in America today, and they were meant to go to America, and their visa was rejected. So they are now in London. They traveled to London, but they cannot enter America. I heard. So thank you to everybody on the platform. I'm not certain about this, but from the sources I got this information from, I can say is almost legit. And if it's going to be legit, it will be on the Parallel Facts. But I heard. All right, guys, I'm going to yield the mic right now to my brothers to come in so that other people can contribute. But before I go, I just want to let you guys understand that 8K, 8,000 naira. 8,000 naira.
8,000 kwe.
8,000 kwe. Hey, God. Hey, God. 8,000 kwe.
Don't underestimate the power of 8,000 naira to produce demographic.
Hey, Otumba, I watched that. I read that thread,
bro.
David Hunde yesterday. And you see, when I read that thread, my brother, at the time, I was not like, even these guys said don't understand what we're fighting for. They don't understand that we are fighting for them. Because in their own reality, their reality is that Nigerians are that we are born to suffer. They don't understand the wealth we have. You know, I always use that my comment on Tunde page to really know that Nigerians, we have a long way to go. We have to do everything. We're helping these are people that said our siblings. These are about the children of the roasted corn, children of the devil. We are still, unfortunately, we're in the same country together with them. So we're all brothers and sisters still. You understand? So let's not forget that fact that when we liberate them, they will now understand what good governance is all about. When I made that post on, I will end my submission without my post that I have always said on Tunde Ednord blog. Somebody made a post and Tunde posted it about his house in Lekki, whereby the tap water was like tea, brown tea. And the guy was saying, almost see the kind of water with the rush for Lekki. And in my innocent nature, I went and posted, I said, Lagosians, please vote GRV so that you can be having pipe-borne water, clean water. Ha! The next thing, in all these 5 minutes, my phone begin to blow. Like say, I can't remember whether I get everybody really transfer money for my day. I don't get alert. Hey, my God. These are children of the roasted corn. They camp under my comment. You don't get sense. You don't get sense. Now everything government go do for you. You don't think give yourself water. I was the insult I collected that day in my life. I've not been insulted like that. And I went down the comment section. I was not reading. Even the so-called men that are meant to be educated, the most painful part is that I saw a man. That is the only person I engaged in that whole comment section. I don't engage with that person because I saw the man was in Europe. He's in UK. And he said, I said, sir, even you? He said, what do I mean by even me? That we just only criticize government. That what I expect from the government. I said, in the UK that you're in, don't you get water? He said, UK democracy and democracy is the same thing. I don't say, Nigeria, to save this country from these people. If these people were a majority, honestly speaking, I'll tell you Nigerians to pack your load and leave that country. If truly Bola Tinubu won these elections by vote count, honestly speaking, I will advise every single one of you in Nigeria relocate to Benin Republic or Ghana or Niger Republic. I swear, because it is over. If these people represent the majority of us, no. It is. We are done.
But that thing sounds like a joke, but it's true. What you're saying sounds like a joke, but it's true. Is the people see the depth of what you're saying? It sounds funny, but actually it's true. If this guy truly won the election with the numbers, I'm just in the alternative river. Man, that country is finished.
It's finished.
These people will reject good governance. That's what it's telling you. Like their mind has been so warped that when you come and want to do something genuinely good for them, the government, they will fight against it because they would expect the way it's been done before. Man, bro.
Let me just wrap up with this, because honestly speaking, and that's why that conformity theory Jimmy always talk about. I'm like, no, I cannot allow that thing. I will never fall for it. So I keep checking our numbers and I say, no, I thank God that they are the infinite decimal of us. They're no plenty. Now we plenty past them.
So PDP do space today, 36 people. I think on the headline, 36.
I beg, let me just allow you guys. Please, 6 or 2, but you don't think I come in here right now. I beg. Let me just.
Elton, you can go first. Just buy
Yeah,
me 5 minutes.
my submissions are not long. You know, mine is just I say things that it's not. I won't call it submissions. It's points that over the week or the last 3 days, things that really that caught my attention, and it's the Kudus demographic. And David, please, if you not, I think I'll post it again. If you've not had a chance to read what David and then broke down, man, David, see, so we've had this conversation so many times. Jimmy, remember when I said there was a day I came on Space, and I felt like I was saying like. Sometimes I have pity on those Abadorians, not because I don't like. I feel like we're sort of we're getting to a point where it's a dehumanization where we don't necessarily see them as fellow Nigerians. Like we see them as someone strained off. But if you go read, see what makes sense to them, the idea of luxury or the idea when you think that something like a washing machine or AC units or tap water coming out from your house is luxury, man. See, it's hard to reshape that mind when you think washing machine is luxury. See, I'm going to keep using the word luxury because I remember when I first moved to the US. When I first moved to the US, you know, every apartment has first in school dormitory, but that was fine. But when I moved to an apartment, there are 2 standard things you get. You get either you get an outlet for a washing machine. Some of them are equipped, but you get a dishwasher. Majority of Nigerians don't use dishwasher, and I used to think to myself like, even I didn't use it for a long time, and I always wonder like, what is the? But we always said the same thing. Wait, I want dishwasher do now that they use wash plate. And I just sat down and I said, wait a minute. We opted from trekking to driving cars. We opted from writing letters to using cell phones. Someone created the same mindset. Someone created a device that will help us get things done quicker and even more sterilized, the dishwasher. But our mind is so warped that the idea of a dishwasher to us is so wow. Even my parents are around, and it's the same conversation we have with them. Dishwasher, I can't use a dishwasher. I can't use a dishwasher.
Otumba, no go far. For our house here for Lagos, we get washing machine and dry machine, but we they pay washman to wash clothes. Don't worry yourself. It's not far.
And I'm trying to so I read it, I was like, because when you've been conditioned that certain things are the norm, or you hear things like, you spoil your children if you allow them use washing machine to wash their clothes, or you allow them use the dishwasher to wash their plates, even though you know that dishwasher actually stains and sterilizes your plate and your cutlery and things like that. And I'm just in my head, I'm just wrapped up. And so there's a David thread where you broke down where there was a video, I guess, and it was a motion. This was an average class, average working class family. And the things they were excited about and they were giddy about were things that people here on food stamps in the country, people in the country where Jimmy, you know this, people on food stamps here have access to. See, if you meet an average, or let me see, the poorest of the Americans, a washing machine, a dishwasher, it's not luxury. It's more of the same way you regard your cell phone or you regard your whatever device you use. Like, for example, like internet or Wi-Fi. Like it's just like it's normal thing. Like there's nothing special. I remember when I came to the country to where Jimmy, most of my Nigerians in America know this, where you go to a college and you see cars and you be wondering, you just think Camaro, you be seeing like these people have money. But then when you dig to the bottom of it, you're like,
Otumba, don't go too far.
I say high school.
See, I'm going too far. I'm going to go there.
And you see, they're taking a blood covenant with poverty.
No, Jimmy, we're also guilty of it. So I'll explain why. I said, I can never buy a brand new car. Why would you buy a brand new car? And I sat and I thought, and I said, wait a minute. Am I going to buy a used cutlery? No. I won't buy a used, will I go buy someone ate and left? No. Why have we conditioned our mind that we can never buy a used brand? Nigeria suffer from that problem. Even till now, even Nigeria.
Bro, God bless you, Otumba. You see, when I want to buy my car, person tell me say, Oga Jimmy, then get one guy we go connect me to Tokumbo. Tokumbo, I want him over Lokun. I did Okun myself. Why can't I buy new things? So you around 20.
No. So now, see, my problem is not saying this. The problem if you're buying used cars. I bought used cars. My current car is a used car. And I bought a brand new car also twice. But you see, my problem is not if you choose. My problem is when your reason for not wanting a brand new car is because you think where you hear the excuse is because why should I buy a brand new car? Like your reason is not because, oh, you know what, I want a cheaper model, I don't want to spend more money, but it's because your concept of a brand new car is so foreign to you that you can't wrap your head around it.
Otumba, make I bust your head. When I got to New York, I wanted to change parts on my Acura. That's why I go tell a Spanish guy with the same parts, say I'm from Nigeria, that I heard that Tokumbo parts are better than brand new. The guy looked me, he said, say that again. He called like 4 Latinos. Say, just say what you said again. He said, in my country, they say fairly used parts are better than brand new parts. The guy just shoved the parts with the carton for me. Like, be like, who be this guy? Like, bro, Nigeria, they traumatized person. We don't know. We
see,
know.
That's the key word. That's the key word. So we all have, see, regardless of what hires you, every one of us here has, there's a level of trauma that if you're a Nigerian and you've lived through Nigeria, that exists that you might consciously know of some. There are some you don't consciously know of. And I asked myself, so when I was in the car business for a long time, and when I got to know the car business, and I tell people today, and that is the funny one we argue a lot is buying car with cash or financing a car. And I remember having to teach people on this, and I'm like, car appreciates in Nigeria, car depreciates in the US. And I do it. So if you come into the US and you buy a car, we buy a car cash, $10,000, for example. The moment you drive off that lot, your car has lost $3,000-4,000 in value. Now, what finance will tell you, that's why you take a loan on the car itself, because now, except if you plan to use that car for the next 20, 30 years. So if you buy a car, you say, this car I want to use, if you're not selling it to Nigeria, or you're not planning to use this car for at least 10, 12 years, it's a foolish decision to buy a car with cash. What are payments? No, because let me explain why. So you take a loan on a car for a 7-year loan. You can trade it in. You use it for 2-3 years. So your payments is $5. So a $70,000 car, you make $1,000. Let's say you make $800 payments for 2 years, whatever, maybe 12, 13, 14,000. You can go back and trade that car in or sell that car outright back to them. So think about it. You've only spent 12,000 of your money on a $70,000 car for use of 2 years. So you're basically renting it. Compared to if you bought that car $70,000 cash, that same car you bought $70,000 cash, in 3 years we worth 35,000. You've lost 35,000 compared to the 12,000 you spent. But that's a conversation for another day. So, but back to my earlier point is there's so many traumas, and those are Badorians where, because sometimes this 8K, I've seen people defend it, and people are saying yes, Tinubu is trying to do something good for Nigeria, and my brain cannot phantom it. But that David Nding thread really made me see, like, man, see, what you are thinking of is not what they are thinking of. You are looking at them and saying, you are doing the cost of living for 8K and saying, why would a government that is collecting taxes and is saddled with the responsibility of protecting the citizenry is solely providing 8K? They are seeing it as, man, we've never gotten anything from this government. If this 8K is the only thing my family will see, well, I will take it. So which is where, no, and it's funny.
People that sold their votes on credit and for 5K, they will appreciate 8K now.
Why? Because that person has probably never experienced. If you think about it, security, they're left to figure out security for themselves. Water, no. They buy, you have to buy water. I mean, you pay for water, you have to buy water that you fetch or whatever. Roads, error. Housing, error. Healthcare, error. Everything is just error. So when that person finally gets to get that 5K from the government, it's like, this is free 5K since. So it's that warped mindset, and that is what APC is known for. That poverty, to me, it's a poverty party, and that's how they govern. They make you poorer. They deplete your middle class, so everybody falls in that line where anything they do, whether they commission half-finished road, it's like, actually, if I don't do, I reach half. Someone else will come. Government is continuum now. You don't even reach half. Another person will do another half. So that's the mindset. So it's not what I want to say is, I understand why we will continue to make banter and all that, but man, the problem we are facing is actually way deeper than expected. It's deep, man. So please, please, I understand. Now, let me now clarify this. I'm not saying have pity on anybody, on all of them. They are Agbadorian influencers are useless. That you know these ones are paid to push this information. You know them. But there are some genuine people that just, when you have conversations with them, their brain just see, picture what good governance is. Now, Salam, the point you made about the guy that was educated in that comment, see, those ones are the most dangerous ones. They are the El Rufais of Nigeria, and I'll explain why. There's nothing worse than an educated bigot. There's nothing worse than an educated racist. There's nothing worse than an enlightened there's nothing more worse, which is why the likes of Depot are more dangerous than any other APC members you can think of. If you've had exposure, you've had education, and you've been to a system where it works, and you've enjoyed it and you're experiencing it, but then because you want to climb that political ladder in your own country, you then distort reality and provide legitimacy to those crazy policies these people are pushing. You're more dangerous. People like that's why me, I've blocked a lot of them. People, when people try to engage them, these guys are more dangerous than sometimes it's even worse. I don't want to say I don't want to equate them to a killer, but they're killing people's mind because they're making people believe that poverty or that expectation you have in the government. I have been to a more developed country and I think your idea is wrong. So those are the people, I think we should be more focused after while we focus on getting back. And the last part is see. I'm waiting for 1 minute just come and explain it. When I read the whole APC written argument, I was just laughing at my head. The funny part was where they said something about and the respondent got 18%, but we should ignore the 6%. And I just laughed. I was like, they say, oh, we're not conceding that the 25% is sacrosanct, but the respondent got 80%. So the remaining 6 point something percent is not far away. And I was like, this APC, they are skilled in art of disinformation. If anybody's familiar with media and all that, where they will do a bar graph where they will do 10 and 8, but the one for the 10 and the 8, the 10 is so high, the 8 is so small. So they put it in a bracket. To me, but that's what I was like, it was intentional with the way they put that thing in the bracket and then talk the language they use far away. I was like, APC, you guys there. There's one thing I'll give them credit for. When it comes to propaganda and misinformation and misdirection and distortion, they are skilled at it. Because that language to me, that was what I was like, oh, they put this in parentheses, brackets. Like, oh, they're trying to tell us, oh man, it's 6%, 6% is not far away. I was like, crafty language. But I use my mic back to you, so now thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Otumba. Thank you so much. All right, I think Estes, you can come in now. Before Estes go on, I just got a DM from from one of my friends. He posted something. He said, you know, when we're warning, when Estes you in particular, that's why I want it to come in from here. That's why I want to read this DM I got. He sent me a picture and he said, I'm not going to use the first one, but he said, bandits, they pressed Buhari neck. And the headline was from one of our news articles, and he said, instead of tasking Nigerians, probe Buhari's former appointees to vomit what they have stolen. Sheikh Gumi tells.
I they go there, Saddam. I they go eat them my submission. I they go
I
there.
know, that's why I said I wanted to read it so you can come in from that angle. But good evening, I have this truth about welcome.
Good evening, obedience. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Violence Space. God bless you all. But more importantly, God bless Nigeria. Let me always remind you, the country, Nigeria, has no problems on its own. The country, Nigeria, geographically has no earthquakes, no hurricanes, no typhoons, no natural disasters. The only disaster in Nigeria are Nigerians. When you have that in mind, it can then start to form a clear disparity between Nigeria, the country, and Nigerians, the people. Amongst Nigerians, there is a political party that started about 2012, 2013, a party of demons, a party that trended on all political polls as a party being supported by the Nigerian poor, the Nigerian downtrodden, and the least educated of our populace. I'm sorry, Saddam, but I would disagree with you. When you have done child psychology and you have done a bit of mental awareness, mental health, and help people with depression, They will always tell you, a child you cannot save after 5 years old is done. There are an entire generation of Nigerians, and I dare say about 2 or 3 generations, the 80 to 90-year-olds, the 60 to 70s, and the Kudusis, the 30 to 40s, which is why it is very, very imperative for me to remind Nigerians we need to get Bola Ahmed Tinubu out of office. Let me remind you, if you gave birth to a child in the year 2015, for 8 years, that child is currently 8 years old. The only president that child has known is Muhammadu Buhari. That child has known suffering. That child has probably seen his parents fight. That child has seen Pepe. That child has seen the collapse of the power sector. That child has suffered heat rash. His father has probably struggled to pay their school fees, or that child and their parents have jackpot. 8 years old. If you give APC 8 more years, you will have 16-year-olds in this country that the 2 presidents that they have known in their life is Muhammadu Buhari and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I promise you, it is not fair to a generation that is 2 years away from having a PVC. For instance, an 8-year-old child right now, under the Tinubu administration, is being told that Igbos are demons. They are seeing the Igbophobia. They are being told that Hilda Basi is Igbo. Ehizoje, who murdered 2 Yoruba people, is Igbo. They are being told Igbos are bad people in Lagos. Yorubas fight Igbos. Yorubas team up with Northerners and fight the whole country. This is their mantra. It will start out under the APC, but as an Anambra boy who saw Nnamdi Kanu, literally a blogger, terraform an entire people and region, I will tell you that if you give this charade 16 years or 8 years, you would have 16-year-old children that cannot understand that there was something called one Nigeria and that the Igbos are not their enemies. It is not a gamble you, I, or anybody else wants to take. I promise you that. You would have a generation where a 16-year-old with barely 45 days of Tinubu being in administration has rigged her JAMB results. She did not rig that result just to be able to scale her result by 10 points or 20 points like the generation of the 1980s and 1990s children. She has the audacity of Gen Z and rigged her result to be the highest result in the country and to collect a 3 million naira prize. I think you guys do not know the gravity or what heaven is trying to tell us with the Mesoma issue. All right? I don't think people really take into account what heaven is trying to tell us with that issue. A 16-year-old. So when that 16-year-old girl has witnessed Tinubu and Shetima for 8 years, I promise you more heinous crimes will be committed by younger Nigerians as the days go by. When you study the law, one of the major things you are taught in the law is that something you lay down today has lasting implications for several generations. The United States has a document that runs that country today. That document is more than 200 years old. That is to tell you that what you put on paper matters. Me and Otumba can do business today. But if Otumba brings paper and tells me, N6, write on this paper, anything that is written on that paper that I agree to, it will stand in a court of law, on earth and in heaven. As simple, as tiny as a piece of paper and a signature attached to it can be. That is the law. So, dear Nigerian judiciary, remember, I told you, my tone has changed. I am done hypothesizing and pivoting around the law. I'm done with it. I lost my interest in law in 2008, and it's not because of you dimwits I will bring it back. The gray hair on all of you is what you should even be respecting. I repeat, the gray hair on your heads is what you people should be respecting. So, Olani Pekus came out and is finally agreeing that 25% in Abuja is important. Abi, INEC, who told us that when there's a discrepancy between the IREP and the written documents, the IREV stands, has been fiddling with the IREV since. And you people have not said anything, Abi. If a man who got 18% or 19% in Abuja gets anything above 25%, we will protest. I repeat, you guys have been constantly giving your platter. This week again, 35 billion naira was given to you. You see the stupidity of the APC. They will announce that 500 billion naira will be earmarked for Nigerians. I worked in the media and I know this game. The poorest Nigerians take up the first headline. So to the poor Nigerian, it's 500 billion that they are going to share. Then you start hearing that they're removing 35 billion for judiciary. They're moving so billion for these people. They're moving so billion. Then you now find out that the real money being shared is peanuts. 12 million Nigerian families. So Bola Tinubu, you, Oluremi, Sheyi, as soon as they like this, 8K. It's all right. This week, another constitutional travesty happened about 2 days ago. The portrait of the first lady of the country was released. I asked a question, to be hung where? Where do we hang the portrait of the first lady when we know that there is no office for that position? Is it when the president travels on sick leave, we remove his picture and hang Oluremi's own? Do we soon expect the portrait of the first son and the portrait of the first daughter? What is really going on? If these people don't understand governance, call for help. The APC, I repeat, was nothing more than a protest group. It was meant to be a political pressure group, and they should have just been activists. I don't understand how they got into power when they know that they are clueless. A man that says 50 years, 5 decades of raising men, leaks a ministerial list and is a recycled list of men. Nasiru El-Rufai became a minister in this country at 39, 40, 41 years old. Nasiru El-Rufai became a governor in his 50s and 60s. Nasiru El-Rufai is going back to become a minister in his 60s and 70s. His children are on Twitter retweeting porn and insulting their elders. His children. Sheyi is in his 40s. And I want to ask, at what point will you make him governor of Lagos, at least for starters? Is it in his 50s? Or when you are dead, you that his father that is already on PICC line? So it's so crazy that George Bush was alive to see his sons become governors and to see his son become president while guiding his son through 2 wars. But Nigerian politicians who got into power, class of 1999, are still in power in 2023, while they have full-grown children approaching 40 and 50. It is shameful. Dear Nigerian judiciary, Justice Arowolo, you saw the outcry from your son that you pushed up to the bench. It is a new day. These games, at some point, you either look as a man and realize you have spent more of your time on earth and look to leaving a lasting legacy. Let me remind you, Nigerian judiciary, all the crimes of Olusegun Obasanjo and all his infamy seems to be forgiven by the general public because he made a date with history and sided with the right thing. When the Bible says a sinner, despite his sins, will renounce his sins and God will forgive, you might not understand these things till you see them practically. Tinubu will be disqualified. Okay, no wahala. Olanipeko has defended 25%. Defend the drug one. Can we go into the IREV and remove maybe $400,000 from the money he dropped for heroin and keep 60,000? I don't know, because you know when you people want to do this stupidity, I always talk about the Nigerian generation of 70 years old upwards, because their level of stupidity, they still don't understand Google, data, and the times we are in. They'll be doing it with impunity, impunity, foolishness. Please remember that anything you certify for Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be certified for all state governors and all state governor tribunal hearings moving forward. So I'm not begging you at this point. Collect 35 billion. Collect latest Land Cruiser. Collect plata. He that offereth you plata shall offereth you plumo. Or else you will then face the Nigerian people. You are seeing it. Kenya, Senegal, Para. No wahala. We will come out. We came out on our marches. They put their thugs on the streets. Their thugs saw us, saw our numbers, and couldn't attack. We will come out and protest again. Let us see that there are 8 million. That there are 8 million that couldn't post one video of one polling unit that they were counting APC 1, APC 2. We are coming out again to march. We want to see their 8 million. We will come out. We want to. You see all those people that came out for APC rally in Lagos? We want to see them again. Those market women, go and pay them that money you pay them again. We will start this election all over again, but we'll start it from the rally part. You think we're starting it from the run? Now from rally, now we go start again. So that that money, you pay it again. So let me tell you, Nigerians, the judiciary is a sham. Prepare your minds. What did we tell you on the violence space? War has no sympathy. It is all about strategy. We wanted the entirety of the Nigerian system to show us that they are in bed with this cabal. We wanted this. We stoked it. We pushed for it. The last audacity we are looking for is a full-on beating of the chest and urinating on the Nigerian constitution and the Nigerian laws, not by junior lawyers of the NBA, but by the Supreme Court and the appeal courts. Now that final one, now we won't see. That final when the bad guy go kill the actor, trainer, and in Oga, when the actor go, now that one, now we won't see to spur us to where we are going. So no problem. Please collect that 35 billion. You see, we want Mahmoud Yakubu. Mahmoud Yakubu, we have helped him trend. There's no place he will drop his passport in the world. Person no go look and say, come, this guy, no be you sell Nigeria out. If he's even granted visa anywhere, we will help you guys trend. Justice Kekereeko became very popular. I have never heard her name before till she got visa ban. We will make you guys go viral. That is a promise. Now, I also want to go into what Saddam said about Sheikh Gumi, and this is the part I will give facts and figures. Sheikh Gumi, when a terrorist ambassador, when a spokesperson for Boko Haram, when a statesman for ISIS comes out and says Bola Ahmed Tinubu must probe everybody who worked under former President Buhari, in his words, to vomit what they have stolen, then you know that Ebelebe Ebuone, Church Abasana, there is fire on the mountain. When the devil tells APC via his spokesman to hold their APC people to vomit what they have stolen, then you know that there's problem. There was a story on the timeline that kidnappers kidnapped and requested for 100,000, then collected 20,000 and released somebody's younger brother. To understand that the kidnapping industry is no more lucrative, can you understand that kidnappers who enjoyed a free-for-all for 8 years under Buhari experienced Shege Banza under Tinubu, and in 45 days, kidnappers and terrorists in Nigeria, ISWAP, is telling Asurok to hold Buhari's cabinet? I don't think you people understand the gravity of these statements. This man defended terrorists when they kidnapped students from that private university in Kaduna. This man was the spokesperson for the terrorists when they kidnapped Nigerians and collected over $4 million in cash and more than 3.5 billion from the Kaduna trained people. This man is telling Tinubu that you are doing the wrong thing. And you are telling Tinubu is doing the right thing. Abi, will you say Sheikh Gumi is now obedient? Because some of you go and bring Sheikh Gumi's picture. Maybe Sheikh Gumi now is obedient. Abi, I said at the end of the day, we will all be obedient, and that is a promise I made to all Nigerians. Don't worry. Another breaking news. Tinubu has gone, a known land grabber, has gone to collect 500,000 hectares of Nigerian land and said he's declaring a state of emergency and he wants to share it with Nigerian youths. The way he collected land from third roundabout to Ekpe and shared it for Lagos youths to Ronu and go there and learn agriculture. He has started again at federal level. Say we were warning you people. And there's no land in the south, now north. When Peter Obi was looking at the land in the north and saying, the vast land in the north can be used to feed this country. Tinubu was looking at the land in the north and said, the vast land in the north can be used to build luxury apartments. You will learn what an elitist government is. Come to Lagos, the only places they patch potholes are in Ikoyi. You will learn. Northern Nigeria, you people will learn. Get ready. What you think is an alliance is a rope put around your neck. You will learn. You will learn how it is in Lagos that the Ikoyi local government office that was just in front of Mega Plaza, Golden Gate, we woke up one day and they merged Ikoyi. It's just like so huge. They had a local government in Obalende and one on what's that major road off Alfred Rewani. We merged us and built luxury apartments in the former Ikoyi local government. Una go learn. 500,000 hectares for starters. That's hectares that people were asking for in Ruga. Eh? You will learn. When they say landlord of Lagos, you will hear what it means to be landlord of Nigeria. You will learn. No problem. My last but not the least, and this is what touches us all. Please listen carefully. The nation of Seychelles banned Nigerians 2 days ago or 3 days ago from coming to Nigeria. I need you guys to listen very, very carefully to this part of my submission. Now, Seychelles reportedly imposed a ban on Nigerian passport holders who are applying for short-term visas or holiday purposes. It caused a lot of protests. Seychelles is a holiday destination that Nigerians have enjoyed free visa for short stay for a long time. Now, this decision came as a surprise because let me tell you why. 6 months ago, Nigeria and Seychelles had signed an agreement for direct flights between the two countries. Prior to this ban, Nigerian citizens had enjoyed a long-standing visa-free agreement with Seychelles, allowing Nigerians to enter Seychelles without a visa for at least 30 days. Seychelles got up one day and changed their mind. Let me break down for you what is very interesting about that submission. Why did Seychelles do it? This ban did not affect other categories of travel or long-term immigration, but just that short-term one. And Nigerians in Seychelles were making their complaints publicly, and it got me very, very interested. Listen, Seychelles is a country known for its stunning beaches and vibrant marine life, but Seychelles has been grappling with the scourge of drug-related crimes and drug abuse within its borders and including within its citizens. The country's strategic location along drug trafficking routes in Africa, combined with its tourism appeal, has made Seychelles an attractive destination for illegal drug dealings, and authorities have been working tirelessly to curb this menace. The problem is that Seychelles is a small country, and Seychelles citizens have started consuming drugs as well. Young citizens of Seychelles. According to the president of the Nigerian community in Seychelles, Matthias Adidi, a drug syndicate in Nigeria is using Nigerians to smuggle drugs into Seychelles. It is not N6 that said it. It is not Saddam that said it. It is not Otumba that said it. According to the president of Nigerian community, a Nigerian man, so it's not that it's the Seychelles people that are setting us up. He said a drug syndicate in Nigeria is using Seychelles to smuggle drugs, is using Nigerians to smuggle drugs into Seychelles. So when you start asking, all of a sudden APC got a direct deal for Nigerians to go into somebody's country. Before you know it, the country pursue us after 4 months. Say their drug problem increased. APC, terrorist and drug party. Happen Nigerians, let us breathe. Now, the Matthias Adidi guy continues. He said, please help us inform Nigerians. Someone in Nigeria is sending Nigerians to bring drugs to Seychelles, and it is not safe. These people, the Nigerians, are being arrested every day. Another Nigerian in Seychelles, Stephen Nduku, who's been there for a while, said, let me clear the air. The news about Seychelles' ban on Nigerians hasn't been officially confirmed as at then. What triggered this is because of the Nigerians that brought in drugs into Seychelles. As you know, this is fact, and I googled it. Seychelles is the #1 consumer of heroin in the world. Poor country. Seychelles is the #1 consuming nation of heroin in the world.
Please, before you wrap up, like you said, just the word again, one more time.
Seychelles is the #1 consuming nation of heroin in the world, and this drug is primarily produced.
Wait, man.
God.
Wait. I know why.
God.
In 1993, what happened with Bola Ahmed Tinubu? He forfeited money for what?
Heroin trafficking, sir.
Continue.
All right. So these are the problems. Now, the man, the Nigerian who's been a long-time resident, he said, Mr. Nduku believes the measure from Seychelles is a result of their government's determination to address a pressing issue and protect their citizens and visitors from the devastating consequences of drug abuse and drug trafficking. This is from the International Center for Investigative Reporting. I will send this link to Saddam. I absolve myself of problem on this space because we read you facts and figures. Go and confirm. Nigerians in Seychelles are supporting. APC suddenly got us a deal to have 30 days visa to Seychelles. 9 drug problem for Seychelles rise. Seychelles use their own hands. Say, no worry, we know what. Make your tourism dollars, all the money people, we know want. But Seychelles did not extend this problem to other countries. Seychelles is not even checking whether the Nigerian couriers will start flying into Seychelles from Ghana. Seychelles just banned Nigeria and Nigerians first. Dear Nigerians, we warned. We warned about the international implications of having a drug dealer convicted as president. Let me tell you, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu comes down from Aso Rock today and gives out money to the homeless tomorrow, I have no problem. As if the judiciary doesn't put him in prison, arrest him, I have no problem with him. But the impunity you want to enshrine at the #1 position of Nigeria cannot stand, especially if the law says it cannot. Dear Tinubu, obedience have told you are doing nonsense. Dear APC supporters, dear Agbado, dear Ronu, LP have told you are doing rubbish. Peter Obi has told you people cannot run a country like this. Sheikh Gumi, on behalf of ISIS and ISWAP, has told you people cannot do this. Please, the day the terrorists will attack you public office holders, don't come and say it's us that caused it. As a social scientist, I am telling you what is coming. Terrorists have told you people are doing rubbish. Get Nigeria back to some certain form of financial stability so they can go back to kidnapping Nigerians and returning us after money has been transpired. This one they do for Aso Rock, it's not clear to them. So I yield. Enjoy your 8,000 naira per family. If you're a family of 4, they give you 8K for the month. I don't know how you will share the data. It will be harder to come online and fight obedience. So maybe you find out how to do it. But right now, APC, Nigerian judges, you are clearly seeing the fumbling. This is barely 45 days in government. It will get worse the longer you continue this charade. We are not begging you anymore. We are galvanizing to exercise our rights to protest and peaceful assembly. And we will assemble and protest before the final judgment is given. Enjoy your 35 billion. Do as you fucking please. We don't care. But when you're done, the ball will come to our court and we will do as we please. We are begging you now because, as they say in Nigerian parlance, when your time we are begging you now, you're not hearing. As they say in Nigerian parlance, when you will beg us, don't expect us to hear. God bless you all and God bless Nigeria. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. As usual, as always an amazing time listening to you speak. Thank you very much. Amazing submission. I think I'll circle down to Jimmy, then Well-Meaning Nigeria, then we'll open up the floor.
Which Jimmy? Which Jimmy? Which Jimmy want me to talk after this one? I go talk on Tuesday. Which Jimmy wants to go back to? Hey, I go talk on Tuesday.
That set up, Jimmy, no green, that set up.
Why are
Make
you
you open the
running?
floor. Make you open the
Why are
floor.
you running?
Why are you running?
Morife, why are you running? Why are you running?
But if I don't run,
Don't run. My brother, you must come in. Oh. You must come in. Why are you my artist? You're my artist. You will, I know. See what
Jimmy
you're
say, me if the video perform finish, you don't go free perform.
What you go do, Jimmy? Say, Jimmy, what you do is that you start with incantation. Incantation. You go to this Ishauru. Bring 2 quotes from Ishauru. You enter. The place go change. So let me open up the floor right now to my artist and star boy, my star boy, Ishauru. Jimmy, unmute your mic and speak.
Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. Saddam, Sizu, Otumba, Well-Meaning. Everybody. I'll give you your flowers in a bit. Where do I start? Sizu don't scatter the table, don't reform and bar, scatter them again. Well, I'll just say the little I can. I'll just say the little I can. Obedient, I'll keep saying it. You're on the right side of history. Anyone that is willing to tackle corruption must be ready to go all the way because there's no shortcut. There is no shortcut to it. And it is now or never. You know, on Cruise Space yesterday, a topic popped up. There was this definition back and forth with definition of honesty and integrity. So I thought about it yesterday, and it was so powerful. I thought I would share with you guys today. What is honesty? Honesty implies a refusal to lie, steal, or deceive in any way. That is the straightforward definition. Okay. What is integrity? The quality of being honest and having strong moral principle, moral uprightness, even integrity self swallow honesty. You see, in Proverbs 10:9, whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. I will start with our so-called obedient legislators, the ones we voted in. Many of them, they be money misruled. I want you guys to know that for a fact. Some of them were Okada riders. They were, they've never even tried running for position before. They just went there. They gave it a shot based on Peter Obi's umbrella, and they got in. But guess what? Now that they are in, they are not defending whatever it is. Adam mentioned it earlier on. They're not defending this sham bills they're coming up with. This huge amounts, preposterous amount of money, cars, and different kinds of bonuses. They're not opposing it. They're not. And that brings me back to the part I said Peter Obi is still the saint in that country, the political saint in that country. Why? This man has been tested with power. This man has been tested with money. And he came out clean. This man has been tested with everything. He has what it takes. He has that integrity to stand up within any of these politicians in Nigeria and say, yes, I am clean. That is what they call integrity. Peter Obi is a definition of integrity. All these people that went there, obedient, especially the ones in diaspora. I think it is high time we take over the party. It is high time people start thinking about going back to occupy, because I want to one Ben seeing the people going there now. They've not seen money before. And now The little they are tossing on their lap, they can't even say anything. See, a lot of APC people, they are entrenched in poverty. Take it or leave it. That is, they want Iboshi Mule. They've taken blood oath with poverty. That is how they want to live their life. That is how they've lived their life all along. Their parents don't live that life before. Now they've inherited poverty. Some people they can't do without it. Even if Peter Obi comes in, when he start working, some people will still oppose it. When we start having 24 hours light, some people will still they complain. Some people will still be servicing their generator. Some people will be complaining the light is too much. Make them take light for a while. It's an habit that's been in us for so many years. It will take a long time for it to die. It will take a long time for it to die. Obedient, we have plenty work to do. We have plenty work to do. And we have come a long way. A long way. We cannot back down now. I saw in the news, was it yesterday or day before yesterday? Ariwola, now in own son, don't join the matter. It's now a family business. And this is someone people know very well. This guy, Ariwola, he went to Osu. He did his diploma in Osu, 2003-2004 set. This guy failed terribly. He did not pass. He failed. When the results came out, he told one of my friends, this is someone that knows him very well. He told one of my friends that, away, because he failed woefully. But guess what? This was in Olabisi Onabanjo University, and the name of the lecturer back then was the dean of faculty. There was Mr. Lamina. People that went to Osu will know this person I'm mentioning, Mr. Lamina. Guess what happened? The guy failed. And few days before the result, was published, the papa came to the school to meet Mr. Lamina. He came with his 504 back then, 2003. Yeah, he came with his 504. Came in with the son. Went inside Mr. Lamina's office. Within 30 minutes, they came out back. And when they posted the first batch of results, Kayode Ariwola's name was there. Kayode Ariwola's name was there. Tobangbo Kowajawa. If it's a lie, sue me. So these guys, they've been doing it for time. This guy knows Sabi do. If he did go Kolevi Koho. Olodoni. And now, problem by it's about having the connection, knowing the way to the right people to get what you want in that country. Mr. Lamina, that's the name of the man, of the lecturer, dean of faculty. I'm not sure if he's still there right now. Obedient. Tinubu disqualification. That one is paramount. I had a meeting with a couple of obedient yesterday, and we were talking about how important this case is and what we should do afterwards or what we should not do afterwards. The bottom line is, I have no single doubt in my mind. I don't care how many ex-governors Tinubu don't go meet. I don't care how many times they've had their meeting. I don't care what they want to talk about. I don't care what they are bringing to the table. I don't care the amount of people he has bribed. Right now, there is only one result to waiting the ground now. It's either they give us our mandate or they give us our mandate. Honestly speaking, It's either they give us our man, and the reason why I put it that way is either they do it legally, or they want it the other way around. Obedient. We are not letting go. We are not letting go. What he's doing right now is open bribery to the judges. Openly, they bribe them because naturally, he's not even meant to do anything. If you think they deserve a raise or whatever, it should be after the case, not now. So what are you trying to do now that the case is hot? Now is when you think they deserve a raise. Anyway, that's his own business. That's his own business. They've been calling you guys out. They say you guys are thieves, you guys are corrupt. We'll wait and see what's going to happen. Remember, we still don't believe in you guys. We only believe in Peter Obi. And we are going after him until Peter Obi comes out to say the judicial system has... Peter Obi no go say men go straight. He will let you know the judicial system has failed us. Yes. Nigerians, it is either now or never. Don't think he's already there. Let's wait till 2020. Anyway, I'll be back into my shell. You will not hear from me. You will not see another 2027 coalition because every single thing going on right now, they are taking note. They will clamp on every single avenue to make sure such uprising doesn't come up against them again. They will block all those sources. They will block every avenue. They will make sure they suppress people so much, so badly. There will not be freedom of speech anymore. Wait till they happen for Cameroon right now. Wait till they happen for Uganda. That is what that's the kind of lifestyle Nigeria is going to start experiencing. It will now be a family affair. As one person they finish, they begin the collector. As one person they finish, they don't turn them to family business. When he read finish, these guys there will be nowhere for them to run to. There will be nowhere for them to run to. See, it's high time we understand the type of power we wield as a people. We have the power to collect our mandates back from these guys. Saddam said something about the police and the security agencies. They didn't mention them, but I guess he's probably banking on the fact that he sorted out the ex chiefs, the ex security chiefs with is it for bulletproof cars, and they just spending money anyhow. And guess what? All this money they're spending, one year they borrow money to spend. They are borrowing money to consume. They are not investing. They are not doing anything productive that will give them return. And it's piling up. Besides all those, they are now looking forward to another 40 billion naira right now to change vehicles, SUV vehicles for all the lawmakers. 40 billion naira. As at this morning, 40 billion naira. And you have all these e-tolls, e-bats shouting up and down. Anyway, when we say some of them, if you see the house they come out from, one they even cry on top of social media not too long ago. They say Zobo. She's been abused sexually, she's been abused morally, she's been abused. Graduate. Why she graduation on the Zobo? And this one, if you see a post a couple of months ago when Tinubu was running, if you see a post, Twitter is the kind of people you come across on Twitter, when you see their real picture, you'll be disappointed in yourself. That why am I engaging these people? Why am I engaging these people? I'm obedient. Some obedient they're doing. She's crying. God, it is well. All of you wait talk say it is well there. Blocking. You need time for that. You are going there to sympathize. Why are you sympathizing? People fucking died during the election. People were killed during the election. And this goes back to this so-called rerun. We don't pariwo. Wrong. Obedient. Wrong. I've been hearing this for a very long time. Wrong. How are you going to tell the Igbos to come out? How are you going to preach to people to come out? People are still traumatized from what happened. People lost their confidence. And you think they will come out again to do what exactly? On what basis? Not necessarily wrong. On what basis? On what ground? Is meant to be disqualified. Tinubu is meant to be disqualified on so many grounds. Examples there, Yapa. On so many grounds. There is no rerun. As for me, I'm saying it loud and clear. The moment they come up with that rerun, organically, the response should be hitting the streets. The response should be hitting the streets. The moment they talk that rerun, because you guys, they don't cheat to be that. There is no way you can go head to head, no matter how many people you think Obi has as supporters. There is no way you can go head to head with these guys because they are desperate. They are ready to go all out. Now they've enforced themselves now. They've reshuffled themselves now. There is no way you can win. Before, Wike was outgoing governor. But now, he don't get another title. N35, outgoing governor. Now we don't get another title. These people are desperate. It will never happen. You cannot win with these guys. So the moment they bring up that bullshit story, I don't know what the judgment is going to say, on what basis they are coming with their rerun. The moment they bring up that rerun, bam, hit the streets. It's not even something they should be telling people. Look at what is going on in Kenya. Look at what is going on in Kenya. It's exactly what, it's not even up to what we are going through right now. They increase their own cost of living too. But we want to focus on it. Do you see what is going on right now? See how they are throwing back tear gas to people, to police forces. Obedience. They are sending you guys messages. They are testing the waters to see what will happen and how you guys will respond. The open bribe, the what's it called? Subsidy palliative for 12 million households. By the way, we have 42 million households. What happens to the remaining 30 people? 30 million households. They are planning to only settle the people that they think voted for them. The region they think voted for them. Abi?
Let me even make it wilder for you, Jimmy. I put a tweet up on the Jumbotron. Or sorry, I'm about to put it up. Arise News just put out some information. Distribution of the federal government 8,000 stimulus checks by states will be as following. Kano State will receive 1.25 million. That's families in Kano, 1,250,476. Zamfara, I don't know. I think these are people. I don't know. These they are families and people I don't understand. But the data is 1.25 million. Kano, let me put it on a jumbotron so you guys can see. It's very interesting. So apparently Kano, Zamfara, and Kebbi states have the highest allocations, and the lowest allocations go to Ekiti State, 152,000, Enugu State, 153,000, and Bayelsa State, 159,000. According to Arise News, 75% of the recipients of this money have no means of identification, and also 83% of them have no bank accounts. The distribution of the funds, according to the federal government, is determined by poverty level, but there's no data to back that. So what this means is that the North has the highest number of recipients because the region has the highest number of poor people by far compared to the South. That said, what will Waspapin, Arewa, Twitter in general say about this, as they always do every time Peter Obi says he will tackle poverty in the North and bring it to the bare minimum? You always notice that they will complain and shout, face your region, this. But even in this money being shared, the North has the highest and the East has one of the lowest. It is really sad. Continue, brother.
Bro, that is exactly what is going on. And you see, the explanation you just did now, that is even if they intend, really and truly, if they intend sending out that money, because I won't call my best, some people will be the ones that will embezzle that money. That one is guaranteed. That one.
No, remember, the whole 500 billion is not even to be shared. It is from this money that they are giving 35 billion to the judiciary, this to this to that, this to that. This money is not all of it that is going to Nigerians. These guys are criminals.
Jesus Christ. Well, anyway, you see, it is now or never, obedience. It is now or never. No turning back. It is now or never. It is now or never. Now or never. Man. It is now or never. Obedient. It is now or never. There can be no retreat. There can be no surrender. There can be no let us go with the flow. It is now or never. People don't want to die. They don't want to hit the street. They will shoot at them. Are you living right now? Suffering and smiling. Are you living right now? We need to uproot every single thing from the root. We need to uproot it. Are you living right now? Are you calling me right now? It is now or never. You deserve more. You deserve more than what you think you deserve. You don't even know it. Some people believe if they don't worship some certain kind of people, they will never travel in their lives. They think if they don't worship certain kinds of family, they will not move forward in their life. There are some families that their generation, they are just slaves. They've come to this life to just be servants to people. They're plenty for naught. Their mother, now the mother, now she go when the madam born. Now the mother go take care of the pikin, go bath the pikin, go do everything. The madam go born child. The child too go grow. That one too go born. The maid go born. The maid's children will now be the ones serving the madam's children. In Nigeria. No, it's not meant to be that way. Listen to what Saddam said about ordinary tap water. Tap water. Tap water. I was lucky to come across tap water when growing up. When you open tap water, tap water. You use your two hands to wash your hand. You use your hand as bowl to drink water from tap. From tap. Before they take light back then, they will do announcements. They will send a message out before they take light in Nigeria. In Nigeria. Are you calling me yo? Are you calling me? And people are wondering if we are normal in that country. I went to my mechanic yesterday. Breaking news. Sorry, TV Gagadabai. They wrote it there. Madness. Nigeria runway light stolen from Nigeria airport. Hey, breaking news for Chicago here. For Chicago here. My mechanic say, what? That is madness. I say, yes, we are mad in our country. He said, where are they going to sell it to? I said, don't be surprised they will sell it to the government themselves. They will sell it back to the government. The guy couldn't believe it. We watch him for TV like this. He couldn't believe it. How? He said, how they take cotton? Where electricity? I said, this man, you don't understand. No worry. Now, Nigeria, I'm ashamed of my country, but I know my country. It is shameful. We are laughing stock internationally. And we have one single person coming out to say, look, I am good at this. I can fix this. And he has good records to back it up. When Nirara, Etako, Aye gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ tako, wọ́n ṣe máa tako ìgbésí ayé yín ní ẹlẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. When good things stares at you like this, you will not hear it. You will not get it. That is what is going to happen to you. And I have a message. Lastly, I have a message to all the Igbo brothers here. I've been getting DMs from my Yoruba brothers about segregation. Some people are insulting Yoruba people regarding the fact that they supported BAT. It's not all the Yoruba people that supported BAT. Even though those making those complaints in my DM, I let them know one thing, because the complaint was the Yorubas that supported P2B, they are being castigated, they are being insulted, and many of them are changing their minds and everything. And I told the guy, I said, so if people insult you or insulted you because you supported P2B, and you now say because of that you will not support him again, that means in the first place you don't have true love for P2B. You're not supporting P2B because you believe in him. You are supporting him. This is me talking to my Yoruba fellow. You are supporting him for, I don't know what it is, but you are not supporting him based on the fact that you think he can do that job. You are tagging along with the sheep. You don't have any stronger belief in supporting him. And I keep saying it. Obedient, many of us, we met on this platform. We don't even know ourselves. So if anybody come attack me, I don't know you as Obedient. You come, you attack me. Now this movement brought us together. I will come off face. I won't, because of one person abuse me, I can't talk, say because of that, I know they support to you are not in support of Peter Obi in the first place. So please, let's not be sentimental. I'm passing this across to both sides. The Igbos thinking all the Yorubas are, because trust me, we have bigots in all the tribes. Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, we have bigots. Amongo, we have bigots. And you see some people still shouting hype up. And it's sad that you guys, I engaged one of them recently. I said, okay, what exactly does the hype up people, what are you guys fighting for? And they want inclusiveness, they want to be able to make decisions and okay, I said, do you understand? Do you realize that Peter Obi is coming out as an Igbo man? This is me just speaking to the iPod people. He's an Igbo man. Though I did not vote for him because he's an Igbo man. I voted for someone that has the character, competence, and what it takes to run. But coincidentally, it happens to be an Igbo man. Do you realize that he's one of you? And what you guys are fighting for now, do you know that having one of you for that position, he will automatically kill this thing? And the fact that he won the freaking election. So if you really want to seek for your agitation, you should abandon that stupid agitation and support him. Support him. Back him up. If you back him up, it's additional force to reclaiming our mandate. But no, and that shows that you guys have a different agenda. So we have bigots all over the place. The Igbo, the Hausa, they have it. All of us, we have bigots. It is now up for you, or up to you, to now realize that, you know what? I'm being neutral. I'm not in support of tribe. I'm not in support of religion. I'm in support of who will get the job done. Simple. Oto, who will get the job done? Shikena. Thank you guys for listening. It's another beautiful violence space today. Saturday segment always beautiful. We start early, we finish late. It's a beautiful Saturday from my own side here. It's sunny, lovely weather. Thank you guys. God bless you for joining. Back to you, Saddam. I'm not sure if you want me to go with the roll call now. I have a lot of people in my DM already. So when is
no, we'll do the roll call immediately. Let's take, I think, after well-meaning, and then we'll come to the roll call. But as usual, my brother, wonderful submission. Well-meaning Nigeria, if you're there, please, Altuma, if you can see him.
I just brought the still up. I brought him up.
Well-meaning Nigeria, if you can hear me, please, you have the space.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, go on, my bro. Good evening.
Yeah, okay. So good evening, everybody. Good evening, Amsterdam. Sizo, that NCSO we don't hear about. Good evening, Otumba, Jimmy, Mommy Bolanle, everybody on the space. Good evening. Apologies, my submission may not be as interesting as all these senior men have just spoken. But so typically, I have a feeling that most people know where I would come from. So first, I'll just make a statement concerning, the violence-based JOT challenge. Saddam, like Saddam said, I think people should go through the hashtags to see what has been posted so far. It will interest you actually. As in everybody, as of 2 days ago, the music category, people were not really, posting much, but today or more, everywhere. And I'm glad that we have 2 weeks because personally, I think it's also very strategic for it to come around that time. It's very strategic because I was telling someone today that
Portable there, portable 100. You know, say in the accident, you need for it to be able to.
Oh no, I was telling someone today that I think one of the points where we need to be in our highest state, as in our most active state, is after the written addresses have been adopted. So the gap between that point and when the judgment will be given, that's going to be a very critical point where everybody have to be up and doing. So thank you very much for this concept. And I know the last time we said that by the time we have a winner, we might do another challenge where people jump on the beats of the winner, and I think that's also like a good idea. I won't say much about it. For the 8K renewed Shege, I think I stand yesterday. Madam Clarita made a tweet where she said that money could buy 8,000 buses. And I really thought about it, and I did some mathematics. I was like, okay, if they're going to divide 8,000 buses by state, each state will get maybe about 220.
8,000. I did that submission like 2 months ago. I said 100 buses per state is 3,600. I did about 2 months ago. Continue.
So I was just like, that's on the side. So and just now when Sizo, said something while Jimmy was making the submission, if you heard what you read, he said, so majority of these people are people, like I said, they joined the last page, there are people that are not bankable. If you know maybe like CBN terms, these are people that don't have bank account. And like Sizo said, a huge percentage, if I'm not mistaken, over 80% of them don't have means of identification. Oh God. If you don't know what that means in Nigeria, just forget about it. You need check up. That simply means that money put in law. How can you track who they gave the money if they are not bankable and they don't have means of identification? So, and that's why I used to talk about that 8,000 as if they will give the money. Because if you analyze whether the money will be enough, it will look as if you are assuming they will give it. So I don't need to analyze whether the money will be enough because I know they will not give it. So this is money for the boys, or maybe not only for the boys, for the chairman as well. So that's for that. But I think bulk of my submission will just be on, yesterday, even some of us, I think, personally, I did, my calculation involved Sundays, so I think they were not going to count Sundays at the 10 days. But somehow, yesterday, for those of us that have been following, the written address of Tinubu and Shetima, written by Olani Pekun et al. And his colleagues, came out yesterday. And
he has a new name.
It's no longer Olani Pekus.
It's ironic, Pekun.
Breaking news.
What does that mean?
Presidents to respect democracy.
Irony is a lie. Irony means a lie. So you say ironic, Pekun. So
I can tell person say Lori, Anyway, as I was saying, so that came out yesterday. 2 documents were released yesterday. There's documents that was the written address in itself, about 40 pages thereabout. Then there was the document that talked about the objections. Overnight yesterday, I was able to read through both of those documents. maybe 70% thoroughly, not entirely thoroughly, if I were to be very honest. I went through both of them. So the first thing I would just say is that, I know a lot of people, maybe if you've not read it, a lot of people, because of course I know some people will not see it. A lot of people have been having one thing that a lot of people are curious about were the objections, right? So the people were really curious to know why they were objecting. Like, why? I personally too, I was curious. I wanted to know why. What did they have in mind? Some of these people used to say that the way they're objecting, they must have something up their sleeves. I was telling the 1 million match crew guys yesterday, because sorry if I always make reference to the 1 million match crew. The 1 million match crew group is like this place where we just gist a lot. So some of the time, a lot of things I say, I think I've already said there. So I was like, so I think I like the fact that I always overrate APC's or Tinubu's lawyer in my head, because with that, whenever they do what they do, they always fall below my expectation, right? But I think my new problem now is that they fall below the minimum expectation. I mean, it's okay if you fall below my maximum expectation, but they usually fall below the minimum expectation. And I'm not saying this as as an obedient that just wants to not see the good thing in those documents. After I read the document yesterday, I was looking forward to Mindset Space, because Mindset Space is one place where you see a couple of lawyers that not necessarily identify as obedient, some of them maybe neutrals and all that, but obviously not about those. So I was looking forward to like Mindset Space to see what some of those guys would think. I was kind of curious to see what they'll say. So this morning when I woke up and I saw there was a Mindset Space going on, I was like, I rushed in and I saw that even the most critical of lawyers, like those people that would normally tell you that this thing sounds one kind, also had my perspective. Because when I was reading it, I was beginning to think, am I the one that doesn't, maybe my emotions is running me, right? Maybe it's because I'm obedient, I'm seeing the flaws and it's being too big in my eyes. And then when I eventually went, there and I saw lawyers that even normally would be neutral, talking about it, and they made some point, and I'm like, okay, thank God, at least I'm normal. I'm sane. I'm not overseeing things. So for people that maybe just thinking about the objections, a summary of what the objection was all about. I said this morning to somebody, I was like, the objection for me was the most funny part of the entire document. I know maybe sometime in the space, so I'm just going to say it from a third person perspective. Someone that is not a lawyer reading it. Like I always say, maybe by the time you hear a couple of lawyers, including you, Maxwell, Baron, and a couple of other people talk about it, you may get maybe legal perspective of it. But I read through. When I wanted to start reading the documents, it was the objection document was a 10-page document. When I wanted to start reading about it, my mind was beating because I was like, God, I know that they want to rely so much on technicalities, but I already know that the way the case is now, even if the judiciary wants to use technicality, they can't. As in, the amount of technicality that will be required, I don't think they can do it. It requires an outright impunity giving law, and which is where I'll come to some of the things that were referenced on the document. And I just hope people follow me in this. I'll try to be very fast because, like I said on 1 Million Mama Space, this document will be talking about it for the coming days, and we'll be dissecting it, killing it, even before the lawyers. By the time the lawyers release whatever they want to release, public court of opinion, we don't scatter that document finish. The document will not useless. Even the person that wrote that document will sit down and say, now wait till I sit down right now, these people just here like this. So the objection, a summary of what they objected, a summary, to be honest, was really based on admissibility. So most of the objection was they will point out, if you read Peter Obi's petition, Peter Obi listed a couple of states that he was going to challenge. Then he listed 10 states. Then on number 11, he said, and other states of the federation. So APC came to the objection, or Tinubu's lawyer came to the objection and said, because Peter Obi did not list Ebonyi in his petition, so he cannot challenge Ebonyi. So that's what bulk of the objection was all about. So for people that are looking for what it was all about, and I don't know whether they keep skipping. One thing I noticed generally from documents is that they will cherry pick lines. In fact, if an entire statement, and I'll talk about this when I get to Shettima's double nomination, if an entire statement is given, they will remove just one line and go and use it and come back. They did it in Peter Obi's petition. They said Peter Obi was saying the results were not uploaded, and at the same time was saying the results that were uploaded that he won the election that is contradicting. I was like, is this true? And I went to Peter. I think when Peter Obi wrote that petition, or Peter Obi's legal team wrote that petition, I did not appreciate it more than I did yesterday. I appreciated it yesterday more because I saw that petition was so intact and so blessed. Let me put it like that. So the objection basically had nothing serious. The objection, from what I read, was mostly based on, oh, he's challenging this place. He did not state it in his petition, but they forget that he said other states. So, and I was like, okay. Then there was one that would say, oh, any place that have IRS report, and Peter Obi wrote it. They wrote it for Adamawa. Where Peter, so the objection against Adamawa State IRF report was that, oh, it had to follow the Evidence Act 2011. And because of them, Peter, you do this. Because of them, I have to go and download the Evidence Act 2011 to see what they were talking about. And lo and behold, what they were talking about doesn't correlate. They made it look as if the Evidence Act said if you are printing a document from a computer, you must accompany it to the certificate that states, but the Evidence Act only just said some things but didn't require a certificate. So long and short, really, objections add nothing. Then I'll go to the next thing, which is what Saddam said. They make reference in that document to Black's Law Dictionary when they wanted to define substantial. And I said something yesterday. Do you know the other place that Black's Law Dictionary was used most recently, or one of the places it was used most recently? It was when Ariwola wanted to define forfeiture. Ariwola's definition of forfeiture also came from Black's Law Dictionary. So I just laughed and I said, okay. So for me, I was like, okay, Black's Law Dictionary is something you guys make reference to, right? I hope you guys also embrace what Black's Law Dictionary said about forfeiture. The next thing I want to talk about is the concept of, like Saddam also mentioned, electronically transmit or transfer. It is funny because yesterday I had to be talking about English and talking about adverbs, know what they call parts of a sentence in secondary school, like when they say adverb, adjective, a noun, verb, preposition, all those things. I had to start bringing back my English yesterday. And one of the first things I said was that electronical is an adverb and it qualifies both transmit and transfer in this context because it said electronically transmit or transfer. But these guys, in their written address, attempted to separate it and said, no, electronically transmit is different, transfer is different. But they did not know. And I had to read, a couple of places in the Electoral Act yesterday and the INEC guideline to further explain that. The next thing I want to talk about is 25% in FCT. There were 2 points in that document where, and I'm doing this because I know sometimes the justices do come around. I usually want them to know that people are aware of this thing. So don't think this is the era where documents are thrown out there and Nigerians don't read it, and we don't read it, and we just cruise and go. No, we are looking at it. So whatever you are thinking, we are seeing it. We've even gone extra mile. As a matter of fact, I went extra mile in my research to discover that Wole Olanipeku, maybe he was attempting, I don't know if the justices don't do personal research, but I feel like if they do personal research, they will feel insulted by that written address for some reason, because Wole Olanipeku attempted to I forgot the name that Otumba called him just now, but maybe they call him Olanipeku and all those other things. But because I want okay, because I want people to really get the point. And so people don't get it as if, oh, this is banter, really. It's not banter. I'm trying to bring out just some point. And believe me, these are very little. I cannot say everything today. These are very little. So on 25%, there were 2 things that they said that was disturbing for me. And I was saying one on the space yesterday. They said that the second respondent polled more than 25% of the total vote cast in 29 states of the Federation and the FCT. I know a couple of people have said things like, oh, they are trying to, make a statement. I understand those people that say that, and I agree. They were trying to make a statement, but do you know that grammatically speaking, the sentence that they used to represent what we think they were trying to make is a wrong sentence. I tried explaining this yesterday, and I think if people would sit down and understand it, when it says, if it's saying, it simply says, paraphrase, Tinubu scores more than 25% of vote cast in 29 states of the Federation and the FCT. What that would simply mean, interpreted, means Tinubu scored 25% of vote cast in 30 places altogether, 29 plus one other place, 30 altogether. And we all know. And for people that think, oh, they are trying to get 25%, that's not true. Because even on the document, if that's the case, then they probably have contradicted themselves. On this document, in second place I will come to now, they actually agreed that they didn't get up to 25% in FCT. So it will be contradicting. They are trying to. For me, I said it yesterday that whoever typed that was so dull that he didn't just understand English. I understood what they wanted to say. In the quest not to make FCT look special was, oh, he polled, according to INEC results, right? He polled more than 25% in 29 out of the states of the Federation and the FCT. Not in 29 states of the Federation and the FCT. I believe take people on that. It's a very simple logic. So that was very, very for me out of the place. But the other funny one was, and this made me do a lot of research last night. The other funny one was where Saddam talked about, where they made reference to the court case between Awolowo and Shehu Shagari sometime back in 1979. And between yesterday and today, I'm about to do a bit of research on that case. See, Wole Olanipekun is a poor lawyer, to be honest. All right, he wanted to make reference to Kano State. So he was trying to draw some parallel. So the first parallel he drew in that comparison, and this is somewhere, I think in page 12, page 13 of that document. He wanted to draw some parallel between Kano State and Tinubu in FCT. That's Shehu Shagari in Kano State in 1979 and Tinubu in FCT in 2023. I mean, I initially thought he wanted, like we're thinking yesterday, myself and Mr. Maxwell, that, or maybe he wanted to just draw it on the thought of what is there is not really, it's really minimal. Okay, now see, first of all, Kano State was not the capital of Nigeria in 1979. I'll give a brief summary of what that case was all about. What is there? He did some comparison. The first comparison was that in that election, Shehu Shagari won the election by a couple of votes, the same way Tinubu won the election. In that election, Shehu Shagari got 25% in 12 states, 12 to 12 states of the 19 states then, right? And in this election, Tinubu got 25% in 29 states. To show you it's very contradictory. At this particular point, it no longer added 29 states of the Federation and the FCT. He now said in 29 states. And I said, I'm doing it because I told people yesterday that this Richard, I want us to pieces it, make it look so useless that the person that wrote it will be regretting. That's my plan. He said 25% in 29 states. The next parallel he wanted to draw, which he said the court alluded to, he said that the percentage of 19.94 scored by the first respondent, which is Shehu Shagari at the time in Kano, fall short by only 5.06%. Saddam, this is what he said, somebody said earlier. He said, Shehu Shagari at the time, he said, Shehu Shagari in that election scored 19.94% out of the 25% that was required in Kano, right? And I'll come to Kano so people understand why I said Wole Olanipekun is a bad lawyer or not very good lawyer. And I think there's a couple of proofs to that. He now wanted to say that, he only fell short by only 5.06% in his comparison. And now implied, he now said, listen, I'll read from what he said. He said, assuming without, I saw this a lot in that document, assuming without considering that the FCT is independent of other states of the Federation, the percentage of 18.99 of votes scored by the second respondent at FCT. So yeah, he already agreed that Tinubu scored 18.99. So for people that are thinking they are trying to play any prank or play any dirty game, that's not. I mean, that was just stupidity. The judges will just be they'll probably fine him fine them after disqualifying Tinubu, most likely, because it will look as if they were insulting the judges' intelligence, as far as I'm concerned. So he said the percentage of 18.99% of votes scored by Tinubu in FCT only fall short of 25% by 6.01%. So his point was that, well, it's only 6.01%. I don't know why I was trying to draw the parallel with Kano, which is why I want to tell people what happened in Kano, or what happened in 1979, in a summary. What happened in 1979 was there was an election. In that election, Shehu Shagari contested, Awolowo contested, Nnamdi Azikiwe contested, a couple of two other persons. I think there were 5 candidates in that election. As of 1979, you see this part of our constitution that said 25% of 2/3 of the states of the federation and the FCT. There's something similar in the constitution as of 1999. Let me tell you how it was in 1979. Just listen to how it was. He said, in an election where there are more than 2 candidates, a person will be declared president, 1, if he has the highest number of votes cast at that election. This is 1979 law, right? And if he has not less than 1/4 of the vote cast at the election in at least 2/3 of the states of the federation. At this particular point, they did not put the federal capital. Remember, as at this time, Lagos was the federal capital of Nigeria. So, as at this point, as a matter of fact, I think what Olanipeku or Rinipeku, as people call it now, did in that entire document, Ironipeku, sorry, what he did in that entire document is to even argue against himself. He went to point at things that if the justices will sit down and look, it will help them make the decision easily. Because, first of all, this was one of the issues, one of the things that happened. This was one of the things that made them edit that part of the constitution. So now include and the SCT and do that separation. Because as of this time, it was just get 25% in the states of the federation. So, which means, if the drafters of the constitution didn't intend to separate FCT now, they should have as well just left this place like this. They should have just said, in the states of the federation, no need to add and the FCT, if they didn't intend to separate it. And I need people to understand that. And I'm explaining this because I want the judges too. I don't know whether I'm going to read down, but I don't trust you now. So make I help you read down and explain how people now. So it was stupid. But see what happened in Kano. After the election, Shehu Shagari won by the highest number of votes. He won, and the second was Awolowo. And Awolowo went to court. Awolowo's only argument was that Shehu Shagari did not win 25% in 2/3 of the state. As of then, there was 19 states. If you do the calculation, 2/3 of 19 states, which is the mathematical perspective I always come to every time. If you remember when I used to talk about 25%, I used to do in mathematics and said 25% of 37 is 24.66, and that doesn't make sense. So the constitution in that place will create an error. Even in that judgment, the justices said that the constitution, when they wanted to give the judgment, they regarded that the bodies of that constitution at that point was clumsy. The justices, which is one of the reasons why they had to edit that part. So, here's what happened. Shehu Shagari at the time won just 12 states. Oh, sorry, he had 25% in 12 states. And 2/3 of 19 is 12.6667. So Awolowo and every other person assumed that 2/3 of 19 states automatically meant 13 states. Yes, where Olanipeku, I don't know if he didn't read that judgment to come and be saying what he said here. In that particular judgment, the justices did not, usually the thing Olanipeku wrote on his document that he was trying to insinuate that the justices said, 5.06% is insignificant, so Shehu Shagari can president. That's not what the judgment was all about. In fact, it was not even mentioned in the judgment at all. At least in the document I've read, let me put it like that. It was not mentioned anyway. If I explain to you now, you understand. What happened in that case was that Shehu Shagari said, Awolowo was saying that, and everybody agreed that 2/3 of 19 states is 13 states. And because Shehu Shagari only took out 25% in 12 states, it meant that he was not supposed to be declared the winner. And the argument of Shehu Shagari and the person, the INEC, Mahmoud Yakubu at the time, right? was that, well, 25%, two-thirds of, the argument was that two-thirds of 19 is, and I'm just paraphrasing, is 12.667. So they said that Shehu Shagari already got 25% in the whole of the 12, right? Now, he only needed to get 25% of the decimal of 0.67. That's what they were saying. So, in that election, the number of people that voted in Kano were about 1.2 million people at that time, right? And Shehu Shagari polled over about 240-something votes in that election at that time. Look at what they were interpreting at that time. They were saying that, oh, he didn't need to get to third of Kano, because Kano, what he needed was 0.67. It is not a whole state. They were only going to consider Kano as a whole state again. So they said he needed to only get 25% of two-thirds of the vote in Kano. So by the time you do two-thirds of that 1.2-something million votes, the vote in Kano will now reduce. Then his vote, his 25%, will now be gotten. That's what that judgment was all about. It had nothing to do with 19% being reduced, and it had nothing to do with the court saying because 19 is close to 25. It had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with it. But Wole Olanipekun sneaked it into this document and made it sound as if the court had said, well, numbers, if it's close, it's fine. And that's a very big lie. I think I've stayed too long on this. I'll just quickly go forward. I think I have just maybe the next 2 points, and I'll yield the mic. The next thing I want to say was about forfeiture, and I will not talk about forfeiture much. If you read the document, you will discover that the only thing the judge, the Wole Olanipekun and his team did regarding forfeiture was to dance around and around and around. Go and read it. You can only go and read only the case of forfeiture. They danced around and around. They kept saying he was not convicted. He's not a convict. He's not a this. He's not a that. They kept dancing around. That's what they did in the case of forfeiture. So, in the case of forfeiture, which maybe in the coming days we'll probably dig on it a little bit further, they said nothing. The last place I'll end is the case of double nomination. And I'm going to say this because I say this every time on the implication of if the judiciary doesn't disqualify Tinubu, some people will know how risky it will be. Listen to Wole Olanipekun's perspective. So, indirectly, Wole Olanipekun agreed that INEC received Shettima's withdrawal later than they received his vice presidential nomination. So he agreed, indirectly, he agreed that INEC received Shettima's withdrawal later than they received. So it means, like Peter Obi said, it means Peter Obi was right. Basically, it means Peter Obi and the lawyers, they were right. But his argument was that Shettima wrote the letter on the 6th, and it was now left to. So, in this point, I'll read what the Constitution or what the Electoral Act says about the process for withdrawal of a candidate, so people would understand. I want people to get this. To be honest, because it is core. I want people to understand the concept of withdrawal of a candidate. All right, in the Electoral Act, just listen. In the Electoral Act, listen to how the Electoral Act said a candidate can be withdrawn. It's in Section 31 of the Electoral Act. It said a candidate may withdraw his or her candidature by noticing in writing by him. By noticing in writing signed by him and delivered personally by the candidate to the political party that nominated him for the election, and the political party shall convey such withdrawal to the commission not later than 90 days to the election. Wole Olanipekun was saying invariably that, Shettima withdrew, but it's APC that did not tell INEC on time. And the only thing that Shettima needed to do was to just write to APC. It doesn't matter. If APC tell INEC on time. That's why I said, I feel like it is insulting the judge's intelligence. Please, Justice Saman, if you are here, I feel insulted by reading that. So, he's saying that it doesn't matter what happens as long as Shettima wrote the letter. Let me just say, and to quickly round up, let me say the implication of that. If the judges were to rule and say that is fine, let me say the implication of that. So people will know how dangerous of an antecedent is going to be for Nigeria. It's a very dangerous one. It simply would mean, it's even more dangerous than I thought. It simply would mean, somebody, for example, that owns his party, AAC, right? He is literally the owner of that party, though a small party. It simply would mean that somebody can decide to contest for Senate in, I don't know where it's from, I think it's Kogi State. And, contest for Senate in Kogi State, submit his name as his party's candidate to INEC. Some days later, submit his name again as the presidential candidate. Some days later, submit, I think somebody just told me it's Ondo State. Some days later, submit himself again as the House of Rep candidate. I mean, just submit himself for so many candidates of the election. Many. And at the end of the election, if someone takes him to court for double nomination, or multiple, in this case, multiple nomination, someone's argument would be, I wrote a letter to my party. So if at the end of the election, for example, just imagine what I said, someone is contesting for presidency, governorship, senatorial, House of Rep, only him. And at the end, let's imagine I won House of Rep. Just imagine, I know that's a long shot, you cannot win it, but let me just be nice to him this evening. He won House of Rep. Do you know what Tinubu's lawyer is saying? The implication of what they are saying is that if someone takes somebody to court and say, he had multiple nomination, he's contesting for House of Rep, he's contesting for Senate, President, Governor, only him, multiple nomination. Also, what he has to say for the court to say he's innocent is to just tell the court that, I wrote a letter to my party to withdraw the one for presidency, for governorship, for Senate. I'm sorry if they submitted it later. As long as it's not my fault, I wrote it to my party. So what will begin to happen is that people will take advantage of it. So judiciary, I'm going to end on this note. If you are here, it is very clear. I was going to tell Saddam, I don't know what hashtag we are trending today. Personally, I'm going to say we say no to technicality, but I had a second thought. I said, if we start talking about technicality, some people will begin to think, maybe there's something in Tinubu's petition that people are seeing and afraid that a technicality may come out. It's a lie. I personally, from my own reading of that document, and I read it quite thoroughly, can tell you that even on the ground of technicality, it will require a high level of judicial rascality. No rhyme intended. It will require, as in a high level, it will require the judiciary outrightly just saying, Nigerian constitution, goodbye, don't care about you. Nigerians, we don't care about you. All we care about is this man that has, for some reason, maybe giving us money or whatsoever. It will require that. And I told people yesterday that personally I'm curious. Because after this election, I feel like after this court case, I know some people are waiting to get to see Peter Obi declared the winner. Right? Some people are waiting for different things. I think personally, among everything I'm waiting for, the number one thing I'm waiting to confirm is whether Nigeria can exist as a nation or not. Whether Peter Obi declared the winner, over that thing can come later. But the first thing I want to confirm, personally, for my own self, I don't know about you, but for my own self, what I want to confirm is that, like Jimmy said, that I mean, we can just kiss Nigeria goodbye. To be honest, and this is not. I'm saying this from a strong place of passion. If the judiciary rules anything otherwise, because even if there is technicality, this case cannot go away. They will need to outrightly, Mahmoud Yakubu will be a learner. It will mean the justices will need to sit down and say, we know that the Constitution said this, but because it is Tinubu, we will not obey it. We know that the Constitution said that, because it's Tinubu, we will not obey it. That's what it means. So I'm interested in finding out, and I'll round up here. I'm interested in just finding out that will Nigeria still remain a country or not? We are at the crossing point. After the judiciary case, Nigerians should go back to, if the judiciary does the right thing, all well and good, we'll move forward, we'll start fixing our country. If they do the wrong thing, I'll just tell Nigerians, it's over to you. Anytime you feel you are tired, you want to take back your country, I don't know, you may never be tired in the next decade, because I know how much you can comply with everything. People will say 8,000, it's trying, it's helping us, no problem. You may never be tired. I don't know when you get tired, but if the judiciary does the wrong thing. I will be here waiting for you whenever you are tired and you are ready to take back your country. You are ready to storm Aso Villa and drag out Tinubu and said, since the judiciary has refused to do the right thing, we don't want you, we don't want you. Whenever we get to that point, I'll be here and I'll be waiting. But for now, Obedient, please, lastly, please let me dissecting this case. I said something yesterday. The advantage we have in this case is that we have the numbers. That's the good thing that we've always had. APC people have not been talking about the case, so they cannot drive narrative. PDP people, they have been relying on us to talk about the case for them, so now they cannot drive narrative. Since I said it earlier, they opened a space, they had probably about 36 people. Maybe if you give them benefit of that, maybe more or less, I don't know. But what we have is the number. The media have even virtually backed up. So in the coming days, let's join hands and you see this whatever written address. Some people don't go and read it and be confusing yourself and say, this thing they said, it looks it looks, you'll be deceiving yourself. On that note, I know I've spoken for very long. Apologies to everybody. But on that note, I'll yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I think you've done an amazing work on this court, responding, everything. Thank you very much. Honestly speaking, I think I can just cut your submission and just replay. Thank you very much. All right, guys, we'll go on to the next phase of the conversation. We said earlier on Thursday that we'll be having a guest on the platform today, someone that's going to help us break down the real meaning of renewed Shege. Someone that understands the intricacies, the economic value of this renewed Shege. For you guys to understand, so that probably when we are discussing it here, you understand that there are people that understand this. But I mean, Otumba reached out to me and send me videos of the guy, and honestly, I was blown away. And we have to invite him to the platform today, and he's here with us on the platform. So I think right now I'll circle back to.
What's his name? Okay, I think.
Yeah,
his name is Basil. Yeah, Basil Abia. Yeah, let me. Hey, good. Thank you, Saddam. So yeah, so I came across. I think he was invited on News Central, and JP, thank you for posting that video. So JP posted and tagged him. So I spoke to JP. We finally moved on the space. Just a quick profile on Basil Abia. I hope I'm getting your name correctly. So he's a research consultant. Yes, a research consultant with Koi. Oh my God. Tongue twister research. Let me see. Basic public analysis work as published in Republic, Africa as a Country, Southern Voice. More importantly, he has features on his work published on Bloomberg, France 24, TV5 Monday, Africa News, Kuwait Times. Oh my God, Liberty Algeria, Radio Canada, Tech About, Daily Trust, Global Times China. For radio, he has offered his analysis on Law FM Lagos, and for television, he appears regularly on News Central and also on Rave TV. So we have a star amongst our midst. Is one of his main focus is supporting global startups around the country, think tanks. I also posted a video of him on the Jumbotron, and I think what caught my attention was, violence space is a space of fact, figures, numbers, and it was the numbers you were reciting, and the macroeconomics of whether it's Tinubu's tax policies or just his policies in general. So I don't mind you can unmute your mic if you want to introduce yourself also. If you want to tell us more about that conversation and help us, make sense of this nonsense that's currently going on in Tinubu's administration when it comes to the crazy policies and how it affects the economy in general. Over to you, Basil.
Yeah, many thanks, Otumba, and thanks to everyone here for the invite. I listen to Violence Space once in a while. I've just not been frequent in the last 1 to 2 months due to obviously the strain of work and all that. But it's my pleasure to be here, and I just want to first and foremost hail as many obedience that are as here for holding faith. To be honest, I wouldn't lie to you. For folks who know me personally, even before our principal moved to the Labour Party, I had predicted that we're going to have a movement brought by Nigerians who were tired of the two establishment parties, as you all know, of course, the APC and the PDP, and wanted something fresh, wanted something new, wanted a movement based on a lot of values that I think really align to my own values. Values of one country that is very pro-growth and very pro people, very anti-establishment, and of course with basic common sense economic principles at the core underpinning of the movement. And it was going to always happen. It was going to always happen. I think the trigger was the NSAS final protest, of course, in October 2020. And when that happened, I was like, yes, we're going to have some form of fatigue, which happened actually immediately after the unfortunate massacre in Lekki, which was obviously a message from the establishment against the people to say, look, you cannot afford to come for the crown. If you come for the crown, we're going to go after you. And that's exactly what they did. And it almost looked like we're going to give up. And then somewhere, somehow, the movement just spiraled very much around the second quarter of last year. And then when our principal moved to the Labour Party, it felt like it was the right thing to do, and it was the obvious right thing to do. And yeah, here we are today. We're still pushing. I must say, before I transition to the conversation about the informal taxation reforms that the Tinubu presidency wants to take over, and then obviously a couple of other things like, for instance, the shambles of a palliative package that his supposedly highly heralded policy team has come about. But before I talk about that, I want to highlight the importance of this phase of the movement, where when the election is carried out, obviously fraudulently carried out, and the outcomes of the election are disputed with an armada of evidence out there, it is important to highlight that we trust the system to be able to challenge it in the courts, and that's exactly what our principal has done, and that's what the movement has paid obedience to the fact that we're now in this phase of the movement where we're challenging the outcomes of that fraudulent election by going to the courts and going to the apex form of the court. So you're going to have the tribunal, whatever it is that the tribunal will decide. We're going to obviously appeal it at the appeal court. Whatever happens, then we're going to go to the Supreme Court. I do not think that we're going to have to reach the appeal court levels, because I think with the evidence available, there's a chance that the elections will be cancelled and there will be a call for a new one. Or if the elections aren't cancelled, obviously, then there would be the judgment would be that a rerun has to happen. Whatever the case is, for folks who are looking and observing intently, I'm sure you could see that there is a semblance of some form of, I would say, hunting for technicalities. And there's context behind why there's a hunt for technicalities, and there's a precedence for that. The core precedence, of course, is the Machina Ahmed Lawal case, and also the Imo case with the Supreme Court. These are two obviously flawed judgments that we've had in the last 12 months in our highest court. Almost an embarrassment and an indictment to Nigeria's judiciary, which is the third, and obviously for me, I think the most important arm of government that we have in Nigeria. But for that system, or for that institution to be bastardized by those two results in the past 12 months, I was really, really apprehensive of the fact that I could trust the tribunal to deliver a decent judgment. And decent judgment in this case was that the irregularities were too much to be able to call this particular election just, or uphold the results of this particular election. It needed to have a rerun, or at the very least, it needed to be carried out again. So with these precedents, with the two contextual precedents that I've provided here, this is why I think that some folks within the judiciary are scouting or searching for what I would say illegalities or technicalities. Sorry, and obviously we know that the Imo judgment for the emergence of Hope Uzodinma as governor, we know that Ahmed Lawan winning the Senate position for his senatorial zone, even after he actually never ran for it with the APC. He actually ran for the presidency. These two absurdities in our judiciary. The major reason why they came about was because they scouted for technicalities based on the arguments of the lawyers of the victims. I would say the victims of this particular processes. So these two processes are an indictment to our democracy, to the institution of the judiciary. However, the fact that the movement is still holding strong, holding onto the faith that we can find something out of our democracy, our democratic arrangement. We can challenge the outcomes of the election because we believe that it is not just, we believe that it is not legal, we believe that it was a fraud. That for me is the core of the democratic idea, no matter how flawed it is. We having the faith to test it is very important. So this particular phase is very important. The first phase was very exciting. You know, that May, June, July, August phase of 2022. It was so exciting seeing people from the ground up doing exactly what we did during the NSAS period. From the ground up, learning about organization, building cell systems in our individual wards, having online cell systems, you know, WhatsApp groups, organizing crowdfunding, you know, build up from ground up. In about 4 or 5 months, the movement was already national. By August 2022, it was national. By December 2022, the second phase, it was fantastic. It was amazing to watch people learn about this movement and build it from the ground up. And then, obviously, we have won some seats in the federal government. A couple have disappointed us even after winning, you know, with the kind of positions that they're taking. It's almost like they're basically the same crop of politicians that we are fighting against, you know, and that, but it is all part of the process. It is all part of the process. It's very important to learn from our African peers. Yeah. For Zambia, a lot of people think that the Zambian movement was a 1 year thing. No, it was a 5 year thing. They lost the first election 4 years ago, but they came back. I know, obviously, that election was also very flawed. Let's not lie. You know, someone who's very, I would say, on in touch with the geopolitics of Africa, but they came back again and pushed. I'm not saying that is what I expect from this movement to do. No, I'm saying that the fact that we have built something like this at this point in time is very, very important. It's a learning experience for us, especially the fact that most of us are still young. We're in our 30s, we're in our 20s, you know, some are in their 40s, but the bulk of the obedient movement are young Nigerians. The facts are there for us to see. In fact, the bulk of Nigerians are young. 70% of Nigerians are between 45 and below. That's just it. You know, if you look at the population statistics, if you have asterisks on the population statistics, I mean, there's a lot of evidence for why you should disagree with Nigeria's population statistics. But if you travel a lot, if you interact a lot, if you go to places from the north, the south, the east, the west, you would definitely see that Nigeria is a very young country. Majority of Nigerians are young, and it is not wrong to say that majority of the obedient movements are young Nigerians. So we have to keep the faith with this process that we're in, with the contesting the results of a very flawed election, and again, of course, the importance of this particular conversation that we'll be having. I was listening in 30 minutes earlier. You know, there's some speakers who are of the opinion that we have to be able to use the full spectrum of our inalienable rights. As you know, of course, our inalienable rights are not restricted to going out and demonstrating on the streets. We did that in 2020. Some of us did that in 2021 and 2022. It is right in our fundamental human rights to be able to demonstrate that. And so if that is the consensus, why not? You know, but the core of the thing is each and every one of us are playing a part in this movement, in this particular phase of the movement, to counter an establishment. And this is an establishment that, whether we like it or not, is very brutal, and they're also very shrewd. So to be able to counter them, we need numbers, we need incredible patience, and we need organization like the ones that we're already demonstrating here. So I transitioned, obviously, now to my earlier conversation, the one that caught the eye of a lot of you here. You know, very kind of you to bring to give me that invitation to come speak. I'm very honored. It's a huge privilege. The crux of my conversation on, if I'm not mistaken, News Central TV, the crux of it was obviously saying that the recent tax reform, the one where the Federal Inland Revenue Service is signing an agreement with the Market and Traders Association of Nigeria, MATAN, to be able to tax informal traders in all of our markets. The VAT, the 7.5% value-added tax rate, first and foremost, is illegal. It is illegal because, according to our constitution, according to the precedents set by it, and according to the 2021, the famous 2021 judgment in Port Harcourt, at the Port Harcourt High Court, states are actually responsible for collecting value-added tax. Because again, for if there's any taxation expert, and there are constitutional experts in the audience, that the core rationale behind a value-added taxation anywhere in the world is that you're taxing local consumption or localized consumption. You're not taxing federalized consumption and the productivity of services. That 7.5% is a tax on consumption. I even bring historical precedents to this. Prior to the 1993 decree that transferred the taxation of VAT tax then used to be referred to as sales tax, by the way. Sorry for bringing the history. In my spare time, I teach history, by the way, and I used to teach history on Clubhouse and on Twitter Spaces as early as late last year. I've just, again, work just really modeled me up, and I've not been doing the things that I love doing. But yeah, one of my favorite pastimes, aside from tweeting about football and watching Arsenal, of course, is talking about Nigeria's history. And I remember this vividly from a lot of my readings. In 1993, we had the sales tax thing. If I'm not mistaken, it was General Sani Abacha who decided, due to obviously shrinking fiscal space, shrinking revenues, decided to transfer the jurisdiction and the judiciality of taxing VAT, or what was referred to as sales tax, to the federal government rather than the states and the local government. And we had the 1999 constitutional review and, of course, the 1999 constitution. Unfortunately, that particular process was also dominated by the Nigerian military class. So we are still using a constitution that is basically a military decree, if I'm not mistaken. So a complete, and I've always been of the argument for the past 7-8 years, a complete overhaul of Nigeria's constitution is a very good step to take if we want to restructure how we govern in Nigeria. And it's unfortunate that we're currently facing a consequence of that militarist constitutional framework, the one in 1999, where we continue to ensure that VAT taxes were carried out by the federal government through their taxation body, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. And yeah, you have the situation where they're taxing informal traders in markets built by local governments, in markets built by state governments. These markets, they have absolutely no right to even verge into them. Obviously, we know that due to our very obsolete land laws, the lands on which these markets are sited on are obviously owned by the federal government. That's another instrument of our institutional framework, or our framework as a government and as a country or as a nation state, that has to be changed. Having the federal government have all land holding rights on all of our lands, by the way. Even if you have a CFO, there's a reason why it's called CFO. It's a certificate of occupancy, and you have just 99 years of ownership. Once that 99 years of ownership elapses, a lot of us would live that long. So I'm very sure you're going to have to test that particular CFO occupancy rate when you buy land holdings, of course, or houses. You'd have to go back to the federal government and renew your CFO. And there's a chance the government at that particular time, when you want to renew, would not like you, or something will happen somewhere. And you're going to lose your land. You spent your life savings or your pension buying that land. It's very difficult for you to access financing based off of that land. So you already have what I refer to as locked capital or unlocked capital there somewhere. And then after 99 years, when you're still alive, you cannot renew it. That's that is against the core principle of a modern society. You know, the core principle of a modern society is ownership, or land ownership rights, and these land ownership rights have to be
But so sorry.
democratized. You know,
Yeah.
but this lack of democratization is exactly what happened when Major General Olusegun Obasanjo, by the way, he was the one that introduced the Land Use Act that we're still using to date, where all of the lands crisscrossing Nigeria belong to the federal government, and they are only leased, of course, to the state governments and the local governments to be able to lease them to us, the people. Most of us will have tenures of up to 99 years, and we'll have to go back to them again to renew. So these two regulatory frameworks, for me, are antithetical to the Nigeria of our future, or the Nigeria that we must.
Sorry, when you say renew, you mean to repay for the land?
Yeah, you'll have to renew. I know you wouldn't. I don't think you'd. I mean, we'll have to challenge that, because I'm not sure there are a lot of Nigerians who have reached 99 years in terms of their land ownership since 1975. There are a couple. I spoke with one last week, by the way, who had carried out.
Is the law itself 99 years old? The land edict. I don't think it's even 99 years old itself. Or is it?
No. So I think for him, he's a descendant of the person who bought the land. Yeah, it's so confusing, but what he's trying to say, or what he was trying to tell me, was that it was a difficult process renewing that occupancy, you know. And look, this is probably not the time for it, because the topic here is, you know, talking about a couple of Nigerian policies carried out by the Tinubu presidency, and I'm going to tell you the thinking behind my countering of those policies, and it is hinged on what I call conventional macroeconomics. And what I mean by conventional macroeconomics is macroeconomics that is tested and trusted worldwide. You know, you're very much aware of the macroeconomic policy reforms that have been carried out by the Tinubu presidency. The first one was the removal of fuel subsidy. The second one was the devaluation of the naira and the floating of the naira, at least the investors and exporters window, ensuring that that was a pegged crawl, what macroeconomists call peg crawl, or managed float. So it's not full floating, but it's managed float. And what I mean by that is that core mechanisms of those windows are built and shaped by the powers of the free market, demand and supply. And you are able to access certain currencies based on a willing buyer, willing seller framework. So if someone has the level of liquidity that you need, for instance, in euros, and you have the level of liquidity that is commensurate to the market value of the euros in naira, then if you both have that willing buyer, willing seller ethos, you are now able to engage in that exchange. So this is a personalized explanation. The industrial explanation is far more technical and far more difficult to explain, but
yeah, your personal explanation.
Simple. If you go,
your personal explanation works. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So obviously, if you go to GT and you want to access certain levels of liquidity in pounds or euros or dollars, the common sense thinking right now with the floating is that if GT has the level of liquidity that you need and you have the commensurate value in naira, you'll be able to access it. Unfortunately, because and I like to learn about these particular mechanisms using the black market rates, because the black market rates send signals to whether there's liquidity access or there is not. And I remember, again, I keep a Microsoft Excel sheet that has been monitoring the black market rates since August 2022. It's part of the work that I do.
Are you a bookie FX then? I'm just kidding.
No, I'm not. I'm not a bookie FX. Let me explain. So I and my friend is a macroeconomist who is a PhD candidate at University of Nigeria in Nsukka. His name is I jokingly call him doctor, but he will soon get his doctorate. He's actually traveling to Nsukka next week to do his defense. Chimere Ihionu, I wish he was here. We're actually colleagues at Parkour Research. So we wanted to carry out a time series analysis of certain variables, including the strength of the naira on the black market. You know, with other variables like the poverty rates, using the multidimensional poverty index that was just generated by the National Bureau of Statistics last year. You know, of course, the report that there are over 133 million multidimensionally poor Nigerians. That report comes from that multidimensional poverty index. So we wanted to compare the multidimensional poverty index with the strength of the naira on the foreign exchange market, the inflation rate, the monetary policy rate. We wanted to do a time series analysis from 2010 till date. And then we found out that we had all the variables except the strength of the naira in the black market. And that's because no one actually, and trust me, I have exhausted my network. I spent over 3 months exhausting my network, going, asking, calling economists, analysts, speaking with Aboki guys, the folks who do the Bureau de Change in Abuja and Kano, and even back home in Yola. And no one had something, at least because in time series analysis, you need to have something longer than 12 months. So you have to have consistent data sets that have a duration of more than 1 year. That is proper econometrics, because you're doing time series and you want to study the variations or the correlations of certain variables over a period of years. You can't work with something.
Basically, let me help you. So, like, how did that research? How does that affect the common man? Because I remember going back to your New Central interview, you talked a lot about the taxation on the marketers. You know, so and there were some interesting numbers you wrote off that day. I don't mind. Can you revisit that for us? Is it possible? Mm-hmm.
No, I will revisit. There's a thing where I do when I'm explaining things. I want to explain in depth, cover all the bases, so no one is lost as to what I was doing. What I'm trying to do here is trying to explain to you why I'm having a database of the performance of the naira in the black market rate. It's because we couldn't find the data set for the black market rate. So we're like, okay, we might not carry out this particular research project now, or we can carry it out in the next 2 years. Would depend regardless of where we are. So even if my colleague goes to Germany, I travel somewhere, or I even stop doing research and I transition to policy, for instance, I will still be able to maintain that database, so that when the database is about 16 months old, 18 months old, 24 months old, I will now be able to deploy it for the multivariate analysis using regression analysis. What I mean by that is basically multiple variables analyzed based on certain terms. So what we wanted to do that would affect the common man was to find out how certain policies like reducing or increasing the monetary policy rate by the CBN, or closing the land borders, obviously, which led to the surge in inflation, or things like slightly reducing fuel subsidy like we did in 2016 or we did in 2012, how it directly affects the common man. And one very common indicator in macroeconomics for how something affects the common man is the inflation rate. So if you're studying the inflation rate, and especially the subset of the inflation rate, the food inflation rate. By the way, it's very important that I highlight this. In Nigeria, how we study inflation is based on one particular factor, that 50% of the entire aggregate, the entire 100% aggregate of the inflation rate calculation framework is based on aggregate food prices across Nigeria. Very important that I highlight this. Basically, inflation rate is higher if food prices are higher. And the NBS has a very good mechanism for calculating food prices across, or measuring food prices across Nigeria. They have agents, and I think they also have subcontractors that go to almost all the markets in Nigeria to find out daily and weekly food prices across board. I think they now have a basket. If you check their website, there's a formula there, and I had to be familiar with the formula to be able to understand how it affects the common man. So what I'm trying to say here is that the closest and the most realistic indicator for understanding the impact of a particular public policy carried out by government is through inflation or the inflation rate. And 50% of how we calculate our inflation rate are based on food prices. So if things are hard, you would exactly know in 1 month when you decide to check the food inflation rate or the headline inflation, which is obviously 50% of food and then 50% of other prices across board, like services. So hopefully this point has been drilled down. So to answer your question, Otumba, part of the multivariate analysis that we're going to carry was to find out the linked impact of certain policies like increasing or reducing the NPR or the monetary policy rate or the interest rates on the common man. And one way to do that was obviously to observe for the inflation rates when you compare to when they decided to increase the NPR or reduce the NPR. Prior to MFL's recklessness as early as last year, and what I mean by recklessness was just rapidly increasing our NPR from 13.5% to about 18. It's currently 18.5%. There are rumors that in the next MPC, and what I mean by MPC is Monetary Policy Committee, which is held, if I'm not mistaken, every 2 to 3 months in Abuja here, where they decide on key price indicators made and key monetary policy decisions like increasing the monetary policy rate. So they were now behind increasing the NPR from 13.5% to 18.5% over the last 12 months was, according to them, to fight inflation. Now, this is based on their own preconception that Nigeria's inflation is a monetary phenomenon. Now, if you are a student of classic economics, the thinking is generally that inflation is almost always a monetary policy phenomenon or a monetary phenomenon. And I think one economist who has carried this argument till he left us, I don't know why I always keep forgetting him, he's a popular American macroeconomist, just skip my head. And I really like him because he's a favorite of mine. But it doesn't almost always work. It doesn't work in a lot of climes, especially in the Nigerian climate. And this has been the crux of my argument. I've written in articles, I've spoken on TV and on radio station, that Nigeria's inflation environment or inflationary environment or Nigeria's inflation is not a monetary phenomenon. Yes, certain parts of our very high monetary supply has contributed to the devaluation of the naira, which obviously has now contributed to our high inflation rate. But that's not all. That's not all. The major causes of inflation are in macroeconomics, what they call exogenous shocks. These are exogenous shocks are obviously the Ukraine war, first and foremost. Secondly, that land border closure in 2019. A lot of people don't know this, but for me, I think that's the worst public policy that has been carried out by any government in the last 20 years, saying that you want to close land borders to be able to incentivize widespread productivity. It doesn't work that way. And what Buhari did.
100%.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my brother, believe me, I want to engage you all day. But the thing is, it's a show, it's time. We have tons of speakers. I want to ask you questions. So maybe in the next, maybe the last 5 minutes, if you want to just, basically highlight, how those Tinubu did. I mean, and the taxation is the one that caught my head the most. How
of course
it affects. Yeah. So yeah, because we want to take speakers in the next 5 minutes. If you want to just.
Apologies. I just wanted to be as specific and nuanced as possible. But
bro, believe me, a lot of us here were they didn't have violent spaces. But believe me, a lot of us here have followed this economy for years, so we understand. I understand you have it to go more detailed, but my brother, believe me, you're preaching to the choir here on violence. So
of course, it's great that I'm speaking to the choir. It's amazing that everyone shares or almost always shares some of these thinking. I'm going to wrap up in 3 minutes, by the way. I sincerely apologize to everyone on stage for taking time. Just wanted to highlight that the reason why I do not agree with Tinubu's recent policies, especially the informal taxation of the informal traders using the VAT Matan agreement with FIRS, is because it is one too soon. And there's a school of thought in macroeconomics where if you're carrying out a flurry or a number of policy reforms, price shocks happen. It's obvious, obviously. The current price shocks that we're experiencing right now in Nigeria is as a result of the removal of subsidy, one, two, the devaluation of Naira, three, the cost reflective electricity tariffs, and four, the 7.5% VAT on diesel. People don't know, but almost 90% of small and medium businesses actually use diesel generators. So your light scale manufacturers, those people that manufacture chin and put in well packaged leather and go and sell it in your neighborhood mall or store or pharmacy store. These folks use diesel generators to run those outfits, and another 7.5% VAT obviously makes the cost of diesel higher. Let's not forget the cost of diesel increased by almost 800% in the last 12 months, from over 100, I think 190 naira per liter to over 800 in some parts of Nigeria now, and people are buying diesel for over 900. So all of these price shocks, there's a price transmission that happens that can cause production to halt. And if production halts, a recession happens. And Nigeria cannot afford another recession. That would be the third recession in the last 5 years. That would be too much devastation to happen. I'll give you this particular statistics from World Bank. Over 7.1 million Nigerians are expected to slide into extreme poverty between now and December 2020.
Wait, Basil, how is that different from the multidimensional poverty? 130 million already in.
So the multidimensional poverty is a framework.
I beg, repeat that thing again. Before 2023, many people enter poverty first. I beg, repeat that bombshell again.
Yeah, so no, what they're saying, what World Bank are saying is that 7 more million people will slide into poverty. So they are already saying
this poverty will favor me and my family in Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen. But what World Bank are saying is that, of course, they agree with the National Bureau of Statistics Multidimensional Poverty Index, where 133 million Nigerians are extremely poor. Obviously, even the World Poverty Clock corroborates that particular data set. But what they're saying is that we're going to add another 7 million this year due to these price shocks. So, in my thinking, if we're adding 7 million more poor people due to these price shocks, can't we not wait and design well-curated palliative and remedial measures to especially the removal of fuel subsidy, so that Nigerians can be able to manage and endure through this very tight price shocks period, before you now say, okay, let us now tax the informal market or the informal economy with those VAT taxes. So the more you carry out this policy, what you're doing is you're basically destroying the core elements of the economy. People don't know this, but 57% of Nigeria's GDP, that is the size of Nigeria's informal economy.
Can I ask you a conspiracy theory?
Informal economy in the world.
Can I ask you a conspiracy theory? What if that money is somebody trying to recoup the billions he spent on an election, especially knowing that he might be kicked out after 180 days? What does that also do to our economy?
This question you just asked me, I actually was having a conversation with a friend much earlier today, and he was sharing the same thoughts. He was saying, it's either this or he wants to bribe the political elite. Okay, I mean, I'm sure you're seeing the news, 70 billion going to be given to the House of Reps. I don't know how much will be given to the Senate. A huge chunk will also be given to certain arms of the government. The judiciary will also have theirs. A couple of very strong government institutions are also going to partake, which doesn't even make any sense, to be honest, because you are a member of the elite class. You're already well to do. There's over 133 million Nigerians that actually need more realistic palliative measures to be able to measure. And I'm really glad that this is also a solutions-driven Twitter spaces, the violence space. I really applaud the fact that when I came in and I was listening in, there were some very nice common sense solutions that were really being brought up, like the ones of buses, where you're subsidizing the cost of transportation. 90% of our transport medium is through the roads. 90% of vehicular traffic in Nigeria is through the roads. This was calculated by the World Bank, by the way. They had this elaborate study in 2017, and I was very glad to help prepare a paper at a UNCTAD joint workshop in Abuja last year. And when we presented the conference paper through my boss, of course, while we were preparing for the conference paper, the research behind the conference paper, we stumbled across this number. 90% of vehicular and people traffic in Nigeria is carried out by our roads. We don't have existing rail infrastructure.
So,
you know,
so
the rail infrastructure that we have is very minuscule. Yeah, sorry.
So if you want to really address the problem of costs, one of the ways to subsidize transportation, since that's vehicular transportation. But no, Bats with his scheme to embezzle money would rather distribute that money to his friends and his cronies. So I think I buy NCC's theory. I think it's two parts. It's where I think it's also to recoup money, and it's also APC governs with poverty. Poverty is their flagship. The more people they have in poverty, the more people they have thinking washing machines and a decent living is luxury, the more they can stay in power. Because when it comes around election time, they can then go to those people with 5,000 naira, or even get those people to vote on credit, because those people have been poor for 4 years. So but yeah, go ahead and wrap up so we can take
also, but I will wrap up with this last sentence. We have our macroeconomic outlook for the second half of the year coming out next week. It was supposed to be out this week, but a couple of policy decisions made by the president made us to stall so that we could impute that in our projections for the year. And I think one core policy recommendation that we provided was very similar. So that's why I was really happy that I came into the room, and there were already solutions that were similar to what we were already thinking. We like to attack, me and my team, we're very, very obsessed about supply side economics, because we believe that Nigeria's economic challenges are mostly supply side constraints. So when we are trying to bring out recommendations or solutions or ideas for these solutions, we want to target the core places where the pricing is really affecting Nigerians. And we said transportation was one. We also said, secondly, and most importantly, food or food inflation was another one. And if you look at the numbers across states, Nigerians are spending a lot on transportation and food. I'll give you two numbers. In Lagos, 40% of the average earnings of Lagosians goes to transportation. In Sokoto, 90% of the average earnings of the average Sokoto person goes to food. If you can solve these two things for Nigerians, then you can carry out your macroeconomic policy reforms adequately. So if your remedial measures were not targeting these two things, then I'm sorry to say, but you're joking. So the idea that a very widely heralded policy team, some Harvard trained, some Columbia trained, and no offense intended to Wale Edun, is a solid guy, solid professional. But this is my problem with some solid Nigerian professionals, is that they almost always want to adopt the textbook for Nigeria. I think the sign of intelligence is your adaptability to understanding context and nuance. So even if you're well studied in some of the best institutions, and I'm always encouraging people to go and get the best education, because that is obviously what is going to improve you as a person and ensure that you're on the right path to excellence. So if you're getting this best education and then you come to Nigeria and you want to deploy monetary policy reform ideas from the US without understanding that Nigeria is not a monetary policy driven economy, but instead it's a supply side constrained economic environment. And the only way to get this economy thriving is to fix the structural issues that ensure that our supply side constraints are still endemic. And the core of that, of course, is accessing affordable energy, being able to transport yourself swiftly and easily, accessing cheap food, So in our policy recommendations for the macroeconomic outlook, we highlight the need to subsidize at least bus rapid transit systems in every single urban area and peri-urban or semi-urban area in Nigeria, because that's where the bulk of our population is or are. So when you target those large populations that are already struggling, already crumbling to the price shocks, then you ensure that the subsidized bus services for them with very good scheduling and routing. What you're doing here is that someone doesn't need to spend 2,000 naira every day to transport themselves from a peri-urban or semi-urban area in Lagos to core Lagos area, like maybe Marina, or even the island where they have a job that pays them, say, 50,000 naira per month or 60,000 naira per month. What you're doing is that you're ensuring that with that very well-structured bus system, subsidized bus system, they are paying nothing more than
So is this still talking?
150 to 200 naira per day. Now that reduces the load on their purchasing power.
Still talking.
Sorry, I'll just wrap up now. That reduces the load on their purchasing power, and they can manage through the price shocks because they are paying less for transport. Now add the other mechanism, which is the food price mechanism that is already putting incredible pressure on our purchasing power. Some as much as 90% pressure every month if you're a Nigerian that lives in Sokoto right now. Ensure that we get productivity, food productivity up. And the only way to do that in the next 6 months, no offense intended to some people who want to continue to encourage local production, is to ensure that there is a massive flock of food importation.
God bless you.
You know, those FX restrictions on food imports, they are killing us. Nobody is going to be able to meet the 6 million metric tons deficit that we have in rice in the next 6 months. So what do? Ensure that it is cheaper to import rice so that the price of rice or a bag of rice drops from 50,000 naira to 25,000 naira, from 25,000 naira to 10,000 naira. So that when it drops that level, the poor man can afford a plate of rice. The poor man can afford a mudu of gari and continue to push. So I'll just wrap up here.
So, can you hear me, please, Mr. Basil?
I can hear you audible. Yeah.
Okay, I think somebody, Jimmy wanted to ask you a question. Jimmy, wanted to say something?
I just wanted this one where they talk say rice. This guy don't allocate 500,000 acres of land now. That one too will come in handy now for people for Agbado people. How? Hey, no, I'm serious.
Where are the farming inputs? Where are the tractors? The
I love the
thinks
fact
that
that
this is
in as much as it
1851 where we are
sounded
going to be
stupid.
farming like Irishmen in the 1800s. Come on, let them be serious.
God bless
But
you,
I completely
my brother.
agree with you. Yeah.
No, I deliberately brought that up because when you speak to these imbeciles, right? These are the cheap points they'll be coming up with, and it's nice to have an economist like you here to speak, and that's the reason why I brought it up, because they are now shouting, you don't allocate 500,000 acres of land, you don't do this one. Like one idiot that came out on national TV the other day trying to defend the reason why he removed subsidy. Tinubu is a leader. He's trying to introduce electric car. I won't wait. How are you going to fucking power the car? There is no electricity in the country, for crying out loud. So these are the things we're talking about. But thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Meant a lot to a lot of people. Yeah, you're welcome, my brother. Back to you, Saddam.
Thank you, Jimmy. I just wanted to make a correction. I want to highlight here that I'm a policy researcher. I'm not an economist. I studied international and comparative politics at the American University of Nigeria. So I'm not an economist, although I work with some of the best macroeconomists in the country.
The American University of Nigeria. Is it the one in Yola?
Yes, Yola. Yeah, I'm from Yola.
Serious?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Thank you. And
Thanks.
I want to say huge thanks to my friend JP for highlighting that I come here and speaking with the leadership of this space to bring me up. I really appreciate it, and I'm here to answer as many questions as possible that are sent my way.
My brother, thank you. Even though he first went very academic with us, which is understandable. You're very cerebral mind. I mean, listening to you is really yes, you're cerebral mind. I can tell that. But but I think the end of your submission, you got to where we wanted to get to, which was the real implication of what this guy's policy is doing. So thank you. Saddam, over to you. I know you want to take questions.
Thank you, my brother. I'll just leave you. I think we'll leave you up on the speakers. Probably people want to. There's questions for you. Maybe a submission. Probably when you see how the space is run, and probably because definitely when you see how people come here to probably to react to what you have said and what they think about what you have said. Probably you might have a submission to go after that. But let's circle back to our listeners and our speakers right now. Guys, if you have questions for him,
Saddam
you can
Otumba, you
drop
people
your
for this space, these facts and figures, and I don't they take them too far. Which one be say 7 million people go enter poverty before December? Which can you know they ever predict better thing for this church? You know they
It will
predict
favor you.
Cold Stone go give
It will
free
favor
ice
you.
cream
Don't
to,
worry.
to everybody in
It will
Lagos.
favor you. It will favor you. It will
This
favor
with
you.
the trick is once we say it, we'll now say it to favor me, then
It
to
will
change
favor
it. Yeah, if you will favor it, to change it.
Nah,
Favor me, change.
hey, this poverty will favor me.
you. And the painful part about all these predictions is that I think they don't even overstate it. They understate it. When they say
Oh yeah.
7 million, when they say 7 million, it show me say the
Like 14 or 15 million.
times 2. You go times 2 you know it is just crazy. But guys, let's go back to our speakers. How we have wonderful speakers up here. Thank you guys for your patience. We have more hours today. Saturday is our long space. So I think I'm gonna start with Mommy Bolale as usual.
Wait, before you go, sorry, Basil. I think the economist you're trying to remember was I think Igosaki sent it to me. Was it
What? Sorry?
The economist you were trying to remember, Arigosaki sent it to me. Is it Milton Friedman? Was that
Yes, Milton Friedman. Yes, I have this thing where I completely forget something when I really want to use it or deploy it. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
If there's anything I take away from your submission after despite everything you've said, is the last part when Jimmy tried to introduce you as an economist and you openly came out and said you're not an economist, to clear your name quick. Like one of my brother that is the small stout, the small stout of
Saddam, this heaven, Pastor Koju no allow you pass the main gate. This angle way, this Sega Mega Drive where they go.
He's a lawyer.
One more thing for Saddam.
Basil, this one way they quickly forget things. I recommend just try and eat a egg every single day. Nobody forget anything. A egg.
To be as fit as sand.
All right, thank you, my brother, for coming. You see how this is clear your name. Everyone will say you're going to interview, they will call you a legal luminary. Legal luminary. You could just sit down there with table where the chair where they give yourself, you could increase the chair for you. You will not call push the head. Legal luminary, second link.
Saddam, why they do like that? All you have to just say in your defense is great men schooled from home, please.
I don't say your law now for Twitter. Now for Twitter, me and you read law together. For School of UCMC and UC Maxwell and Webber Nigerian Law School. For Twitter, you read our law. Thank you, my brother, for defending your name. Before tomorrow, we'll call you economist. Yeah? Thank you. All right, let's open up the floor. Let me start with Bolali. In that order, Mommy, good evening. Have the space, please.
Oh gosh, you guys are something else. Good evening. Good evening from my side. How are you, Emir? Saddam, N6, Otumba, Jimmy, well meaning Nigeria, everyone on the space, our special guest. Wow. I was like, Bolale, take off your usual Twitter, cap off and put on your academic cap on so you can understand what's being said. But basically, bottom line is renewed Shege is renewing itself to the extent that by the end of the year, 133 million, if it reach 150 million or more. So basically, that's the bottom line, right? And people should be really worried about that because 8K will do nada, because when you have food inflation and the other structural problems we have in our society, then basically what people have as disposable income is dwindling into nothing, which worries me. I should worry most Nigerians, but the Yoruba Ronu people and APC people will not think about that, right? And when we're making this argument, they might think we're thinking about ourselves, but most of us on this space are all right. You know, I mean, it's like even in the UK when we have this cost of living crisis, right? And the government, even though it's a Tory government that is against the welfare state, recognize that they will enter inflation and they will enter if they go down this road, it will not portend a good thing for the economy. They had to do, because people have to have disposable incomes, right, to pay into the economy to keep it going. And therefore they targeted those who are on the lowest incomes. And these are not people that are wage. These are usually people who are on wage or people who have in-work benefits, right? And they're doing it not because they're stupid or because they have money. I'm sure our deficit is also not great, but they're doing it because they understand the economy and the impact it will have on our GDP and everything going forward long term. But in Nigeria, they don't care. The 1% of the 1% only care about themselves, right? And that is the sad thing, right? And that is why a lot of us, regardless of our tribe or our religious leaning, queued up behind P2B, because we saw very clearly that this man has looked at Nigeria, looked at our the structural difficulties we have that are stopping Nigeria from thriving, right? And came up with solutions, not solutions couched in flowery language, basic economics that made sense to anybody that had a modicum of sense, right? And yes, we have a lot of people in Nigeria who have no sense, right? So it is sad because until the judges sack this man, they're going to further damage Nigeria, and Nigerians are going to go hungry. It is really sad. Right, that's all I needed to say about that. But also, I want to wish Sister Madonna a happy birthday. I mean, she has been one of our mummies in the movement in Lagos State. The woman she knows sense. She was right out there being active. You would never know that she's a 60-year-old woman. She was rolling with the younger ones. She was very active, and I just wish her many, many, many more happy returns. I only learned the other day that she was the mother of triplets. So yeah, better. I am greeting you. Have a wonderful day. Send my cake by DHL. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Ma. I'm guilty. Well, Madonna, no vex, no vex. You see, that wish,
Sadam, I actually remembered. I was going to say that before I do the roll call, but the guy came through and it was much needed. But thanks for bringing it up, Auntie Bolanle.
Keep my mind, honestly. Keep my mind, honestly. Happy birthday, Mommy Madonna. God bless you, ma. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. I think I will also just add up my 1 or 2 cents to what Mombalana just said right now. This woman is one Amazon of this movement. She lost her husband in the course of the campaign, actually, and it was one of those sad moments. We all were all down with her, and in a few weeks this woman was back on her feet again and pushing and most of the victories we saw in Lagos, I can categorically say that woman was one of those salient people that you will not know that she was doing those hard work, getting agents, screaming with all her voice, as in where she sees problems, she's out there, and you will never know that this woman is a 60-year-old woman, as probably say, young and fit as a fiddle. Happy birthday, ma. God bless you. Hopefully, if you can come up here, and say hi. People say hi, and on the violence space as well, we do show you some love. Send you some little money to say happy birthday, ma. Buy some cake, buy something. You deserve everything. Thank you very much for all you do and your sacrifices. God bless you, ma. All right. I think I will allow. Let's take a next speaker. Oh yeah, Jimmy should come in. Hey,
Saddam, let me read Madonna's comment in the comment section.
Wait, Jimmy do okay. Jimmy do show. Then you will start. You will read comments. Then we'll open up the floor again. Jimmy, please come in now.
Okay. I'll do the great thing, but before I do that, I want everybody to listen to this. This was Peter Obi's speech today at the graduation. Please.
Know that the only certificate, the only capital The only thing you need is good education, which will mold good character, remain a good person, remain a disciplined person, remain truthful, always do the right thing. It is easy to say that if you do the wrong thing, you get fear. It's easy to say that only bad people succeed in Nigeria. But please, do not be part of them. That is what we are trying to change. Remain with your classmates, because I can tell you, in the next Nigeria, you will not be a leader unless you attended a school, unless people know your classmates, unless you have good certificates. We want to change it. I want to face better, and they will say, yes, he was in class with this person, this person, this person, and it will be celebrated. And you bring your certificate, nobody will doubt you. Because you want
Okute.
We want you to go to university. And parents, thank you for sending the children to this school. Thank you for being there. It is not easy to educate children today. It is a difficult thing. Often at times, the choice between how to feed and how to pay even the little school fees is difficult. Especially in a difficult place now where nobody knows who is poor, who is rich. I'm telling my people, go and find how they roll for this 8,000. Because we have millions of people that will fight them. But even those that are paid like teachers,
You told me for 8,000 naira. Oh my goodness.
Now
Guys,
this man now be the real violence.
bro, did you hear what he said?
Intellectual violence.
He they tell the graduating students, say, remember your classmates. Because in the nearest future, they will come in handy. People you went to the same school with, remember them. He's letting them know that school is not a scam. He's letting them know that people are now saying you have to be bad to be a Nigerian. No, you don't have to. Going
He's
to
also
school,
throwing shade at Tinubu.
then you understand. Going to school will now be credible. He said, make them not worry with what they go on now, because it is what we are trying to change. So remember your schoolmates, because they will come in handy in the nearest future. That was Peter Obi's speech today.
Me, my own is I heard, remember your classmates before somebody will claim he was part of you people in the future. Remember them today.
But let's really look at this man called Bola Tinubu in just like in 2 minutes. A very braggadocious kind of person. If Bola Tinubu really went to school, if he really went to school, honestly speaking, where they could carry his certificate, his real certificate, they throw on our faces. If he was truly a first class student, just imagine the class of 99.
If he truly went to school with the amount of money he has made in life, he would have either changed the school or changed one of his teachers' life.
I swear. No, just look at how they paraded the class of 99 and brought them to Aso Rock. So some people say, class of 99, people don't say that class of criminal governors, his fellow criminals. Imagine his set, say truly Tinubu get set. He will come at class of 77 or class of 66 or class of, they go do parade. They go rub off our face.
You still they go far. Make I give you another angle. Imagine say one day we get one president. We invite class of 99, but him no the class of 99. They're going to look at and say, come, which state? I mean, a state for Cameroon where you govern. Which state? So now we be class of 99. When I look that man, no say, now classmates. But we, they ask, when I say, prior to that 99, which other classmate we in get? He no fit show us. They follow the angle.
Tizo is good from home. Great men do.
All right.
Which class for whom? Which class for whom? He makes great men like him. Where are they? They're supposed to get association.
Where the lesson teacher? If in school for where the agama lizard where they the wall when in the school for house.
All right, guys. All right, Jimmy, if you want to come down with the anthem, is good. If not, we'll just go back to our speakers. Go on, bro.
Lady Liberty, call me wealth. Arigo Saki, Auntie Annie, Mr. Colade, Mr. Beju, Ikeji, Auntie Bolande, Auntie Madonna, they celebrate God's will, attitude, Oga JP, the real West, Auntie Lami, Magnific Duke, Miss Naomi, Sweet Angel, Auntie Auntie Derry, Auntie Duncan, Antonia, the President, Ayobami, Hey Say Boss, Auntie Grace, Oluwarotimi, Auntie Lily, Lady 18, Mr. Wilson, Project B, Amazing, Ademoju, Mr. John Bell, Auntie Nano, Mr. Gregory, Mr. Conrad, Yuri Choma, Gaboni, Jerry and Manita, Odo Akaji, Auntie Nina, Dash Dare, Professor Street, Milondo, oh yes, Mr. Alex, Agunewi, Mr. Rapide, Papa Gino, Mr. Taiwo, same card, Auntie Gabriel, Mr. Hager, Auntie Taji, Oluwadamilare, Mr. OT, Dr. Aruna, okay, Armstrong Wet, Mr. Waleski, Olawaski, Sim Jura, Ogataka, Special Info, Mr. Lamidi, Puka, Mr. Seawen, Auntie Amara, Majo Nigga, Mr. OB, Captain Niger, Mr. Valerie, Uncle Tony, AK Priest, Mr. Joshua, Margarita, Akoni, Citizen D, Mr. Landry, Mr. D-Lich, Mary White, Larry Olico, Isi Meme, Emeka Ike, TK Baby, Ayodeji, Mr. Obi, Mrs. G Soul, and that is it for now. 90 names in total. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Back to you, sit down.
90 names divided by 8,000. How many now? Yeah, if we divide 90 names by 8,000. No mathematician on this platform. Basil, are you here? Basil. Hey, Basil don't go down. Basil, please come back. I see you. Oh, with times, is it times or divide? Make you know the one we go. Oh, yeah, oh, guys. Please, for you guys that joined us late, our violence-based judiciary on trial challenge has been postponed by 2 weeks. Yes, 2 weeks, so that we can have more and more entries. Yeah, entries. We have a whole lot of entries already. Please use the hashtag violence-based JOT challenge on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Twitter, and watch out and listen to amazing entries already, both skits and music. Hopefully, from next week we'll start playing some of them up on the platform for you guys to listen. And please, guys, you guys making the music, please do not put copyright on it, though. We don't want any copyright. Allow people to be able to stream it freely without restrictions. Thank you. Oh yeah, well, I think you got to come in with a comment right now.
Before women start taking speakers, I just want to say happy birthday to Madam Madonna once again. God bless you, long life and prosperity. And a lot of obedience are actually reaching out to people. They know themselves on this space right now. They're reaching out to people financially, regardless whatever it is. You guys know yourself. And they've been doing a lot to support people back home. God bless you. You know yourselves. You don't want you don't want your name mentioned. And Mr. Oluwarotimi made a tweet earlier on today. It's just a couple of websites for anyone interested in remote jobs. Okay, it's on the jumbotron. You can click on it, fill it out, and you can actually work from wherever you are, and you can make your money in dollars or pounds sterling. The websites are there. He listed the whole thing, so you can check it out. It's up there. And God bless you guys. You know yourself. You've been doing a lot for obedience in the background, and people don't know about it. They don't want their names mentioned. They've even reached out to people through me. God bless you guys. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much. I can't thank you guys a lot enough. God bless you. Well-meaning Nigeria, back to you now. We can take
Yeah, thank you very much, Jimmy. I mean, I just wanted to read some of the comments, but I want to start from Mommy Maduna. Of course, she already said violence space. Today is my birthday. Oh. Then she says, Thanksgiving service for God. Don't defeat our enemies for us. Music to be supplied by Wahala Records, led by Jimmy. Come with your tithe and offering. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Mommy Madonna. A new Nigeria needs a new you, says, as Madam Peju says. Jimmy, thank you for reminding everyone. All we need right now is just Peter Obi. We do not need a Fenifere or hip-hop drama. Just Peter Obi is all that we need. Nigerians need to fix this country for all. Peter Obi already won, and everyone should put in effort to return into the return of his mandate. Omega X has his record, his JOT challenge record right here, and he says INEC sham election put us for tension over evidence they this ground. So that's like the lyrics of the song. Nigeria is bleeding because of corruption. Too much evidence they this ground. So then we have Meticulous say Jimmy's submission that poor people are corrupt because of the state of their poverty is not. We all remember Dejani, our husband, something. Anyway, Antonia says 25% in FCT is sacrosanct. Video of INEC returning officer now seen FCT. But people get the video of this thing, so there's no evidence you can give. The video is available. Shrub says Basil. Super glad to hear you on the space today. Brilliant submission, my brother. Choma has the same feeling. Choma said, Basil, thank you very much for taking your time to educate Nigerians. I particularly love it. A lot of people will definitely play back. Happiness, Kai. God help us. Roy Biapara says, violence space is exactly what it says on the thing, with a very eye-opening emoji. God's will Rita says, hello, at Court of Appeal. She tags the Court of Appeal and says, okay, she said, hello, at Court of Appeal, don't tell us, say their judgment not go based on technicalities. But as the day goes, so Tinubu's lawyers final written address now show say at technicalities they put I. She now says, if you like, believe the judiciary and face corner. But as for me, I did look them. Lastly, I'll just take Ladieti, like so many comments, I can't take all of them. Ladieti says Nigeria is a country traumatized, but they just don't know it. In a country where nothing works, it can only wrap the mind of citizens. Ogabo said 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. Okay, I think that's where I'll stop for the comments now. Salam, over to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, guys. Please keep the comments coming in, and we'll be taking them as much as we can. YouTubers, Facebookers, the Violence Radio Station, guys, we see and we hear you guys. Thank you for sticking with us on the platform. All right, let's go back to our amazing contributors and speakers. Thank you for your patience. For gender equality, we'll be taking a guy, a lady, a guy, a lady, a guy, a lady. If you're Bobrisky, if you're Tinubu was a woman in America and came back to Nigeria and became a man. The first transgendered black human being, Tinubu. If you're Tinubu, raise your 2 hands up. Please, if you're up here and you want to speak, your hands will be up. If not, I will have to drop you for other speakers. Thank you very much. All right, let me go to my brother that keeps to time all the time. He keeps to time all the time. And you know yourself, if I don't have to call your name, just mute your mic and speak, please. I get like 4 guys for this place now. If you know say they keep to time, unmute your mic and speak.
He know himself. He go down on mute. He know himself.
You know how we get speak. The ones we know say they go do speak like 24 hours. Where I will pursue all of you people there. They are laughing. They cannot do it on their mic. They know themselves. They know themselves. Oh, Mr. Kolade, please speak. You know, they don't want to keep the time. Oh, yeah, thank you in secondary school. Mr. Kolade.
I think he's speaking, but we can't hear him. Mr. Kolade, we can't hear him.
Mr. Kolade, go down and come back. Go down and come back, eh?
They don't get them.
Accurate, thank you. I will not bring any people.
Then carry you do call me wealth. Call me wealth and they don't blow and powder. They know you.
Let me bring him back up. I think I will have to. If your hands are not up, I have to drop you. Please, no vex. Please, that's how we do on this platform. If your hands are not up, we drop you. Madam Annie, please raise up your hands. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kolade.
Yes,
accurate timekeeper. Panel of judges. Accurate timekeeper.
My brother, thank you so much, Jari. Jimmy, what photo? All right, I greet everyone. Sisu, I salute you, everybody. Auntie Bolanle, and to the birthday mommy, I salute everyone. Today. Let me even start by saying this. Look, this morning, over the night, when I was going through these people's petition, and I went side by side to the Electoral Act, and something shocked me there. So now I was able, as what's it called, a guy that was analyzing this thing, because it's stated in the Electoral Act that anybody in office pending where the determination of the petition or whatever, any amount is spent or receives will not be queried. It will go with it. It's stipulated in the law. So now I can add the 1 and 2 together to why these guys will spend so much money or give themselves so much money, because the law has already allowed them to go with it after the election. So which is madness for me. So that is on one side. Look, today, I want to talk on the report these people brought. Thank you so much, well-meaning Nigeria, my good brother, for your analysis. But obedience, I want to tell you categorically right now that this APC lawyer and Tinubu lawyer, the guys are scammer. They are big scammer. He wants to scam the judiciary. And judiciary, if you are here on this platform, listening well, if they scam you, we no go agree. We will collect our own mandate back. So do not be scammed. The guy is trying to confuse you. So don't be confused. What is on ground is a very straightforward, simple matter. Okay? So all these they are parabolating about transfer, transmission, upload, and co. Don't let them deceive you. There is only 3 places, which is the Electoral Act. Lawyers can come and claim, come and dispute what I'm saying. The Electoral Act, 3 things we have to go: Electoral Act, the guidelines, and the manual for the election. All these are relating to INEC. And the three of them specify that results must be transferred, either they use transfer, transmitted, or upload from polling units. And their witness has come to testify in court that that did not happen. Our witness who said it that, look, don't come and put, initially we all knew that they would put it on AWS, and we stopped that immediately. And they could not even say, they admitted that AWS was up and running. Now they say it was their application, which means they've admitted that they could not transfer or transmit or upload. So that is so simple. If you could not do it, that means you've already contravened the law. It's that simple. There's no corner anywhere, please. So please let this be on record today that you did not transmit, transfer, or upload whatever English you want to use from the polling units. Because as at the day, 3 days after the election, when you announce the results, you get it, you only had 30-something% upload when you announce results. So that means automatically you did not fulfill that part. So don't come and start using your grammar or come and tell us, make it look as if it's just a small portion of the process. That is one of the most important portion of the process. The Electoral Act says that voting would not complete. That is the last step you will complete. You must do to complete voting under the Electoral Act before you now move to collation of results under the Electoral Act. So it's so simple. So please don't come and confuse us at all. We know, and judicially, we are saying this so that you know that we know. Okay? We know that we know. We are all reading now. I've never read this thing in my life before. But now I've taken it written in simple English. We all know now. So please don't think of any technicality. It won't work. You have to go through the law, our books, and judge based on that. That's what I came to say today. Thank you very much, my people. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. As usual, keeping to time. Thank you. Okay, let's circle back to a lady right now. I think Ekene has been here, so I'll come to Ekene. I'll come to Call Me Lexi, then welcome to Liberty, in that order. Yeah. All right, can I have the space? Good evening.
Hi everyone, good evening. Good evening, Saddam, Otumba, Sizo, Jimmy, Wame, Nigeria. Good evening, everyone. First off, thank you so much for bringing our economist, in quotes, or policymaker to the mic, because I honestly learned so much from his speech today. I took the time to listen to everything he had to say. And again, I highlight, a lot of people don't understand the reason why we're supporting Peter Obi. Maybe they think we're supporting because it's time for an able person to be in power. There are two things Peter Obi has stood for. One is the right for every Nigerian to be very educated. Two is for converting our crave or high for consumption to production. And people don't understand that the policies that you set in place are what would determine that. Now these people have gone to create policies to further demoralize people from education. You've gone to create policies that will further tax people. I'm just coming from a restaurant, and if you see the taxation on the restaurant bill, what Nigerians are going through, like it's people are not speaking about it enough. Businesses are suffering. I went to this thing called the Fashion Street Souk, and I saw at least over 300 businesses in that space. Most of them selling Nigerian-made wares. But guess what? There's nowhere to export them to, because the cost of exportation from Nigeria to another country is so high that it's almost not worth it to export these things. What I expect this person that wants to come and collect whatever he wants to collect, even if it's for a short time, is to strengthen our policies, strengthen our exportation policy. People need to export the things that we're making here, turn it from consumption to production. Let us produce, build more refineries, build more manufacturing plants so that we can actually make things here and export them for cheaper prices. Let us export to our neighboring countries. But no, it is to further demoralize and tax people. This renewed Shege has not even started. Honestly, it hasn't even touched. People cannot even buy groceries. It is so bad, so bad. We've not even gone into the middle class part of people that are even earning earning. See, do you know how crazy it is? The Nigerian youth, came out of school with they got no jobs, and went into content creation to create jobs for themselves. That's part of the reason why TikTok is doing exponentially well in Nigeria. But yet we have no good taxation policies that these platforms are taking so much money back from content creators. So I ask people, like, how do you want Nigerians to cope? Agbadonians, how do you want to cope? If the actual middle class is complaining, I don't even want to even know what people are doing. I will see interviews of people talking about they voted for Tinubu because it's time for a Yoruba person to enter power, not because he can actually do the job. Then when you're done with that interview, you will not go and hustle for fraud, or you enter Kodope to go and be moving up and down and hustling your daily 2K. Every day I'll come on this platform and I'll say something very simple. The Nigerian judiciary, I don't think you are ready for the anger you're about to face. Every day I will come on here and I will explain the demoralization the people feel. Every single time I go out, I feel it. I was listening to the violence space at a restaurant, and the staff there were asking me, what are they saying? Where are we right now as a country? We want to know so that we know when we hit the streets. They are asking, they want to know. People are tired. You have one job. And I think, honestly, and I pray to God Almighty, that something in you people's hearts, something touches your heart, because you don't want to understand the anger Nigerians feel. It is not the poor it's everybody that will hit you. And if you think your people are safe abroad, it's a joke. Nigerians are in every country. Nigerians are in every single country. If you want to find out, there's a Nigerian in at least almost every single country in the world. So joke around. As Zensis will say, fuck around and find out. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my sister. They should fuck around and find out. The problem is that they cannot even go to some countries now because they are banning them up and down now. They don't get away to it. There's some countries they don't enter. And that's where they will stay in Nigeria and eat that money in Nigeria with Nigerians anger all over them. Let them fuck around and find out. Thank you very much. All right, let me come to you. Call me Lexi.
Bro, one quick one before you go to Lexi. This their weary man don't go Kenya now. He don't go Kenya. So I went under that 98 poster. I went under that tweet and I said it. I said, Kenya authority, men now put aside diplomacy. Search the plane here. Make them search that plane. Something there inside, drug there inside that plane. Make them go search that plane properly. And guess what? The bigots. Now so they come for me. One did you say, what is wrong with you, this southeasterners? Now me in the course, now Yoruba man, you call me southeasterners. You guys are just you're talking to your president like that. Southeasterner, you're probably here listening to me now. I'm not a bigot like you. Family I'm not because of I don't chop dodo. I'm saying it the way it is. He's a drug dealer. He's a drug dealer. I won't say because he's Yoruba. Olori buruku ni oleni. Otingbe lukudi. Otingbe lubo. He's a fucking drug dealer. Make them search that plane. The only reason why they will not search is simply because they will consider it as a diplomatic cargo or whatever. But if they put diplomacy, make them search that plane. He's a drug dealer. He's not our president. He is not our president. We did not vote for him. He was elected. I won't say because he's Yoruba. I'm not a bigot like you guys. I'm not interested in that rubbish. Obedient, stand your ground. Anywhere you see this man, drag out from him brokos. Make international community know. Say no, be us. Put this man here. May una they disgrace him before he go disgrace us for international public. No, be us put him. He forced himself. We don't want him. He's not our president. Come down with the he's not our president. Thank you. Call me Lexi. You can go now. I won't wait.
Thank you so much, Uncle Jimmy. Fantastic submission. Good evening, everyone. Emir Saddam, Sizu, Wemini, Liberty, Mommy Bolanle. I hope you are feeling good now. You see Maxwell, you guys, thanks so much. You see, obedient now. We have now become loyal. We have been trained without going to school. We have known the constitution just because one man tell us to follow the right path. I have no issue. For everything everybody has been saying, it is two things I learned here. The first from Wemini, all what Wemini said was that Tinubu commit perjury. He lie on their oath. That one last time, penalty is disqualification. That one is enough. We don't even want to understand 25%, 27%. That one is enough to disqualify him. And secondly, our economists have said, prepare again. Even though we obedient have prepared, we know ourselves. We already know that poverty is just going with these people. They have even cast again. We should be ready for another millions of people to go down. How long will we continue suffering? The only groceries Nigeria can afford now is garri and the pan sugar. And if you are taking that once in a day, go and sleep, because there is no hope for a better future. For how long are we going to continue with this? Yeah, we don't know how we get to this place, but how we are going to get out of here, it's for I and you. He has already bribed the judiciary. Me, I don't have problem. If he like, give them anything he wants, they must disqualify him. That one is enough. Every day when I wake up, that's what I posted. Tinubu commit perjury and he must be disqualified. He lied on that oath. That one is enough. I don't want to hear anything again. How are we going to tell our upcoming generation that go to school? Everybody already saying school is scam. Because what is the hope for a common man? Our last hope is on the judiciary. There is no 2027. Uncle Jimmy always said, let's be honest with ourselves. You think if they went away with this, 2020, they will allow you to gather yourself. Suya, Gidi, face you and spray you. Nothing will happen. They will continue like that. There is no 2027. It's either now or never. Why do you think we come together to make this submission? It's because we saw the future. And the future is now. Nobody will gather here again in the next 1-2 years. Everybody will have moved back to their shell. It is left for the judiciary to help us. And it is better they do it right now. Now or never. They should put their name in the book of life, because they are the only hope of the Nigerian. If Nigeria cannot work for me, work for everyone of it shouldn't work for anybody. It's possible. Kakuku daru kasunino, kat badobu ejek everywhere scatter. It cannot be working for you and me. I will be suffering. What will I use 8,000 for? Is it for a bar? Is it for Gary? For what? You want to keep us in poverty. We should not be coming every month. Kawama bebe. We should not be coming and be begging every month for 8,000. It cannot even create wealth. We will not be begging for 8,000. I need the mic.
My brother, thank you very much. Even I had to laugh, it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. 8,000 every month. It will favor us, fam. It favor us and our family. All right, Madam Liberty, you can come in now. Good evening. You have the space, man.
Thank you so much, my brother Saddam. Sizo, how are you, Ray? Jimmy and everyone. In fact, I want to thank you guys for bringing in Basilibia. I really had some questions for him, but he's dropped off. Anyway, this is the angle I want to come with this. I want to address my fellow diasporans. Now, if you all remember, when Peter B at the start of the whole campaign, I think if I'm correct, please, if I'm wrong, somebody let me know. Among all the three political parties, which one was campaigning, promising diaspora voters if he were to win? I believe it was only Peter B of the Labour Party. Now, I want to put all my diasporan obedience on notice, please. Now, the same effort you are seeing in Nigeria to, how do I put it now, romance and gather legitimacy for the incumbent as we have it today. There is a ploy, it's not verified, but I can assure you something. I was called into a Zoom and there was a discussion. Apparently, there is a haste to sponsor a bill. You know, these people are stealing all. In fact, Peter B did not say much. He only gave them snippets, and all the snippets he has given, they are trying to implement. Now, there is a ploy to sponsor a bill for diaspora voting to the point that they are suggesting. So,
Hold on.
obedience in
Hope is not that
diaspora.
one. Hope is not that one. That's Ned Nwokwa. What they call one sponsor. That one will be like Ragolis water.
Don't mind them. So I just want to even speak to my diasporans. I think we should be very united in our focus, in not giving any form of legitimacy whatsoever. Because I'm thinking, why would you be championing something when currently on ground in Nigeria, you are not calling the current government to account? You are not standing at opposition that you should be in saying, do something for the immediate relief of people at home. So for me, I think it's just like putting the, how they talk, putting the cat before the horse. So it's just, for me, it's a wasteful exercise. I can see in between, but already I can see how our Nigerians in diaspora, a lot of people falling over themselves. Oh, you know, so please let us stay united. Let us stay focused, because they know in diaspora, we mostly are the ones putting the pressure on. And now the idea is to come into the community and disseminate and scatter and distract us. So please let us stay focused, because I tried to ask some very pointed questions and I wasn't allowed, because obviously they had the way they wanted to take the conversation to. So I just wanted to alert you guys. I'm glad Jimmy is aware of this. So I'm sure, because I did screenshot it to Saddam, and I'm thinking, what the hell, what is this? I thought it was going to be a meaningful discussion, but I could see already it was just like an white elephant project. In terms of the, well, my people, what can I say? I think from what Basilibia said, everything he has described and explained to us makes sound Nigerian economic sense. And I think if anything, I am so hopeful that when we get our mandate back, you see, the idea that because we are in diaspora and we know better than those in Nigeria, I think we should begin to remove that preconception from our mind, because there are a lot of technocrats in Nigeria. All they need is an enabling environment and the country will thrive. All we in diaspora have to do is to continue to pile the pressure, to make sure there is an enabling environment for everybody, home and abroad, to thrive and do business. So the idea, so no diaspora should believe that, oh, because I'm living abroad, I know better than those living in Nigeria. Please, 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 let us throw that out of our mind completely. Let us throw that out of our mind completely, because yes, I'm a Nigerian. Yes, I'm proud to be one. I haven't lived in Nigeria going to 30 years. So I cannot, for the life of me, want to just come in there and say that I want to take charge. Nigerians are the most educated, enlightened human population in the world. So we just need a very, very productive and enabling environment, which we know when Peter Obi is given his due mandate, things will begin to transform in Nigeria. So I want to encourage us, diasporas, especially. I can see a ploy, please, when they throw in the carrots, let us not be running after it like complete rabbits. Let's be mindful. Let's be as savvy. Let's be as bright and as intelligent as we have always been. God help us. God bless us. I yield the mic. Saddam.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Dibati. Thank you. All right, let's go real quick. Arigosaki, you're next, then Chini, then AG came in that order. Arigosaki, you have the space, please. Good evening.
Yeah, may I use this opportunity to thank Women in Nigeria for that very carefully comprehensive analysis of the antics that the APC Lego team, tried to deploy in that very reply. I mean, I just listened to his analysis here, and it was quite cerebral. I didn't think in that direction. I was quite worried since yesterday after people recited the content of the reply. But now I think we have been able to see that there are a lot of elements of that very reply that is quite largely flawed. Obedience, let's keep on keeping on, and let's push in this narrative. I think I would suggest, let's always create some short tweets on every part of that reply, so that it will be going on the social media space, so that the court of public opinion will keep shaping the narrative. So all we want is a very good Nigeria, a better Nigeria, and let's keep on our activism here. Let's keep on exercising our moral and legal rights, civic rights, and make sure that these Supreme Court, our Nigerian judiciary is saved, so that they will do the right thing. That's what I wanted to say. Nothing much, Saddam. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to air this view.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Arigosaki. Thank you. All right, let's go with the conversation. I think who's going to go next? I think Chino. Yeah, Chino was going to go next. Then AG came in that order. Then I'll come to you, Kid Mali, in that way. Arigo, thank you. All right, Chini, if you can hear me, please unmute and speak. Our ladies, please come up to speak today. Oh.
Thank you, madam. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Elmi, for that submission. Really.
Oh, are you using your earpiece?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Thank you, Elmi, for that submission. Very, very insightful. Calling Olani Beku a poor lawyer is really, is just, I don't know any other better word to call him. From the moment he asked questions about having an expired passport, relinquishing your citizenship, I just knew that even I, that is not a lawyer, there were other ways to argue that, but he chose that stand. At that point I knew that this, I don't know what is going on here. Like, it was a lot of chaos. So I was just going to talk about what's going on within the country in terms of the whole bribery, the whole embezzlement, different schemes. Within every government, there are different ways to loot money. It could be embezzlement, it could be bribery, money laundering, which our dear Olani Beku and his team are saying is not, through their witness, says it's not a crime. Yeah. Then there are points where government bring in ghost employees. I want to bring up that because my mom is a teacher in Abia State, and then I asked her, "Have they paid you your salary? Do you know OT?" And then she says no, and I asked why. She says 2 weeks ago, over a very large number, up to 500,000 people were investigated or were fished out. Ghost workers, like names, not people now, names. Since 2020, some have been on retirement since 2020, some before 2020, but their names were still on the payroll, receiving salary, or some salaries were going out of the Abia State pocket to those names in the name of people still working. So right now, OT have been trying to clean up the system, fishing out lots of, like she said, so far they've recovered not so much, but about 35 million. Based on that one alone, like a lot of people. So people that they caught that were in the system that had retired, whenever each of anybody they catch or people that they caught will say, I can't go down alone. I'm going to name people. And then names start coming out. People are being caught, like more and more things are being revealed. So this is one of the ways government embezzles money. Our government in Nigeria, they also divert public money for their personal gains. I would talk about maybe example 2 contracts, fake contracts. At this point, I remember when Bassey was talking and he said the guy that is manning the whole economic policy, Tinubu's economic policy is trying to apply what's happening in the abroad in Nigeria. The truth is that even the policymakers in abroad know how these are government functions. Even people like World Bank, people like UN, they understand the system. They've been in Nigeria for the longest of time. So they know that our government do not care. Whatever you push to them, they will take. There are a lot of publicly available policy documents, contracts, procurement documents. If you look at the document that binds every contract that we take from World Bank, binds Nigeria and World Bank, you will see that all the clauses, all the conditions for those contracts or for those loans are in favor of World Bank. Let me give you an example. If Nigeria is taking money from World Bank to service a contract in quote. So why I put the contract in quote is because it's possible it's a fake contract. Because it's possible it's something that existed. For example, you have something like Ministry of Power, Transition Company of Nigeria, Nigeria Integrated Power Project. They are all power projects, right? So within these power projects, you see repeated contracts, the same contract, the same scope, outlined as something that should be carried out. And then Nigeria take loan from a bank like World Bank, and those loans are being the binding contract is one contract from World Bank, and they call it World Best Practice. The same contract that binds Nigeria with World Bank, the same contract that binds the rest of the world with World Bank in similar situations, you get. So for every of the loan they take, there is a contract, and those contracts are good for the good country, for the developed countries, for those who are not corrupt in quote, or for those who understand accountability, understand that there are consequences to their actions. But for a country like Nigeria that do not, or that people that govern Nigeria do not have that, do not give shit about the country, they go ahead and follow that and sign those documents. They are publicly available documents. In a procurement contract, for example, if Nigeria is taking loan from World Bank for a project, the disbursement terms for that loan is 10% upon contract agreement. Like we are giving you this loan, this is contract you want to carry out. You've selected your people. You've agreed that these people are going to carry out this contract. You're giving them 10% of that money. At least each contract is not worth less than $200 million. So put that in perspective. So you're giving this contractors 10% of the worth of the contract. Then the contractors, for example, go abroad, manufacture some equipment, some stuff, and say, we've done this. And then they ship and they submit their X works to World Bank. World Bank goes through CBN, approvals happen, World Bank pays out 80%. Follow me. And then when the equipment you gets to wharf, whether it's cleared or it's not cleared, the contract says upon installation, 5% of the money will be paid to you. Upon commissioning, 5% of the money will be paid to you. You and I know that 90% of these contracts, in quotes, 90% of the money has been paid to the contractors as at the point they ship out this whatever equipment they said they're going to buy for any form of contract happening on ground in Nigeria. Who cares if 10% is going on or not? And these same scopes are being opened again for new loans. Like for you to collect loan from World Bank, you will say why you're collecting those loans. These things are recycled. And the people like World Bank, they know this is Nigeria. They know, yeah, we need to make money too. We are in business. We're not giving them money for free. They are interested on this loan. So them. And those contracts say you must draw down your money within so period. So Nigerians will keep drawing down money. If you don't draw down the money, World Bank holds back their loan. So what do you expect? These are embezzlement. These are some form of bribery. So now Tinubu has taken it one step ahead. You get? He's now collecting loan in the name of palliative, but then going in broad daylight to bribe the lawmakers and the judiciary. It's a very, like, there are no consequences. That is what they've known. They've always known. Most of these politicians think there are no consequences to their actions. People think there is no, for the past how many years, 16 years or so, he has been in charge. There are no consequences for what he's doing. So it's a very crazy one, but I'll round up by saying that I liked that the address, the APC address mentioned that they were referring to. They mentioned the reference to past judgments in their addresses. I hope they also remember that the case between Buhari and Obasanjo, when they mentioned about the 25%, two-thirds of FCT, the ruling on that case said that although even it doesn't matter if Buhari won FCT, the most important thing is that Obasanjo got 25% of the FCT. So as they are referring, they should also remember those ones that are relevant to them. I'm going to conclude my submission. From consumption to production, even GEJ was paying Nigerian producers to export, paying once you can produce something that can be exported. GEJ was paying a fraction of the cost of your produce, paying back as dividends or as what I don't know, yeah, something like dividends to support your progress. So it's chaotic, but we're on the right path of history. We're on the right track, and I believe that this will come through for us. Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Chini. Thank you very much. I like the fact that you point. That was also one thing I noticed in the written address. I mean, the fact that they made reference to GEJ versus Obasanjo, but found a way. They were looking for a way to escape what it meant. And I was just laughing. I was like, you are pointing. I don't know whether they think the judges will only read what they wrote and not read the documents. I don't know if that's what they're thinking. So it's very funny. All right, let's go to, okay, that was a lady. Let's go to a guy. Now let's go to GKM. GKM, you have been here for some time. After which we'll go to Kid Mali and we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much, Emir Saddam. Thank you, well-meaning Nigerians. Sizzle, Jimmy, my brother, and all distinguished members of the violence space. It's another good time, to give you guys your flowers and what you have done so far. Well, I will start with the 8,000 Naira renewed Shege Pro Max. You see, this government is a heartless government, a very heartless, illegitimate, and unconstitutional government. And that is why I say that the criminal drug baron, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, must be disqualified. I'm not really angry anymore. I'm just waiting for I'm buying time. I'm waiting for them to give the judgment. And then we are also going to make history because it's the first time that a group of people, not up to 40, that call themselves the NJC, allegedly assigned 35 billion, and yet they send the person who assigned them this money packing. Let me make that clear. This particular NJC will send Tinubu packing. There is no two ways about it. It's very clear. It is very clear. So I like well-meaning Nigeria's submission where he really x-rayed and dismantled the response of these APC legal counsel and made a mess of all the loopholes of all of it of what they have submitted. And I really cannot wait. I can't wait because I've told you people that it is going to be a unanimous judgment because the implications of this judgment going the other way is that there is no Nigeria. There is no Nigeria. Anybody can just do as they like. So I do not think that our reverse justices would want to toe that path. That's on that. Then the other aspect well-meaning Nigerian talked about is the fact that these people have just borrowed money. They have added so much pressure on the already devalued and falling naira, and now they are saying that they are going to give these monies to people that cannot be identified. So it is as good as gone, like subsidy. This money is the money Tinubu has mapped out. I dare say he has mapped this money out with the hope that if he is disqualified, he goes home with this. But you know that we are bringing in a government that is going to be accountable. So let him not think that his wildest dreams, that a Peter Obi presidency that will be looking for money everywhere, to push this his consumption from consumption to production mantra, we'll just let it fly. We have never seen our Aso Rock so degraded with criminals, parading everywhere, James Ibori and all of that happening. So let him be warned. I joined in Jimmy's tweet. I actually tagged the president of Kenya, William Ruto, to make sure that he sends his guards especially his drug cartel, his drug guards, to go and search our Air Force One, because the person that we have in Kenya was not duly elected. He's an illegitimate and unconstitutional impostor, somebody that is not supposed to have even won a councillorship election. So he may as well be using the Nigerian fleet right now to move his illegitimate and illegal trade. So William Ruto, I tagged him, and I've also gone ahead to tag, the Prime Minister of the UK. I do not understand why, it is alleged that most of our Supreme Court justices are now banned from going to the US. Why is the UK not doing the same? Are they also in support of what is happening in Nigeria? Well, I want to believe that they are, because they destabilize Nigeria is to their own gain. But we are going to take back our mandate. We are going to recover from this. Whether the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom wants to accept that these guys should actually stay in Nigeria and not go anywhere until they make they right their wrongs, we will continue to keep them on their toes. So for me, it is about tagging them. Tagging them is very easy, tagging them and telling them that some of the things that they are all in fact trying to help us model back behavior, and we should not allow that. That is the true spirit of the obedient movement, that we are the ones to reshape the old system. We are the ones to give them the right direction to go, and that we are going to retire this less than 1%, generation that have kept the country in abject poverty, in a state of hopelessness and retarded growth. We are going to retire them. That is the main reason why Peter Obi will be president, so that these illegal, unconstitutional animals and criminals and criminal elements in our system will go. I see your hand well, meaning Nigeria. Lastly, let us hope that at the end of all this, that we would have made a statement that never again are we going to have criminals or anybody who has issues with his whatever age, academic qualification, and all of that ever vie for office again. And that even when we have issues with an election being conducted, that it has to go through the tribunal before the person is sworn in. Never again are we going to have this travesty upon the land. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, AGK, man. Thank you very much. We'll go to Kidmali now. Before we go to Kidmali, I just want to say, after a couple of speakers, I'm going to come and explain something very briefly again. I know one, so there's this maybe, maybe rumor or propaganda that APC will most likely spread very soon. I mean, I'm just seeing the indications. Anyway, so I want us to kill it on, as before they've not started though, but in case they are thinking it, so that for them we start to think it, and for the sake of the justice, because all we do is really for the sake of justice. Let's kill it on arrival. And in the issue regarding whether Peter Obi, I know everybody knows this is a no issue, right? But just to add context to it, is the issue regarding whether Peter Obi was a member of Labour Party or should have not. We will look at it, Constitution, in fact, even on the identity statement, we will look at it. But for now, let's just take a couple of speakers. Kidmali, please go ahead, after which we'll come to, please, if you want to speak, after which we'll come to Gabon. If you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. Check your phone to be sure you're on the speaker section, and make sure your hand is up. Kidmali, please go ahead in Gabon.
Yes, so good evening, everybody. Well, evening where I am. Good morning to those listening to us from different time zones. Good afternoon if you're in the United States. I stand on all existing protocols. Shout out to Saddam, Cecil, Women in Nigeria, Jimmy, following in the listening section, and everybody who's been following this violence space from inception. Kudos to you. Thank you, sir, for you. A leopard cannot change the sport. That's what I'm going to say. I wouldn't take much of your time. I want to please admonish us that while we keep our eyes on the judiciary, we also need to watch our backyards, because according to the Bible, it says that while men slept, the enemies came and sowed tares amongst their plans, sowed wheat among their plans. So this is going out to every obedient, every Labour Party member in the House of Reps, even though we have our own governor that we have elected, who fortuitously comes from my state, the state that has been leading liberation for over 30 years. And he's there now, and we are watching closely. We see the signs are good going, forward so far. But I just want to remind everybody, both those listening and those that know people who are their family members or their uncles or their aunties that are either in government or connected to government. It is not to use the platform of the movement and the notoriety of the movement to entrench yourselves for personal gain. Nobody says don't get paid for your job. Nobody says don't go do your job. But you don't come on and ride on the wave of the masses, wait on the on the political career of our principal, who has been seen to be blameless, so to speak. Nobody is a saint. He's not a saint, but as far as Nigerian politics is concerned, he's been the one who has been scandal-free, has a proven track record of results, and that's the reason why we stand beside him. So that is the motto, and that is the thing is for every movement, an idea is the strongest thing to kill. But where there are no set core of values, things will go haywire. And that's why even if you put a stain in APC, no matter how righteous they are, the core mantra of APC as they have come in, first of all, they were not built, you see Jimmy or someone was saying that, APC was built as an act, it should have stuck to activism. Remember APC was a party that was formed out of the injustice of self-centered people, not the injustice of the Nigerian populace, but the injustice of some people who felt slighted by the Jonathan Goodluck administration and felt like certain agreements were not kept to, for their own personal pocket. Then you had these people managed, thanks to the media on their part, and a few gullible people managed to deceive the whole country to make them believe that they were finally on the side of the people. Well, that was how many years ago now? And since 2014 till now, all eyes have seen and all ears have heard. The Labour Party is coming, at least on the large scale. Prior to Peter Obi's ascension, it might have been a regional party, Mimiko winning one or two governorship terms and all that. But the rejuvenation, the evolution and the revolution of the party has come on the back of our principal, who has been someone who has stood with principles, two different words, with principle, with principles. And these principles are doing what is right for the people, standing by the people. And if anyone feels like they can ride on our mandate and go there and do things, I don't want to be hasty with decisions, especially with the House of Reps and the Senate, because I know that they're a minority, and even though they might not stand, but we want to see them vocal enough. It's not to go there and then you sit down and then you're no longer vocal because you feel like you're there now and anything goes. We know that as a minority, they might not be able to put a stop to certain bills and stuff, but they need to be vocal to make it known that this is their stance, regardless of it goes ahead. Even though there will be beneficiaries of these things, any law that's been passed now, anything that is being done right now, until the Supreme Court announces its decision, is null and void anyway. So, but still, we are aware and we are watching. So this is a warning for those people who have used our platform to go out there and feel like we are not watching. Let them know that we are watching. I am Rana Kazu, as the Igbos will say. Now, as for a leopard cannot change the sport. We know that this whole issue about whatever funds they are trying to do as palliatives. This is just it was wonderful listening to Basil break things down in terms of the facts and the figures. But we all know these things, we have names and we have a database, but nobody in their right thinking sense. First of all, you cannot, is it not better to teach a man to fish than to just give them fish? You cannot just count some money and say you are giving to the poorest family for 8 months. If it's just survival, they will survive, and then what happens after the 6 months? You think it's better after the 6 months? Why don't you invest in what can make their lives better? You see, it's not just about GDP of the country. The HDI shows, we always talk about GDP. You can have a huge GDP, but if your HDI is very, very poor, then you have poverty flowing everywhere. So what the spending power of the average Nigerian? You see, APC as a party has come to dwindle the middle class. I was when I was growing up, I could say I belong in the middle class. My parents didn't raise me poor, neither was I rich, but at least we could live in a three-bedroom flat. And now, the definition of that has become something else. You see, people are in the middle class now, and how can a middle class not afford to buy a brand new car? In a country, middle class cannot afford to buy imported cars anymore. Now it's Nigerian use. Nobody, even the middle class cannot afford. So look at it and see the systematic erasure of the middle class, which is very essential to every society, because you see the elites are very, very little, and then the poor do not have the spending capacity. The middle class usually are the ones with the power to spend. They're the ones who would go out there and they also have other people dependent on them. What the APC has managed to do is to dwindle our middle class from what was a thriving middle class in 2014 under Jonathan, for whatever reason known to them, to become a totally whittled down middle class that is barely existing and hanging by the thread. So we have seen it. You cannot call a Pajalo Bofua. You cannot give us a dog and say it's a monkey. We know what we are doing and we're watching. The judiciary, all eyes on you. The decision we take is a decision for the progress of this country or for the regression of this country. So if you feel like you can pocket money and ruin the country, like I said last week, we are fully aware and we're watching. And for those who are representatives, I repeat one more time, one final time. We are watching you closely as much as we are watching the opposition. You cannot ride on our mandate and feel you escape from it.
Yeah.
I yield the mic. God bless obedience. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Kid Mali. Thank you very much for that. That's the influence of the new Shege. Middle class.
Let me just, please, just a minute. I think Kid Mali made a whole lot of sense here, but I just wanted to go take a different direction to what he has said. I just want to give a shout out because my mom reached out to me. She said I should talk about I think Odumodu Black. Before you come back to middle class, I just want to take us somewhere else. When he made he was invited for the fake inauguration of the criminal drug dealer and cartel in APC, and they wanted to pay him, I think, 10 million in Abuja. He refused and turned down their whole stuff. The whole bigot were against him, after him, insulting the young man. And today is a crescent in his career. I think I just want to give him a shout out. Also, Odumodu Black, he's a friend, he's a brother, and also my brother I just spoke right now, Kibali, has a song with him. So please, you can go stream. The song is on all streaming platforms. Just go check for Para. As an obedient, you should have that song on your playlist because it has a very strong, it's very obicentric. Yeah, so please just go. I just wanted to come from that angle also. But Welvin, I think back to you now.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I think let's something. I think it's something we need to check out. I was going to say, like, in reference to what Kid Mali said. By the time Peter Obi will getting taking back this mandate sometime, towards the last quarter of this year, I doubt if people that will be in the middle class, I don't know if they will still be up to 50,000. These people, they want to wipe off the middle class totally. So before, if you think you were rich, now you are doing well. Before, if you think you were doing well, now you are poor. Before, if you think you were poor, sorry, now you are richer. I know it's difficult to take. It is what it is.
Women and job, but it's crazy. Flight now is like a luxury.
Yes, now.
During Jonathan, boys they go UK with 50K. I mean, 50K flight. That's how cheap it was going flying to UK. But now I think, if we look back, if Nigeria does, I think the saving grace of APC is that Nigerians forget so quick. That is the only saving grace. If not, Nigerians are meant to be burning any APC member you catch, you burn them alive. I think jungle justice is what APC deserves. If Nigeria if you can just take back our lives back to 2014 and see how we were living. What is the other things from us then? We're ordering stuff online, buying things. People go on vacation, bankers. You understand? It was just life was not. God have mercy. Where this people have brought us.
I said, APC is APC. And the thing is that I don't know, sir. Whether not jazz, I don't know. I don't know how they did it
Well,
to Nigeria.
well-meaning, Saddam. Did you guys see? I think it was Franny that posted yesterday.
Now,
Flight from
Jimmy,
Lagos to
you
London.
took this thing from my mouth.
1.3.
I wanted to say it.
From
That
Cotonou, 340,000 naira to London. 340,000 naira flight to London. And from Nigeria is 1 million naira. Are you guys seeing the madness going on in that country? So what it will cost you is just take a ride to Cotonou first, then you now book a ticket to London from Cotonou. You will use that money to buy 3 people's tickets from Cotonou to London. No, I'm being honest with you. Just find your way to Cotonou. Cotonou is just close next door to us. Cotonou.
If you
It's
pass by that,
because of the economy.
I went to Cotonou on a bike. I used bike from Cotonou, pass through Seme border down to my 12. I mean my 2. I don't use bike run on myself. Highest thing, only say in Abuki, if you carry Abuki, you go, your eye go red very well. Run am, you go enjoy am. It's crazy.
Bro, the Shege where they happen for Nigeria now is now Pro Max. This guy was sharing yesterday, was in Village. He's into restaurant business. He goes to the market to buy chicken, then go, cut it and pieces the whole chicken. Person they beg for chicken enos where they throw it. Person for turkey, for chicken. Person they beg for chicken enos, and the person where they beg for chicken enos, na Agbado people. Dilichi bonam. God bless you wherever you dey. Dilichi bonam. Say your father, if you know my father, because when they do on his mandate to Shasan, go and eat the chicken enos for Bat House. And you lori buruku chicken enos. Yeah, wait till women in Nigeria talk now. If you are poor, now you will be wretched. You will be wretched. Niri fufufi jewa mo ema woran. Yamaje. Hey, ti tanu ye ma worry. Back to you, well-meaning.
no, I get the analysis some time back. I said the upper middle class, they may not notice it very early, but by the time they notice it, Otilo, because they will not notice it. Some of them may not have noticed now that they're actually spending their savings. It may look as if you're still surviving, right? Now, when that savings don't finish, you are going to clear, say, okay, it be like, say, now you don't do where you're supposed to do. So, I mean, I just really hope this is not, we just get this done very fast. Anyway, let's quickly go to Gaboni, then we'll come to Adekunle. I'll take it from there. Gaboni, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, well-meaning. First and foremost, about this Shege Pumas that's happening in Nigeria now. Well, before I left Nigeria, I had one with my friend that would say, he said he wanted to leave, he wants to leave, or he wants to travel to the UK. He said, but your wife, but they have a good business, they have a very good business going. They're doing to him a recharge card, so they have a very good business going. They are well to do. He said, but my wife, no. I meet the mother, and the mother said, almost saying no one, so Igbo people, Igbo get freedom, blah, blah, blah. Yesterday, the man called me, say your wife don't agree. I all laugh that. He said wife don't agree. He say what did happen for them? Just say wife don't agree. And I say they don't process they don't try prepare to leave. See what is happening in Nigeria. Sometimes we come here, we don't stress it to the extent. We don't even know the extent to which people are suffering. We cannot even fathom it. There's no way we say it for us to understand how much people are suffering. See, there is nothing we can say about Tinubu and the APC government and Tinubu government thinking, sometimes when you commit crime in the UK or in the US, when you commit the crime, they always ask, why did you do it? The intention behind that crime. Sometimes I try to fathom the intention behind people who spent millions of naira to win an election. People who spend millions. For you to win an election in Nigeria, you have money. Now, you are well to do, you have billions, except for most few Labour Party people that. But even at that, those Labour Party contestants, they are not suffering for you to buy the form of House of Fair Proceeding. You are not suffering at all. You are not suffering. You're probably a middle class. You're not suffering. Now, the notion about people that are not suffering getting, and people that use millions to win election getting 70 billion, then people that cannot even get 3 square meal are getting 8, each of them, millions of them will be sharing, when you try to just suppose 8,000 for each family, Now try to imagine what is in the mind of these people. What is the intention? Can you even fathom the level of wickedness, the level of cruelty, like the level of wickedness that will make people think like that? Now, these people understand that 8,000 naira is just around $10. When an hour's job, the minimum wage for an hour's job is around in the UK is around 10.5 pounds, which is around more than 10. So you mean like what now? When they say those people that are poor, the poor of the poor, meaning those that probably don't have a job, so they mean that for one month, those that don't have a job, that are very poor, that 8,000 naira will be enough for them. Now, can you imagine? Can you understand the level of wickedness that can make someone take that kind of decision? I think Saddam, is it Saddam or NCs will say that it's Saddam. Saddam will say if Nigeria cannot work for all, it should not work for some. I think, according to NCs, it is now, and Jimmy, it is now or never. Because if we don't get it now, we should forget about it completely. I was at Mindset Space in the morning, and I listened to every submission of all the, like, when meaning Nigeria was saying, you see, Mindset Space is an open space where people of, it's not only obedience that come there, some people, they just give they analyze each, most of these court cases the way it should be, as from the judiciary point of from the legal point of view. And not even one person made any sense from the response of Wole Ironic Pekun. Not one person made any sense of it. Like, there's any substance in it. And you see, some Ronu people, some people that don't have any iota of sense, they're still trying to come and say there's nothing that can happen in judiciary, like nothing can come out from the place.
I beg, Aboni, the noise from your distance is too much. I beg.
Sorry, now please a blue for you. But if it's too much, then probably I'll have to speak later. But then I'm doing a blue. Is it okay now? Is it okay now?
It's bad. Find somewhere and stay, please.
If it's bad now, then I think I'm somewhere now. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, I don't go hide from one caravan. So let me just wrap up because it breathes today. So, like I was saying, there's nothing the judiciary can do right now. I think the judiciary should understand that there is nothing. You just be like person run, can't run, reach the end of the road. You don't feel run past the it don't end. It don't end. I think the judiciary should understand that, because Nigeria is a country that still have hundreds of years to live, to continue. So if they understand that this country it should come first more than any other person, they should do the right thing. We know they've been bribed with 35 billion. We know they've been bribed, but only the living can spend money, because if they don't do this right, do the right thing. I know people that are ready. That country, see, the country not going to contain anybody. So now only the best person will get life. Now they eat money. They should we'll be singing it. They should do the right thing. We'll be singing it. They should do the right thing. Are suffering. A hungry man is an angry man. I hear the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Gaboni. All right, quickly, let's just go to Ade Kunle, after which we'll come to...
1 minute, I beg. Saddam, now what for you? I just see the post now. The one where Tinubu post say they sign one thing for. Before I will say me I comment, I don't see Saddam. Saddam don't comment like 17 minutes ago. Saddam don't comment like 17 minutes ago. The one where they sign, they look one small girl like that. Obedient men now go there, go talk. Men now go engage jam. Wait, I don't ask them. Then search your bag. They don't see drugs on your bag. We did not vote for this man on every level. Attack him. We did not vote for him. Let other country know, say, this is not our president. It is Yakubu. Yakubu will still go to jail. It is Yakubu's doing. We did not vote for him. We did not select him. Yakubu selected him. So better start talking now, because it will just be like magic. Now go wake up one day and I go see breaking news. The presidential fleet was searched and they met drugs. May una start they talk now. May they know say the citizens don't they warn. The citizens don't they talk and say, now like this man be may not be like film trick. So back to you, well meaning.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jimmy. All right, quickly, let's go to Ade Kunle, after which we'll come to SIM card, Senwe, Gowda.
Good evening, everyone. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, can hear you.
Good evening, Oga Wemini, Oga Saddam, Oga Siso. How is everyone doing? The 35 billion naira given to the judiciary is not even really of a concern to me, because if they like, should bribe themselves, they like, they should not bribe themselves. We Nigerian people, we are ready to take back our country. So anything they like, they should do. Even the Mr. Irana Ironic Kwekon, Abina Olani Kwekon, if like, may put a clarity from today till tomorrow. We will vote, no say our vote can't, and we'll get back our mandate. So I don't have much to really say about that, Mr. Man. Calling himself Ironic Kwekon, Abina Olani Kwekon. The only thing they pay me and say is just my Yoruba brother. That's just the thing that's just pinning me, because the kind pain that's going through me, that even we that are trying to say that, oh, the Yoruba people are the most educated, we now see a Yoruba man and come to even stand in front of truth to be lying that what he's doing is right, and he's supporting a drug dealer. That's not, now I'm waiting the pain back, but that's not really a problem. What I would suggest that the judiciary, we should just give them one last chance. If there's something we can do, just like this pay they normally share in parties or this thing, that it can be, someone will be on the entrance. If they come in a judge, or put out from clothes, hang down with pain, judiciary on tire, all eyes on judiciary. So even the judge self go no say himself they on trial. Maybe when anyone give judgment, and see pain for a shirt, judiciary on trial, I go think say, this be the really mean am, or this be the daily serious, no be like 2019 where we really on technicality, everybody dey quiet. This one really mean now, anything happen, we self no go scot free. That's just what I have to say. Thank you. And to even say that this is my first time speaking on this space.
Oh, and you be my DP colleague. Thank you very much.
Yes, nah. Yes, nah.
Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let's just go to SIM card before coming to Senwe.
Okay, guys.
SIM card from Flatmates.
I greet you, my brother. Good evening, everyone. Emir Saddam, well-meaning Niger, Jimmy. Jimmy, my birthday don't pass. But the next one, Black say you go try show, because this your jam, Now the highest, you get spice. Okay, it's sad on the judicial sphere or space. I don't know whichever way I would put it, because I sometimes want to feel like I studied law, diploma, and degree, and I did not practice. Today I do stand-up comedy and I'm actor and stuff. But when I see people like Festus Kiyamo and this Olani Kweku, I sometimes I thank God to say, okay, I didn't go this line. See, technicality instead of evidence is judicial fraud. That's how I just look at it. Because taking a close look at what these people submitted as to after all these lots of evidence that Peter B brought before the court, there's no evidence from APC and INEC. Nobody could come to say, okay, this is this and that. Witnesses they could not lay their hands on. Then you bring this as like you want to rely on technicalities above evidence, above facts. I don't understand. That's judicial fraud for me. it's glaring. It's too clear. I think they should think of something else. Then, if I want to delve into what Chini said earlier, Chini said something about ghost workers and stuffs from her state. See, if you know the depth of corruption and and garbage that we are in this country, we would shed tears on a daily. Bayelsa State happened to be the state with the smallest. We just have 8 local governments. But you know that at some point, Bayelsa State had the highest paying civil service. Civil service is the most one of the most corrupt service in Nigeria. Trust me. That's where you find an existing, you find a school with lecturers, students, and everything that is non-existing, but their salaries for it and all of that. The type of corruption that is taking place in civil service in around this country is crazy. So sometimes you want to sit back and think that, oh, is it that this our parents, these our leaders, these our forefathers, they don't have plans for us? Yes, because this respect of a team is one of the major problems we have in Nigeria. Because it's a crime to look at an old man, someone of 60 years and above, if he's lying blatantly, to tell him before his or her face that you are a liar. It used to be a crime in Nigerian history, have been African history. But now the tides have changed. We'll look at you in the face and we'll call you a liar. We'll look at you in the face and we'll say, this is wrong. This is not how it's done. Now you tell them that this is lie, and they will tell you that you are being insultive. They never say insult. No, they never say insult. They never say insult now. You get one Delta community where king is called the Kriranwe. The king, I think they gave him money to do some development in the town, and he spent the money. He siphoned the money. Not that one where they tied for 3 years. That day first. This one they dragged him on a car along the community, and that's how he was killed. So things are changing. Okay, making reference to the man that was tied there on the tree yesterday. That was a man that embezzled monies that was supposed to use for his constituents to dig well. The flogger. So small these things that they come to our leaders, they are coming in, they are creeping in gradually. So I just want us to have this. Let the anger continue. Yes, because this is not fair. The judiciary, the judiciary are not complaining. You are giving them more money, and you are allotting 8,000 naira to Nigerians. Come on now, come on. No, now it just be like, see, even as a bad rich, they see they put salt for the sore where they don't create for our body. Say not get where on they go. Anything when I want to do more, I do more. See, come on now. I yield. Surviving Nigeria every day is a pain. I yield.
Thank you very much, Simcard. It's crazy. It's crazy. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let's just take Sewen. Sewen, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. It's good to be here again. I
Well,
hope you can hear me.
Sewen me call we can hear you. Sewen say, hey, old bariro, where you go so?
Hey. So I'll read something that one American-based Agbadoite wrote. Anyone who considers 8,000 too small as additional monthly income is not poor. Then I say this. And I told him, I sent him a voice note, and I told him, if I find club, knock your head go bust one swipe. Truth be told, we are living with people who don't have a brain. It looks like we're speaking to brick walls most times when we talk about these things to these people, because there is no justification for the things these people assert and say. They are the dumbest. And like someone made a submission early on. I was at an event, but I was plugged in and listening. And the person said, I think it was Otumba, having a learned or a schooled Agbadorian is the worst thing, because these people have seen it all. These people have traveled, but they are still daft, and they are the most wicked, vile set of human beings. Imagine
No,
someone
no,
having.
bro. Bro, hold on. Sorry, they are not
Yes.
daft, though.
Okay.
They know what they are saying, but they will make use of their vocabularies and what they've gathered, their knowledge. They will make use of it to bamboozle people so they can sell a narrative to them, and they will look nice to their bankrollers. That's just what it is. They are not dumb. They know what they are doing. Go on.
True. I once asked my cousin, who is a legal mind, and I asked him, what's up with this country? Is it that we have very poor people or people whose minds are not attuned to the things happening? He said, no, we actually have very scholarly people in government, people who have studied in the biggest and best schools in the world, and they try to put in policies using Nigeria as a guinea pig experiment. They just try new things. Oh, let's just try this in Nigeria. Let's just try this in Nigeria, knowing that Nigeria is a unique country that doesn't work the way other countries of the world work. Today, I had a conversation with a group of about 9 people, and we were talking. Initially, one person was really irate because someone was challenging him about bus fares or taxi fares, and he was offended and all that. Eventually they settled, and I told them one thing: we're not each other's enemies. Imagine you were offended, now you've got a job from this person you were offended at. We all are obedient, and you didn't even know until we started conversing. And at the end of the day, we reach one solution. Until we Nigerians are tired and take the battle to the National Assembly, to the Aso Villa, to all these people that are troubling our lives. These idiots will not leave our neck. They are that demonic. They want to keep playing us like cards. Well, let me tell you one thing. Nigeria will be free, whether by hook or by crook. If they say they don't want peace, they will have it the other way, because Nigeria, it will be free. We will breathe. They said, let the poor breathe. But this man put hand for both of our nostrils. It no one make we breathe. Anybody telling you 8,000 will do anything? I keep my metrics of my spending. I'm a Nigerian. I live in Nigeria. I used to spend about 50K for market runs for a month. Now it's about double. And you say 8K for a family. And I just have a family of 3 people. My baby doesn't even, okay, my baby is one of the biggest people in the house. But I spend more than double. How can 8K make a family survive? I breathe again. I will not let this country end me, but this country will know peace and stability and growth, and Peter Obi will get his mandate. God bless you all. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senwe. Thank you for that. Okay. So quickly, I'm just going to give a brief submission to Claire. So I'm doing this because when 2 or 3 people have asked me one question, or even if one person have asked me a question, so I know it's something that someone have mentioned to them. So I already know that, oh, maybe subtly for now, and maybe eventually later, that may fly. So it's the issue of Peter Obi's membership of Labour Party, if it's in question or not. For people that follow the court case on the last day, you will remember the press conference by Sam Levy. They asked him the question, oh, the issue regarding Peter Obi's membership. And he said, and I'm just going to tell you, I always say this on 1 Million Mama Space, that I know we are here, we are about what 1,005 thereabout people. Some of these things that we say here is not really for just our consumption. Yeah, so I usually tell people that if you leave this place and you hear people talking about these things and you don't put your mouth, at least based on what you know and what you've heard, maybe even you went further to read yourself, it will be really unfair. So what I usually tell people is, some of the things we talk about here is for you to know it, so that when people are saying it, you just give them straight ahead and say, this thing you are saying does not make sense. And also, in case if the judiciary, because one of the person that mentioned it to me, what I said to the person was that would take a very high level of, that would be the highest level of judicial rascality, the highest ever, if they are going to even, look at this particular context. So whether or not Peter Obi officially or properly became a member of Labour Party, I'm going to say some things based on timeline, and I want everybody to pay like close attention. Yeah, I'm going to say some things based on timeline. So first of all, this within the written address of Tinubu and Shetima's lawyer, which is of course led by Olani Ironic Peku, or some of the way they call it. Ironic Peku. So this was, first of all, not within the issue for determination. If you read the document, there are 4 issues for determination. So they kind of reconstructed, what you would call the grounds of Peter Obi's petition, and they now made it issue for determination. The first issue for determination was really whether the election of the second of Tinubu into office, blah blah blah, was not in substantial compliance with the principles and provision of the electoral. That's the first issue. The second was if he was not qualified, whether or not he was qualified. The third was whether it's satisfactorily, whether or not the second respondent has not satisfied necessary requirements. That means with regards to 25%. Why the last one is whether this court can accede to any belief being claimed by the petitioner. So that's the issue. So this particular Peter Obi's membership of Labour Party or not, it's not even part of the issue for determination. But they included it in something they called a brief statement of fact. And just because, this case, we know that technicality is something that they might pick on. Let me just explain this so that everybody will know. So even the judiciary will know that we know that we know. They will know that we know. So first of all, this was included somewhere in this. It was just like a side comment. Somewhere in page 3, they just said, meanwhile, the first petitioner, that's Peter Obi, as of 24th May 2022, was still a member of the PDP, and in fact, a presidential aspirant on the platform of that party. This was corroborated by evidence of PW12. This just reminded me. Let me just take it. Yusuf Maxwell was speaking earlier on mindset space, and one of the things said, which made me laugh, is that, do you know that these lawyers were so confused that within this written statement that was meant for LP, they included something that was said by a PDP witness. They made reference to a PDP witness. So LP tendered 13 witness, which was basically P1 to P13. Somewhere in this written statement, they made reference to P22. So I don't know where they saw P22. That's really on the side. Let me just continue what I was reading. So they said, as a matter of fact, it was an aspirant on the platform of that party. This was corroborated by evidence of PW12. PW12 was actually Yunus Atanko, who confessed to have joined the Labour Party. You say confessed on the 20th of May. If you follow that petition, so Yunus Atanko said he joined the Labour Party 20th of May, and I agree that that was earlier before Peter Obi joined. So for all of us that are here, we know Peter Obi joined Labour Party May 29th, and that's why I want people to understand these dates. All right, who confessed to have joined the Labour Party 20th May, much before the first petitioner, so much before Peter Obi. It is also the uncontradicted evidence of this respondent's sole witness that the second petitioner held its primary election to nominate its presidential candidate on the 30th of May 2022. Just take note of this date. And that 30 days before that time, first petitioner was not a member of the second petitioner. So let me not go, because after that point, it's exhibit this, exhibit that. So what these people are trying to do here, and let me go to the Electoral Act, right? The Electoral Act in section 77 reads, and this section is just really about political parties. It's 3 subsections. The first section just said, a political party, it's paraphrased now, a political party shall, act as a corporate body the second subsection says every registered political party shall maintain a register of its members in both hard and soft copy. The third part, which they usually make reference to, which they are trying to make reference to, the third part says each political party shall make such register available to the commission not later than 30 days before the date fixed for the party primaries, congress, and convention. Primaries, congress, and convention. So going back to the reality, Peter Obi left PDP May 25th, 2022. May 25th, 2022. So basically, they went to say, okay, he was still in PDP as of May 24th, officially, yes. He left PDP May 25th. 4 days later, on May 29th, he joined Labour Party. And the next day was, technically going to be Labour Party primaries. And going by the Electoral Act, all parties were supposed to submit maybe the list of their membership 30 days before, just as a statutory thing, right? So they were supposed to submit, so Labour Party would have submitted, typically if they followed it cleanly, they would have submitted the list of their members, let's say by April 30th, because since they were doing primaries May 30th, they would have submitted as of, let's say, April 30th, right? So even Julius Atanko technically will not even be on that list. So now, here's the point. Here's the real point. If you hear what I read in the Electoral Act, it specifically said primaries, congress, and convention. If you look further, it stops there. It did not even say, so what Olani Bekus or Ironi Bekus, as they are saying it now, is saying is trying to reconstruct the Electoral Act to sound like what the Electoral Act meant is that once you submitted your party register 30 days before election, it means you cannot have any new member again. That's what he's trying to say, which I think you Maxwell will come up and probably throw more light on this. So the point is that it doesn't even make sense. It's almost like I think I said it some time back. I think I also heard this Maxwell say it today on Mindset Space. It's almost like if, as let's say I have a company, let's say I have a company and our company is regulated by a government body, and the government body says, oh, every 30 days, give us a list of your staff. Every 30 days, these 30 days, give us a list of your staff. Does that mean that I cannot employ anybody between the 30 days? Because I've given my list, so I cannot have new staff. That's what. So I'm just saying this because so that if the judiciary is here, it is dead on arrival. So it's not, I don't even, and the funny thing, let me just seal this. The funny thing is that way before election, and this is what the LP lawyer said when he was asked this question, way before election, this issue was already taken to the court. I've not been bothered to go and find out who took it to court. Maybe it was one of all those Papa's people or something. But this issue was taken to court, to Federal High Court, and the Federal High Court ruled on it. It was taken to appeal. This same appeal where the tribunal is holding, the appeal already ruled on it and affirmed that Peter Obi is a member of Labour Party, invariably saying that that part of the Electoral Act does not limit the party from getting more people and even getting people to contest by that. So please, if you hear this narrative start flying, when it starts flying, it is your job to just don't say, oh, because everyone will come and start telling you that, hey, they're saying this thing. Oh. See, it is dead on arrival. And like I said earlier, it will be the height of judicial rascality. As a matter of fact, what I told the person that told me just now was that that's the most dangerous way. If the judiciary even wants to sell out, that's a dangerous way to sell out. They should find another way to sell out. Because you see this, there's no other way to sell out, just to be frank. But I mean, this one is too dangerous. This one will expedite the literal burning down of Nigeria. So, judiciary, if you are here, let me just advise you. Because I know they want to look for any technicality to use to buy you. Now you just know. This one is a no-go area. And I'm even glad they didn't include it in their issue for determination. Not I'm glad per se, but they didn't include it. So for me, it's really a no issue. So I just needed to put that out there because I know a couple of people have talked about it, and so people don't begin to spread it for panic. So that's really that. Please, if you're in speaker section and you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. I'm going to go through and always look at your phone to be sure that you've been accepted. Some of you are accepted, but you don't know. I'm going to go through very soon, and anybody that your hand is not up, we have to drop you. All right, I think Anze have been here for the longest. After Anze, we'll come to Peter is better. Anze, please go ahead.
Hello. I hope I'm audible enough. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, good morning. Can you hear me properly, please?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so greetings to everybody, every intelligent mind in the house. And I intentionally say that because not everybody here is intelligent. The people that are intelligent want a better Nigeria and are willing to go all the way for a better Nigeria. Let me first of all start by saying you don't ever give what you do not have. And for that reason, Tinubu is already disqualified. And I can rightly tell you he is not a Nigerian. And that makes him disqualified, plus all the other things that disqualifies him. He's not a Nigerian. He has no right to be in our politics, engage, or even be sitting where he's sitting. So let's get that out of the way. We're not dealing with a Nigerian, and that should put everybody's mind at rest. You can only participate in presidential elections if you're a Nigerian. Secondly, his head is so fried on the drugs that he's taken that he has refused to reason. And even when reasoning comes to him, he still cannot see it. Because M6 brought out a very beautiful point when he said that a child that is 8 years old and that stays in the 8 years of Buhari's regime, and God forbid another 8 years will be 16. That child has no ambition because they do not understand what ambition is. That child will only be open to people forging, will be exposed to people grabbing whatever they can grab because they're in the opportunity of grabbing. That child will not understand what education is because the president does not even have a certificate to show that he was even educated. So let's get that out of the way. That's out. My next thing is, please, women, we always say the man is the head of the house. But I need you to understand that for the head to work well, the neck needs to be directed according to where the head wants to go to. So for the women that are in the house and you have mothers and sisters, help them to appreciate the power that they have. And I say that because I'm from a stock of people that are beautiful women that have raised me to where I am. So please, women, understand your power. When you go to the markets in Lagos, in Enugu, in Kano, in Abakaliki, wherever you are, found out that Tinubu is not the president and needs to be removed. When you go to the salons to do your hair, found it out as well. When you are working with your children, let them understand that they can share the information with their other kids, that the president is not the right president. Because when you want to change the narrative, you need to make it known to everybody. We all sit down on this space and we share and we discuss. But the people feeling the heat need to understand. The Okada man needs to know. The Aboki sitting in front of a gate that is selling his 10 kobo biscuit, if there's anything like that, needs to know that $8 or $10, 8,000 equals to $10, cannot even buy a decent breakfast in America. Let me make that clear. So when you eat $10, by evening, your food, your tummy is empty. You need to fill it up. And that is what this idiot, this fool wants to give to Nigerians for a month. So my fellow women, take the message back to the marketplaces. Take the message back to the people sitting by the bank of the river, eating fish, selling fish. Take the message back to the people selling tomatoes.
Take the message back to the people that are in the preschools teaching, if they even have a job. Take the message back to the grandmothers at home that are milking and doing all they can to survive. Let them understand that it is time to wake up. Nasarawa women showed what women could do. We don't have to go that far, but we need to speak. If the men in affairs have refused to have common sense, let them show them that 9 months of carrying them in labor should not be in vain. Please sound the women, the message out to all women in Nigeria. Carry the pangolo that the Unami court, the Ifot that is sitting down there in the name of a president is not a president. And that by God's grace, Amadini, we will fry him so well, he will wish he was born by a baboon and not a woman. I yield my comments.
And a fire. Hey, I did not see that one coming. Thank you very much, Anzi. Thank you very much. I mean, let me just give a shout out to all the obedient women, ladies. I mean, to be honest, I don't. Let's just be frank. I think the women and the ladies of the obedient movement have been phenomenal. To be honest, thank you very much, Anzi. All right, quickly, let's go to Peter is better. Then we'll come to Odututu.
Well, good evening, senior man. I greet everybody, especially Emir Saddam. Good evening, Master Jimmy, senior man. I hail of everybody. I've taken time to actually analyze that response from the Agbado lawyer. I'm very, very frank with you. I'm not a lawyer actually, but at least I have read some law, and I also, for the part that I'm a researcher in philosophy, so I'm good to a very large extent in logic. The truth is that after going through the document, I also read some commentaries from different people, different experts, and listen to some commentaries too. I'm more worried. The reason why I'm worried is that this guy wrote nothing, defended nothing, because there's something they're actually hanging on, their opinion. Maybe they've been promised something, that don't worry, just bring this money and we are going to give you what you want. Just imagine a day after the 35 billion was approved for the NJC, the next day, they now release their own written response. That's to tell you that there's something that is under the carpet that I want to beg all obedient. Please don't feel happy, don't feel relaxed. Be your anger and strike. We must scream, we must shout, we must continue to do something about it. If possible, in the next coming day, we need to go to the street. Because these guys, the write-up was like nothing. It's full of contradiction, innuendos, nothing logical, nothing reasonable in that response that was written. So I want to beg obedient, please, let's keep pushing, let's keep fighting, let's keep screaming till we get the right judgment that we require. Please don't feel happy, don't feel that these guys don't. No, they have something they are banging on, which I'm very sure of, and that is why this stupid response came out from them. God bless everybody. I appreciate you all. Saddam, God bless you. Jimmy and every other person in the space. You see my swear. I have a girlfriend for you. Say you don't want to carry him. No wahala. Say they wait for you. God bless you. I hear the mic.
All right. Thank you very much. Peter is better. I mean, I get the point you're trying to make, and that's very important. Obedience. I said it just now. This is not the time to, as a matter of fact, you have very few days. It's even shorter than we thought. To be honest, this judgment will come before mid-August. So it's not something that you say, oh, let me reserve my energy for the end. Don't reserve anything. This is the time to give it your all. Everything. Call out who you need to call out. Keep calling out the judiciary. If you want to write to people, anything, see, I can't limit it. Anything you know needs to be done. Don't even wait for anybody. You can suggest it, but before you are suggesting it, you will be doing it already. So that would be very helpful. All right, quickly, let's get to Odutuntu, after which we'll come to Emmanuel. Please, if you want to speak and you're in the speaker section, raise your hand. Let me teach you how to raise your hand. There is a love icon. You will click the love icon. You will see hands up, just the same way you are seeing it for some people. Then you will now raise your hand. But check your screen if you're in the speaker section, so you don't end up going down. All right. Love life, raise your hand. You know, be on mute. All right, I want you to go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah, very well.
Okay, thank you. Saddam, greetings to everyone. Jimmy, I love that expose on their what do you call it now? That their son that they wanted to. That's how they do. That's what these guys are doing. Even the Olori Ofo that is completely head is empty. They will push it. They will push the agenda. Do you know? Because I've been having some little connection. I've tried to, connect on laptop and watch it. Do you know that I just saw something right now on net? Nigerians, in case you don't know, as we speak, one Zimbabwe dollar is higher than 1 naira. In fact, 1 naira is 0.47 Zimbabwe dollar. Do you remember Zimbabwe? The people that were, some few years back, we were laughing here in Nigeria. That when they want to buy bread, they use wheelbarrow.
That's true. Wait,
Omolanke.
Odututu, Zimbabwe.
I said one Zimbabwe dollar is higher than naira now. I'm seeing it in front of me.
I remember not too long ago, someone wants to laugh at you, they'll tell you, okay, if you tell me give you, they say I will give you $5,000.
I said,
Yeah.
if you want to buy bread, you Omolanke now you go carry Zimbabwe money to buy bread. And if you want to buy a egg, you want to buy what? A egg.
The egg, now we
wheelbarrow. Go and check it. One Zimbabwe dollar is
Zimbabwe dollar now.
2.12 naira.
They have up to
Zimbabwe,
trillion.
as we speak.
Their domination is up to trillion. They have about $1 trillion Zimbabwe dollar.
That is just how many years ago. What I'm trying to point out is this. That is how quickly things can go bad or can go good if you have the right leadership. Guys, I'm speaking to everybody, whether you are Agbado or Mikano, whatever class you are. Don't buy this rubbish and bullshit that these people are selling. There is nothing in Nigeria that makes the Nigerian difficult more than every other person. If you are talking on the population, we are not the highest. In fact, we don't even have any natural disaster in Nigeria. So don't let anybody cover you with this, that is what. No, these guys are evil, extremely version of it. We know the depth that Buhari left in this country. And these mad people are incurring more. Yet, they don't have any answer on how to generate. But they are even planning to extract even the one we think we have. And what are they doing with the money? They are planning to bribe. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judicial person. But if you listen to some of what I've been reading and that's what people are bringing out from their so-called response, it's annoying. Either ironic, whatever they call it, they said you need 25. You say you have 18 or is it 19? And the difference is just 6. Let's collect it. How did these people get their sons? How? I don't know who this. I've been telling people, through this Peter Obi contesting for the election that matter, it's just going to be throwing out a lot of rottenness that we don't even know before now. A lot of people have painted themselves with gloss paint, but internally they are smelling lot. A whole sand. But if I be Tinubu, all those people they need to vomit all the money they've collected from you because this is more than embarrassing. And now what do we have? Billions. I told some of the Agbados I said, hey, you people never see anything. With all your madness, you are shouting up and here you are saying now it's 70 billion to those who are already excessively paid. 35 billion for those who are trying to bribe. How much they give you now? 8,000 naira. Believe you me, in Nigeria, the normal bread that a household can take is not less than 1,000. It's not 1,000 above, 2,000 depending on this part of the country you are living in. So it means that in a month, your 8,000 naira will not buy 8 bread. Is it possible for a family of father, mother, and 2 children to eat 8 bread for 1 month? Is that not madness? And believe you me, the people who And of course, you know, there's something, I've said it before, you cannot be supporting this government. As far as I'm concerned, you are a candidate for a mental hospital because it doesn't make any sense. And I explained to somebody, I said, look, based on my work, I know that the fact that people you are calling poorest in Nigeria, they do not have bank accounts. So how exactly are you going to reach them? Now, if you are saying, okay, you want to give 12 million poorest people, what happened to the poorer people? What happened to the poor people? 8,000 naira to do exactly what? We know the facts on the ground. These guys, the funny character in that Abuja, he has no business being there. The entire life is a whole forgery. And he's afraid of the disqualification because right now as it is, there's no way out. 1 minute, I can hear this and I'll soon round up. But what I just want all the people that are supporting this women, look, to go and believe again. Look, we have this guy by Jogula. Shebi, I tried to play with the IRF. But now, even by the admission of their own ironic pecus, he has admitted again that Baba will not reach 25. So let them look for any other rubbish they want to do. My own is that, look, we need to be on these guys. We need to be out there by every means possible so that these people should know. And Jimmy, please, we need more of that FBI. We need to be on these people's case so that they know that they should know we are knowing we are using torchlight, infrared ray, laser, whatever you want to call. Look, we are on you guys before you burn this country together. Because no, we are not going to follow you in that fire. Because we have a future to run. We have some of us are interested in this country more. If they are not, they can. And I'm happy the way that the Americans and one of them are advancing them. Let them stay here and smell the shit they want to create.
Yeah.
So they will know that, look, if you set up this country, you are going to be a part of it. You are not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And let them know that, look, sorry, I'll just round up quickly. Decision they make right now it has a future implication. The money you collect, but what is the point of you collecting the money and you can't spend it? I think they should need to worry about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Momo. Hey, God. Ha, God. I beg you. Well, I did. Thank you very much, Odutuntu. All right. We'll go to Emmanuel, after which we'll come to Royal, just to take a lady before we go to UC Maxwell. Emmanuel, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say some few things. I think one is I've been talking with people who don't necessarily support Tinubu, but this group of people are a large percentage of Nigerians as well. They've normalized his presidency. So they've said things like, he did not have national coverage all over Nigeria. You can clearly see the result. And I was talking with somebody, a group of people as well, and they're all saying the same thing. He doesn't have national coverage. The elections clearly showed that he had somebody from Kwara who his mom didn't even know would be at all. So, and I told him that in Nigeria's government themselves lied for 2 years that they did not kill anybody during enter. What they did. And it took so much effort to reveal it out to the world. So this group of people just sit down and they just normalize the president. And a lot of it has been going on. Even and a lot of our parents, a lot of my own parents as well, and my friends' parents, all of them, all the same, all normalizing Tinubu's presidency. So if you notice, nobody is even complaining anyway. But most people are calm and waiting. But the major thing I want to say, if you look at Nigeria right now, Nigeria is as if the whole place is about to catch fire. Because if you see the killings in the Middle Belt, the IPOP situation, the insecurity as well, and the Fulani militias that are still in the country, and you now have Tinubu constantly putting policies to increase poverty. I shared something on a daily post. I think I shared it with Emir Sudan. I think I tagged you on it as well. I think Daily Post said over 10 million Nigerians or so are about to go into poverty. Oh, sorry, Nigeria's poverty index population is about to reach 101 million. So, this is from their official uh, metrics, whatever you want to call it. So, even World Bank says Nigeria over 10.1 million people are about to enter poverty as well. If you have, if you see the protests that happened in Sudan, the one that removed their former leader, who was a dictator, it was because of bread. The price of bread increased. They were all tired, and they all came out to protest. And the military used the opportunity to remove him. If you see, although that man, or he was even more, how will I put it? He was like a mafia type of guy, like Tinubu, and he paid off everybody. But still, he even bought another group of people called the RS. They still couldn't do anything. The people protested and protested, even when they were killing, beating, everybody still protested. In Nigeria, we're hitting that point more and more every day, every day. And I feel like Nigerians have a threshold. So it will come to a point where everybody will just wake up one morning and the whole place will just be protesting left and right. And Tinubu will not be able to do anything. Me, I really think NSAS was like, should I say, a prophecy of what is to come. During NSAS, him and his son ran out of the country. So it can happen again. And he's not careful. That's why what me I feel like he's even trying to do. He's trying to at least solve the food problem first. But as someone said, you have to import. I have to solve security. So, and the whole thing is just messy up and down. It's going to be very difficult. But usually for Africans to protest, despite having a very bad government, a powerful military, for them to come out to
Yeah.
protest with all when you're about to lose everything, it's all due to food most of the time. That's why it's the
No,
kind
yeah.
of protest that will move the whole country. And so more and more it
All
happens.
right. Thank you very much, Mano. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, Tinubu is making the whole place. I agree with you that Nigeria is a quarter to. That's why we need to get this done very fast. Nigeria is a quarter to getting imploded. That's just a fact. All right, quickly, let's go to Royal Laurel.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me? I should get
Bro,
on my
I see my phone
earpiece.
here.
Can you hear me
There's a
at
lot of
all?
Don't forget.
yeah, there's a lot of like background noise. Maybe I'm doing a lot of things. So, but can you just go ahead? Let me see. Yeah, okay, I think it's way better. Can you hear me?
Mute
Okay, I
me.
think we
Okay,
lost.
yeah, you muted me previously. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Very big thank you to you, women in Nigeria, and you're so much. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you to all the speakers. And thanks to Obedience that keep on this fight, and those who are tweeting, who are speaking in spaces, who are on the ground doing stuff. You know, Dati Baba Ahmed warned Nigerians. He warned the federal government. He warned the judiciary. He warned everybody. At the day you install Tinubu, who is unconstitutionally selected by INEC, you have ended democracy. That video played, and people tried to, talk against it and all that. Today, that video is even more relevant than ever before. As you can all see, they've actually ended democracy in Nigeria. From the day this impostor, this criminal, drug baron, This dirty criminal, I'm so sorry. I've never been able to bring myself to use the
My
word
sister, fire on. Don't be sorry for anything. Fire on.
to use the word president for such a dirty criminal. If you're an Agbado, tell that your man, he's a dirty, stinking criminal. I cringe when I look through all the atrocities he has done, all the forgeries, all the manipulations, all the female to male, changing of dates of birth, and all the junk. He's a dirty, stinking criminal. I'm sorry to say that. Okay, you said I should not say sorry. I'm not actually sorry because I will say it again and again. Now, since the day that stinking criminal stepped into that position, I was in the dark cloud over Nigeria. Can you not feel it? The dark cloud over Nigeria. The day he stepped into that position, that very day, sold 200 naira in the morning and sold 600 in the evening. And Nigeria has plunged since that day. The fools and idiots who are clapping and saying he's working. That man in that, what did they call that man? That man in, is it Berekete? I was so ashamed of him to have said such a thing that Tinubu is working. How dare he say that? From that day to today, Nigeria is in a dark cloud over Nigeria. Suffering has tripled and quadrupled while we speak on another thing this evening. There's in a dark cloud over Nigeria since Tinubu stepped into that position. The naira has just began to fall into one bottomless pit. Zimbabwean dollar like, bigger than naira. I want to fall on the floor and just roll and whether laugh or cry. I don't know which one. Zimbabwe. Are you guys hearing what is going on? Nigeria, the end of Africa. That was the fastest growing economy in the world in 2014. People could go on vacations and just take out and do. Now nobody can do nothing. The new Belgium cars in Nigeria now are now Nigerian use. There's no more Belgium. These are Nigerian use. People don't buy Belgium cars anymore. My husband's nephew who grew up in our house and married recently just came and said, "Auntie, I bought a car." I saw the car. I almost wept. My mama was celebrating that his nephew is grown, buying a car for him and his family. It was one Nigerian used car. As people cannot buy normal Belgium cars anymore. Except maybe not the upper middle class. Anything like that. Nigeria has turned to something else. The dollar just keeps plunging. Today is a new low, 803 official rate in quotes. So much for harmonizing the dollar. Pound has crossed 1,000 mark. I was paying for something, and it has crossed. It's now 1,000 and something. Pound have crossed the 1,000 mark. Just try making any payment online, my people. Just try. Just click naira to pound rate. Just try. One that's conveniently, comfortably crossed 1,000 naira mark. And we're looking. God forbid this government. God forbid. Demonic people. Now we are ready. Somebody said they've already poured kerosene everywhere. I've been at fuel everywhere. The matches and lighters in our hand just to light it. They've all the INEC and APC and all of them. They poured petrol everywhere. Everywhere is already wet with petrol. You just would light that fire. The matches in our hand. Matches and lighters they are in our hand. Once we light it, everywhere goes in flames. You should just keep it up. Judiciary, you're not here because you're not going to join. They will definitely burn and join this country. But we want to believe and trust the Lord who is on the throne, that the judiciary will use their brain and regulate themselves back. Now, anybody come to my timeline and talk about Tinubu working, I will block the hell out of you. I've disuncle my mother's brother long ago. You're not my uncle. You cannot be supporting bad. I can't share the same bloodline with you and you're supporting bad. God forbid. Everybody's crying out. Now, we are ready. Obedience, we are very ready. Peter Obi has calmed us down till now. We hear not a problem. But what's going to happen next is usually messes up. Peter Obi cannot handle it. He cannot even talk. You could just sit down, calm down, maybe we fight the fight by ourselves. So we're ready. So we're going to keep speaking out so that I don't hold on to the mic for too long. We're going to keep tweeting. Go on my time. I just tweet steady, repeat. Anything maybe like, get ahead, just a retweet steady. And the retweeter of anything good, anything obedient, just keep retweeting and tweeting. Anytime I touch my phone, I'm tweeting and retweeting. I've been holding myself on the space not to talk for how many days because my body they boil, as in the tension is high. But we are watching them. And one guy just did the translation on YouTube. You know, he talked about the whole thing, what we're doing in the space yesterday, the 1 million man space, talking about the respondent, whatever. I think on YouTube, the guy has done a very fantastic job. So I put it on my timeline. You can look at it. You can watch the video so that you're going to know what did happen. They have destroyed every of their points. And they were and they're nonsense people that say they responded, whatever that thing is. They are destroying every of their points, one after the other. I had to tag a labor party so they can see it. If you get a number, when you are doing your response fire response to these people. Because we are getting ready, we're getting set. I've told my husband, I said it again, I go join the protest personally if they mess up. So we're getting ready, but we believe that they will do well because I see light at the end of the tunnel. I see it's a sun ray in this dark agbado cloud. It's a sun ray. So that is Peter Obi's sun ray. It is there, and it will happen, guys. It will happen. God will help us. Thank you so much for everybody what you're doing. Let me just drop the mic here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on, now fire with that. That in fact, that's the kind of submission I'm looking for.
Obedient women or something else.
And they tell you, thank you very much. And she said something that very salient. I mean, the one for me particularly. See, if the judiciary messes up, what will happen in Nigeria? The funny thing is that they will be looking for Peter Obi to beg people. Peter Obi will be begging. They will be paying for Peter Obi to go on TV and be begging people. Peter Obi will be begging. Nobody, people will be. In fact, they will ask Peter Obi to eat. So that's what they don't understand. That this is not about. So in case the judiciary is thinking, oh, this is about Peter Obi, no, this is not about Peter Obi at all. It's not. Peter Obi, if he talk now, he go collect. Not be say. So let's just respect ourselves and just allow this country. One thing I know for certain is that after this judiciary case, if Nigeria is not going to work for everybody, there's no need. May I first change my name? My name not going to be well meaning Nigeria again. I first remove the Nigeria. Maybe I'll leave only well meaning because to be honest. So I really just hope that the judiciary knows that.
My brother, see, God, APC. When NCs come out here and say he wants people to hate APC, people don't understand. Nigerians need to hate APC. Nigerians will need to kill APC. APC has to die. APC as a party must die. With all the people involved in that party, all of them must be flushed out. It is a must. That is a mentality you have to take going forward. If you're in APC, you don't come out for repentance. We treat you as as the Nazis were treated. APC is a satanic, it's a gathering of demons. No sane human beings should be in that party. Who would have thought that a day will come? Every day you come out on this platform, you hear something new that just breaks your heart. I will never have believed in my life that I will hear one day that Naira, Zimbabwe dollars. I experienced the Benin Republic own. What they call that Benin Republic currency again, Seth? Who can help?
Is it
Sefa? Sefa when we did small, they say if you carry 5,000 naira go Benin Republic, you will be big man. In the 2000s, if you carry 10K, you go to Benin Republic, you're a big boy, you buy things and come back. People they carry 100,000 go Benin Republic, buy goods, come back, sell. I was in Benin Republic in 2019 or is it 2019 or 2020? They were practically rejecting Naira. As of then, it was almost Naira was just above Sefa with like I think is it 2 or 3 Naira. As of then, only to hear that right now Sefa is a big boy to Naira. They will now come now. The one will say APC have killed this country. So Nigerians have to understand that, especially the young people, there is no going back. There is no going back. We must take back our country. If not, it is over. Well, Nigeria, back to you.
Well, meaning before you go, Saddam, you know, say the video I put on the Jumbotron, the one about what is it they call them? Police Academy College, how they train the police before they become police and they put them on the road. At the beginning, they were asking one of the top officers how much do they budget for feeding them, and the man was like 150 naira in the morning for one policeman, 150 naira in the afternoon. No, sorry, 150 naira a day for each police, 150 naira a day. And the guy said something. He said, "Oh, that's a lot of money." The oga pata pata then carry TV and camera, camera and mic, go meet him for office. And he sit down for index, they talk, say 150 per day for each policeman is a lot of money. Saddam, I was watching that video. When he reached that toilet area, I don't feel watch him again. I know fit. Hey, he be like horror film. I know fit watch him again. If they won't kill me emotionally, they won't mess with my mindset. That toilet, Yoruba they call it shalanga. That one, na arrow. I know Jesus Christ of Nazareth. It be like scene from horror movie. Toilet where people they enter go bath, go do their number 2. Bathroom, hey! And these guys, they will come out. They will carry AK-47, give them. These guys, they've been bullied, they've been battered, they've been maltreated, they've been malnourished in all aspects of life. If you see the bucket where they pour eba, they go put the eba there. Grown men, fathers, uncles, parents, they will come sack around bucket of eba. And the soup, they pour the soup inside bucket. Now inside bucket, they pour the soup where they go chop. It's on the Jumbotron, make people go watch them. And you see, these are the people they will now put on the road for you with AK-47. See, it is either now or never. Obedience. Àsìkò ti tó láti gba òmìnira, ọwọ́ yín ló kù sí. Àsìkò ti tó, it is time for you guys to claim your country back. Nobody will go, no country will go to Nigeria and fight for you. Ẹ̀yin lẹ máa jà fún òmìnira ara yín. When you start the fight, everybody worldwide will be like, it's about time. What have you guys been doing all along? It is now or never. Now or never. Obedience. It is now or never. The destiny of that country is in your hands, not in the hands of the politicians. There are very few numbers of them, not in their hands. It's in the hand of the Nigerian people. What's the name of this guy? I've forgotten his name. Former governor of Rivers State. I've forgotten his name.
Oh, not Kesha.
No, not Wike.
Odili.
No, the minister of
Amechi.
Amechi, God bless you. Amechi, in an interview, Amechi was saying Nigerians have not started stoning us. I don't know if anybody saw that interview. He said they've not started stoning us.
I saw it.
Amechi said he's shocked that people have not started stoning them. They are giving you the clue. They are giving you what in there. Am I worried as it come out? It will get to a point. Airports go be like Kaduna for their high. It will be too far for them to get to the airport. It will be too far for them to get to the airport. It will get to a point in time where we say the Nigerian people, they're not going to see food chop again. Now them, they go one chop. Now them, then go one chop. Then go one roast them chop. Come abalo. Obedience. Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians, you're listening to my voice. Know that it is time for you to stand your ground. Ìsìnyí ni àsìkò ti tó láti dìde. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹ̀yin ọmọ kóòtù òjíire, àsìkò ti tó fún yín báyìí láti dìde ní wàràǹṣeṣà. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín. It is now or never. Àsìkò ti tó. Wọ́n fẹ́ jẹ yín máyé, ẹ má jẹ́ kán jẹ yín máyé. Àjẹkù ló fẹ́ máa gbé fún yín. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́ran ni yín, ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ máa jẹ egun. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí wọ́n gbé àjẹkù fún yín. Àjẹkù orí tábìlì ló ń gbọ̀n lẹ̀ fún yín, ẹ má jẹ. Àsìkò tó o, àsìkò tó, àsìkò ti tó, ẹ jà fúnra yín. I yield. Back to you, well-meaning.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Momo, maybe still not going to pursue romance for this country. You see Maxwell? You see Maxwell, are you there? Okay, maybe you see Maxwell is currently not close to his phone. All right, quickly, let's go.
Yeah, I'm very close to my phone. I was only trying to come back to the app so that I can unmute. Sorry.
Right.
Okay. Saddam, good evening to you. Well-meaning, good evening. Jimmy, everybody. I greet each and every one of you. My voice is almost chapped and I don't know. But it's been a wonderful conversation. I'll just go direct into it. So I posted something. I posted a tweet very recently on my timeline. If you go there, you'll see it. I was on WhatsApp and other social media platforms where I see some lawyers who are laughing at people or obedience who are analyzing the case, giving their perspectives to it. It's unfortunate that these people do not understand the times and seasons that we are in. It's unfortunate that these people do not understand that we are at a point, we are at the verge, where our next step would literally sink us as a nation. We're at a point where our children may not be able to afford school fees, may not be able to go to school, that fathers may not be able to be breadwinners anymore to feed their families. We're at the point where even the young cannot even choose between being educated or being a fraud. That is the point we are in. And if a person who has decided to go to school, study for 5 years in a Nigerian university, proceed to law school for 1 year, and is practicing, does not understand these things, I think I should enter a sober mood and a mood of sober reflection, because it is unfortunate. When I look at the entirety of that document, I see a document which insults our collective intelligence as a people, a document that have refused to actually address the issues, but have gone on the fool's errand of creating new issues for themselves and tackling those issues. It is like a man who has been invited to a duel, but avoided the duel, created another ring, brought his shadow as an opponent, and began to fight his own shadow. I see in a document where a person has claimed that on 6th of July, he wrote a letter to his senior, to Tinubu, stating his withdrawal. And this letter was sent by the party on the 15th. On the 10th, the same senior whom he sent that same notice announced that this man was not aware of his vice presidential candidacy. What does the Supreme Court want to do? Do they want to tell us that on the 6th of July is the day that the letter was sent to INEC, or the 15th, when it was actually received and stamped? You like to remember that when we sent out subpoenas to INEC, they went there, the bailiff went there for service, they refused to accept service. And the courts deemed it that they were not served because they have not accepted service. So what does the Supreme Court want to interpret? It's unfortunate that we've left the major issues. They talk about the Section 77, which questions the membership of Peter Obi in the Labour Party. The provision talks about the submission of a party register. It does not bar a party from taking members at any other time. It does not bar the party from deciding however their primary should be run, how they should arrive at the member or how they should arrive at the candidacy of a person in the party. Nothing. But I find it questioning. I begin to question my own degree that
instead of looking for the meaning between electronical transmission and manual transmission, somebody is looking for the difference between transfer and transmission. Because whether you choose to go by transfer or you choose to go by the meaning of transmission, it doesn't change the fact that it is still electronic. So if your definition is transfer, no problem, I agree. But the transfer is electronic. If your definition is transmission, no problem, I agree, but the transmission is electronic. Do you do an electronic process by taking hard copies from the polling unit to the ward collation centers? So when I see these kinds of things, I've had well-meaning try to analyze this entire document, and I get pained. I actually get pained. All of the court judgments that they have made the reference to, none of them were substantially dealt with. The case that the Labour Party went to court, the provisions that they went to court to question were provisions of the Electoral Act. There is no provision of the rules and guidelines that were signed by INEC. They were not questioned. And the court was actually right. INEC have the volition, they have the authority to choose the mode for which they would conduct, transmit election results. The question we should ask ourselves is, did INEC choose the mode? Yes, they did. Because on the 4th of July, 2022, they signed into law the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of election. And in that same law, under clause 38 and clause 48, they told us that they were going to transmit electronically directly from the polling unit. They went ahead in 2023 and provided for manuals for their election officials. And they stated it clearly there, telling their officials the guidelines on how to go with this transmission. Have we become fools overnight? Have we just become fools overnight? But well, like the saying goes, a drowning man will always clutch on to a straw, any straw available. He doesn't care whether it is going to hold him or not. So these guys have decided to clutch on the straw of technicalities. But our courts, like Justice Chukwudife Okuta of blessed memory has always said, would we stop being courts of law, courts of justice, courts of policy, and become courts of technicalities? These are questions we should ask ourselves going forward. Because except we understand the times and season we are in, it would be a problem that a government wants to borrow monies without a mode of repayment, without anything on ground as production source, and dash it out to 12 million citizens on a monthly basis for 6 months, of which these people will get 8,000 naira. It is funny. God has blessed me by the grace of God. The reason I say God has blessed me is because I am not among those that are categorized as those who live below $1 a day. By the grace of God, I live above $1 a day. I can spend at least 1,000 naira, 1,500 naira a day. But ask yourself, what is the population of these people? At what point do we get to the breaking limit where we have to revolt, even against established societies, against established organizations of government? Because it's more like, it just looks like we go to school, collect degrees, and we pay for the jobs we do. But in the reality of the jobs we are doing, that we are being paid for, how is it affecting the people? The first and primary duty of a legal officer, a minister as we are called, in the temple of justice, is to uphold order, peace, rule of law, no matter where you are. So let us graduate to that point. The people are calling it renewed Shege, but believe you me, well, was it really renewed? Did the Shege change? The Shege has been there since 2015. It has been there since 1999. It just depends on the degree of Shege. They were comparing the dollar in another country, in another African country, to our naira. But ask yourself, is it that did these people's economy remain the same and our own only got worse, that their money is now better than our own? Or did we remain at the same point and their own economy got better than our own? If we don't ask ourselves important questions, our children will ask us. The future will ask us. Posterity will ask us. But the truth is, we will still bear the consequences. Each and every one of us, whether you like it or not, whether you shout that it is going to favor you, you will still buy that fuel for 540 naira. Even if your pocket is heavier than my own, you will still buy diesel for the amount it is. You will still buy a bag of rice. So the question is, why not work with us so that you would use a little percentage of your money to buy those things than to use all your money to buy it. These are food for thought, because let us just enter the mode of sober reflection, because it is a country we are trying to save. We are not trying to prove that we are learned. We are not trying to prove that we have intelligence, that we can talk. I rest my case at this point in time. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you very much, UC. Thank you very much. Momo. Hey, I just remember the words of Justice, San Ukutepa, where he said, that was technicality taking it too far. I don't know how far the judiciary will take technicality to uphold the APCs. I mean, that would be technicality taken to the moon and back. Thank you very much, UC. And like UC said, thank God UC has come to establish it as well. It's not, I mean, there's really nothing in that entire. I mean, people might, I think people, those kind of people like UC made reference to, people that just feel like there are people that their hopes in judiciary, and like I said in 1 Million Mama Cruise on Friday or so, it's okay. I'm fine with you if you feel like you don't believe in the judiciary, like you don't want to follow. I mean, I would advise you to follow whether or not you believe. A lot of us don't believe, but the point is, I mean, I personally don't expect anything from the judiciary. I'm just looking for them to prove me wrong or right. So let's just do what we can. Thank you very much, UC. All right, quickly, let's go to engineer, after which we'll go to Perad and Doctor. Vilema Best, whenever you're ready, maybe you should raise your answer. I will know you're ready.
Okay.
Engineer, go ahead quickly. Please.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, well-meaning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, wherever you're spacing from. I bring you greetings from Lagos. Thank you, Saddam, Isi Maxwell, Jimmy, and everyone on the space. So, I mean, it's a difficult one, speaking right after Isi Maxwell have given his submission. But one thing that I keep hearing since I came on this space that keeps busting my head, it bust my head. Now, this technicality, we want to talk, because like I said, I'm an engineer. You get, though my partner is a lawyer. But since I've been hearing Olanipekus and technicalities, I've been waiting to see what these technicalities are. And I've seen since yesterday. I can't see what you guys call technicality. What I see is fraud. Sincerely, what I see is fraud. That one judge that drank Ogogoro and gave one rubbish judgment in Kano some time ago and said that 5% is negligible. And these guys are now coming now to tell us that, okay, since 5% was negligible, that 6% can also be negligible.
Engineer, sorry, I had to cut you because I had explained that thing earlier today, that even with reference to that Kanu judgment, Olanipeku was lying. He was like Yusuf Maxwell said, it's annoying because they are playing on the intelligence of Nigerians and the judges. That judgment did not explicitly say all the places I've seen it. If you Google, go and do some research about that judgment did not say any particular percentage is negligible. It didn't say it. I explained it here on the space earlier in details. But basically, what that judgment was that he needed to win, Shagari needed to win 13 states, according to 2/3 of 19 states, which was 12.6%. So he won 12 states, and Awolowo had said, like everybody expected that, 2/3 of 19 states is 13, or approximately. So, but the INEC of that time, which went ahead to declare Shehu Shagari the winner, because what the calculation they did was 2/3 of Kanu State. So they said he got 25% of 2/3 of people that voted in Kanu State. And I mean, I gave that whole, explanation earlier. If you go and find out about it, it was not as if they gave an outright judgment to say, oh, that was negligible. Engineer, you can go ahead. Just make sure I can see you. I'll come back to you.
Okay, so just to give a clear perspective on what this 6% means, I just checked now. The total valid vote in Abuja was around 460,000. 071, just a little bit 460,000. And what was required was 25% of this figure, which is about 115,000, just a little above 115,000. And the APC scored 90,902. Now, if you do the plus or minus, they needed an additional 24,115 votes. Now, Olani Bekus is telling us that 24,000 people, 24,000 votes is negligible. 24,000 human beings that are breathing in Abuja that voted, that their votes are negligible. Like, I don't get it. Like, when LP is replying, I think they should put this figure 24,000, not putting 6%. I don't get it. Now, I'm coming from an engineering perspective, and I've looked at this thing, transmit, transfer. P2B is not a member, something that has gone to court, gone to high court, gone to appeal court, and they are saying, I don't get it. Is it what you guys call technicalities? I think I can't be a lawyer. If there's one rubbish judge rubbish in my case, I say I feel land and slap there, remove my wig, come out. Something that can be argued. These things are clear things. And I think we should stop calling it technicalities and start calling it fraud. We should start trending that what these guys are calling technicalities are clear fraud. They are fraud. They are fraud now. I don't get these things. Why is this man bad? So why does he love criminality so much? That he came into office, the first thing that he did was bringing criminals to Aso Rock. I don't know if he understand what image positioning is. I think people that do marketing here understand what image positioning is. How is he positioning this country's image? He's bringing Ibori, he's bringing this set of criminals in Aso Rock. That's where he's starting from. In fact, I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, engineer. It is so bad. And I actually agree with you. I think technicalities is a way of making it look nice. This is outright fraud. To be honest, technicality is a way of making it sound like it was one pretty thing and all that. And that thing you said last, just think, man. So if Alami Siasi is alive, Alami Siasi for good art, please, daddy.
As they call Yahoo wrongs, criminality.
Yes.
God bless you, my brother. Now fraud, he be now fraud.
It's an outright fraud. This Maxwell, you want to quickly say something?
Yes, I think it was you. Why the last speaker was talking about lies and the rest. If you read these documents and you went to court, you will know that they lied about a lot of things. I will tell you one of the lies. They claim that a person who is convicted in the US cannot get a visa, and that Tinubu have been going to the US. It is a blatant lie. Yes, if you have been convicted in the US, you may not get a visa, but people are giving waivers and they can get visas and go to the US. But they wrote it in that petition that he has been going to the US, that he's enjoying what other people who are convicted cannot enjoy. Well, I really don't know. They still lied about judgments of the court. Courts that did not give judgments, that did not deal on the major issues. For instance, the PDP case, the major case of that issue was on basis of local standing. They said that the court extensively dealt with the entirety of the case. Come on now. At least, even if let me go to my man Kechi bar first and call myself to bar.
I think people. I mean, if you follow the case, please go and read that document. If you've not followed it, you may not understand. So if you read it, you just ask yourself that are these people thinking everybody's a fool in this country or what? I mean, it's very crazy. Anyway, let's quickly go to I see you now, but let's just quickly take two people. Then I'll come to you. I'll take Pera and Emmanuel.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Emir Saddam. Good evening, well-meaning. Good evening, Jimmy. You see, everybody. I hate everybody. Just like Jimmy was saying earlier on, that it is now or never. Nigeria is a very, very, very dark cloud around the country right now. People, this is not that usual one where people just manage and survive. People can't survive what is going on right now. They can't do this for 3 months. It is extremely tough. And that thing we've been trying to avoid, that revolution, they should not just think they have 12 mopos, they have 50 mopos, and they're fine, they're safe, nothing can happen, they have private jet, they'll jet out. If this thing wants to start, their drivers are obedient, their cooks are obedient, their securities are obedient. They have external and inside family people that are obedient too. So when this revolution that they're trying to entice us to starts, it's not from where they are thinking it will start from home. Prior to this election, sometime November or October last year, when the US and a lot of envoys of all these foreign countries started departing Nigeria, I'm very sure they had intelligence that they were about to rig this election. And they thought our reaction would have been revolution, fight, and war, probably break out. But we have followed someone, God bless Peter Obi. He told us to remain calm and let's follow the right path, to listen to him. God bless that man, because for every troll that trolls us on social media, just imagine the people of high authority calling him now to stop and drop this mantle, to leave this struggle of us that is trying to save, our generation is trying to save. Imagine the level of people, even some from overseas, calling him saying, back down, let this man just do 4 years. They would have offered him several things that he's just quiet about. He moves around with a different smile and just says he's not leaving it for us to fight alone. God bless that man. God bless him wherever he is. We worked for this election. We slaved. We sacrificed. Opening spaces without time frame. I know Stephen had his space running about 7 days straight prior to that election. Overnight, you wake up, the space is running, gingered everybody. We voted and we won this fucking election. We've gone to court. We presented all the evidences and brought witnesses to show that we won this election. And it was clear from social media viewing to everybody knew we won this election. Then they started manufacturing numbers. But thank God for technology, some things could not be altered. We give God the glory for that. The judiciary, I know you guys are always on these spaces. We are not scared of you. Neither are we threatening you. All we want from you, the judges, all we want from you is to follow the facts, study the evidences we've taken to that court, apply the law, and be guided by the Electoral Act and the Constitution of Nigeria, and present the truth to the Nigerian people. That is all we ask. Don't fuck around. Basically say, do your job. I yield.
Thank you very much, Pera. That was quite let's I will cut that. That was quite deep. I think that's the word. Thank you very much, Pera. All right, quickly, let's just take Emmanuel, then we'll take whoever best and come to Dr. Barry.
All right. Hi everyone. Good evening. Permit me to stand on all protocols. Since Tinubu entered, I believe he said he was going to give us Agbado, corn, and everything, Abi. And I just want to ask those of you who supported him, even the roasted corn and the boiled corn that he said he was going to give you, how many of you have the ability to buy it currently? I mean, he's going to be giving you 8,000 naira now. What can 8,000 naira do for you in a month? At least since he spoke about Agbado, at least almost every other day for the last maybe 1-2 months, I've been eating corn. and I'm eating it well. How many of you have the ability to buy it? A lot of times we think that sometimes when people come up on space and they're shouting, they're talking, you see people getting angry to talk about things like this. You think they're doing it for themselves. Look, my God, I just lost my mom just this month. For the last few weeks, I've been in mourning. That's the reason I've not really been active on space, right? And now I'm in the process where I'm working towards giving my mom a befitting burial. And everything I'm going through, I'm seeing prices of stuff in the market, and I'm angry because yes, they are expensive, but then also I am not also too worried because I know that some way somehow I'm able to, and my siblings are able to put two things together to make things happen, right? But some of you are here, you know it, that you are not in the best position in your family. You know it. These things are. It's infuriating to think that if someone who is old enough to give birth, someone who is old enough to have a wife and children, will still be thinking that the best way to go is to follow someone who has no plans, for you, who does not plan to do anything to better your life. Every amount that has been borrowed. Today, it was just today I even found out that they had approved the 800 million loan that Tinubu was planning to borrow. And you now look at the breakdown. There is no part of it that really takes care of the masses. Okay, you give 500 million, you give 8,000 naira to 12 million families. And someone asked this question: what happens to the remaining 30 million? You have 200 million people in Nigeria. How do you take care of the rest? See, guys, well, me, I will not beg the judiciary, God forbid. What I will just tell you, judiciary, is life is a full circle, right? Whatever you do, ensure this is the only advice I can give you. Whatever you do, ensure that when you're giving your judgment, you think about your children, because except you make sure that your children become justices in Nigeria, except you make sure that before you die, your children are living high and mighty in Nigeria, except you make sure that in life there is nothing they lack, except you make sure that they become citizens of other countries and renounce Nigeria, except you can make sure of all these things. Be wise and give the right judgment. I don't have power to threaten you. I cannot beat you. But there are people that will come for you. And I promise you, just the same way it is right now, where people can own their journey in peace. Because if you own your journey in peace in a neighborhood where people are suffering to get light, everybody looks at you as if you're the one that carries their problem. No wahala. Do what you want to do. Life is a full circle. Whatever you sow, definitely you will reap. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Omo, these powerful submissions today. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you. I really hope the judiciary listens, because that's just the problem. All these people, they will think that, oh, yeah, nothing, we will do what we will do, not. Anyway, I know we're supposed to go to real level. Please, can you let me just take Dr. Barry?
Sorry, I beg,
No,
just come
no,
here briefly. I'm sorry.
get back.
Emmanuel, I just want to say, please, Agali, sorry for the loss of your mom. This is one of our strong brothers also on the platform, and most times you'll be here, you not. Please, guys, I think all of us. I'm also guilty of this. You tend not to even check on ourselves most times. Just that everybody's. I just feel like we could get overwhelmed by issues, and many people you might not be seeing on the platforms. Please just try and check on one or two people. You might never know what they're passing through. We're all passing through life on its own. But my brother beg, sorry about what I just said right now. Please, condolence to you and your family. Hopefully from the violence space we'll send a message across to you. Please stay strong and God bless you. Well, Nigeria, back to you.
Do you know that it's now I notice it's Emmanuel Ajali?
Yeah, he's the one. He's the one.
Why
I
you go change your
heard the
DP?
voice. I said, it's not really
I don't know how it was DP, so I mean that just changed. Sorry, very, very sorry, Emmanuel. Sorry. Anyway, Dr. Barry, Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. It's a great family to be part of. Emir Saddam, I greet you so much. Well-meaning. Thank you, Jimmy. Almost Sharia, hey. Anytime I hear Jimmy, the yarn, man, my head the bust for where I did. You see, one thing about this country called Nigeria is, for me, I think we're not ready, and we are ready. For me, I think all of us who don't ready for this country to make sure say this country walk. Now we there on space and now we there on the street. But some people are still hanging out with the Agbado people, even after knowing that these people are thieves, these people are criminals. You will see them getting angry with you when you want to call these thieves by their status. A court in America, the police of the world, convicted somebody as a drug dealer. When you want to introduce the person, what do you need to use? You are supposed to say a criminal, because he has been convicted. For feature in law, you see, Maxwell, you are here, is also a judgment by the court of law. This case we are rocking now in this court of appeal is not even supposed to be a case of court. It's supposed to be straight decision by INEC and by the IG of the Nigerian police force. In a normal country where things are normal, it's not supposed to be a court case. The IG is supposed to call his legal team, because there's a legal department in the office of the Inspector General of Police. Somebody has violated a law. You say we should go to court? We don't need to go to court. We need to follow the Constitution. How do we follow the Constitution? The police is there to prosecute. Did the police arrest Mahmoud Yakubu? The law says 25% of votes in 23 states and the FCT. What is "and"? Does the police need to go to court to know what "and" means? Don't they have a section of the law that would decide, invite the INEC chairman? Oga, why did you declare somebody president of Nigeria, president-elect, without following the law? He explains, he's detained, he's arrested, he's locked up, and he's prosecuted, meaning that after the day of the election, 2 days later, this havoc was caused, then he will be charged to court. And Buhari also, that criminal, has the right to suspend the Constitution of Nigeria after knowing that there's discrepancies and irregularities in the declaration of Ahmed Bola Tinubu, the drug lord, as president-elect. He is supposed to now call on the National Assembly to take charge of the decision. That was why, Saddam, you remember, I was shouting the whole world to hear that there's something called doctrine of necessity in our Constitution, which was supposed to be kick-started by a letter from the presidency to the Senate president, so that they can halt whatever inauguration they are supposed to do on May 29 until the discrepancy and the irregularities and a disenfranchisement of these people who voted on 25th February is now taken into cognizance. But these things were not done. Buhari went ahead. That decision to make Ahmed Bola Tinubu president of Nigeria on May 29 was
illegal. It was an illegal action. That was why me, Dr. Barry Avotu Johnson, the first of the Vote Must Count International Initiative, told the world that the solution is an interim government. Interim government does not mean that they are bringing military or they are doing this, they are doing that, but people refuse to listen. That same interim government will still work. Because right now, as I'm talking to you, as you see, Master, we are hearing the same deal that these people will cancel the election, 2023 presidential election in some states. And Ahmed Bola Tinubu will be removed as president. Akpabio will take over and they will do the election in these states and rig it proper. This is their plan. And now that we know that this is their plan.
Okay.
Yes.
So we don't go too far and preempt. So I mean, maybe we should just stay with you where we are.
But what I'm talking about is where we are. You see, sometimes we come to space, we don't want to talk about the issues so that we can find solution and wait for this bastard before the election comes. You know that these guys will not hand over power to Peter Obi by court. The only way we can take power is dealing with them the way it is. You saw that video of how one minister from Senegal was dealt with when they caught him in France. Very soon you will see it in Nigeria, house to house. You want to tell me we don't know their houses? We are not afraid of anybody. Nigeria is not owned by one person. No Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian. We share the same power, we share the same rights, and we both share the same privilege. Behind my house, there's oil. Somebody was speaking on this space, SIM card. He was talking about a king that was killed. His neck, they tied him to a car and drove him, and he died, and they removed his head. That king was my.
All right, okay, let's calm down. I mean, I think I need to put what you said in perspective. So we don't model so many issues. So first of all, I mean, I think we've passed all the stages of whatever happened before May 29th. I think we've passed all that.
Sure.
There's no need to go back. There's no need to go back to all that.
Sure.
Where we are now, nobody knows the future, right? I mean, we can predict, in fact, our prediction can be very wrong. Sorry, I'm coming, Doc. Our predictions can be very wrong, but what is very important, which is what each and every one of us need to do, is to ensure that we follow this process. I mean, you are not talking out of line in the sense of, what may eventually, and I think that's the point everybody wants to avoid. I think even you, that's the point you want to avoid. We want to avoid, we know that a chaotic way to change Nigeria is not the best way to go. Because that goes outside of everybody's control. It can touch anybody and everybody at the same time. So it is why a lot of us want to believe that the first step, and I'm picking my words very specifically, the first step is to exhaust every option possible. And it is why we are here making sure that the judiciary knows, and to make it easier for us, the way the case have gone so far, to make it as a matter of fact, I thought this case the lawyers would have, APC and whatever lawyers they had, would have made it a very difficult case for the court to even look confused and say, this case is strong. But the way the case have gone so far, and I think even the international community recognizes that fact. I think it was NC that said some time back that court, people know what's going on in that court more than the judges outside, and those people are not over in Nigeria. People know it. So the point I'm just trying to make in summary, to be honest, is that, so it's just for us to take it one step at a time. I like the fact that everybody needs to prepare their mind to say, and I think everybody have established it here since. People have come here and said that the judiciary, if you make the wrong decision, in fact, I have a strong feeling that you wait till say you dey vex now. Now if you be saying that you by that time go dey beg people say, okay, I know we not say make it reach like this, make una calm down. That So it's one thing that judiciary needs to know. But as it is now, from what we've seen so far from the court case, there is nothing that the judiciary should do to uphold Tinubu's victory or even make Tinubu remain a candidate in this election. And we should just wait and watch them do it, because we know that they will be tempted to do it. They will be paid to do it. They might really do it, but let us wait and see that happen. So I think that's just the point I really wanted to make. And I know say Doke the best, so I know we'll come back to you, because Doke, you know the get joy. No wahala. But I get the point.
I beg now. Make I just wrap up. I beg. I no
Yeah,
go
30
vex again.
seconds, 30 seconds. Your wrap up now to greet
I
people. Just greet people when you finish.
Hey, Saddam, well meaning. Oh, my people. Everybody here on this space, may the Lord bless you. May the Lord give you more power to continue. But I tell
Amen.
you, if you are a judge here, you are hearing me, my brothers. Oh boy, no go easy. Oh. This election, they must give us the right result. They must declare the winner, or else this country, we no go fit sit down here together, because we go show na say Nigeria now our property. I yield.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's like the summary of the real message. I mean, let them just do the right thing. And if they don't, the rest is not up to one man. I say Peter Obi go for the beg. That's just the fact. All right, quickly, let's go to now Real Ever Best. Please go ahead, Real Ever Best. Real Ever Best, you know the easy earpiece now. We can't hear you, Real Ever Best.
Yeah, good morning.
Hi, Real Ever Best, we can't hear you at all. At all. I don't know. If maybe I didn't hear, maybe you can take it off and just try. Let's see.
Yeah.
We can't hear you. I've been only Mr. Adam, you hear Real Ever Best. Okay, it's not just me.
Yeah.
No. Or do you want to drop and come back? I think you should drop and come back. Maybe, I don't know, because that's trend. Maybe you should drop and come back, Real Ever Best. Then once you come back, you just continue your submission. All right, but while we are waiting for Real Ever Best, let's just quickly take Finel. Finel, you have been here for some time. Please go ahead. 4 minutes.
Good evening. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Well, meaning.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, well, meaning. Good evening, Jimmy. I'm so glad I'm speaking on this space. It's always a pleasure to listen to you guys. I'm so happy. You know, I've been on the space since 4 o'clock. So there's nothing I want to say now that you guys have not said. You know, a lot of you have said so many things that I concur with 100%. Especially Jimmy. Jimmy speaks my mind. He speaks everything I want to say on this space. So whenever Jimmy speaks, even Saddam himself, it's like they've virtually said everything I want to say. Jimmy is my brother from another mother. I'm telling you this. Everything I want to say, the way I'm so angry about this APC, the way I don't want to hear about them, that you guys said we should be angry. We don't want to. I don't want to even hear about them at all. They are vampires. They should not be existing at all. These guys are terrible. Every day I curse them with everything in me, from the crown of my head to the sole of my feet. I don't want to hear about them at all. I don't listen to news any longer. I'm a very ardent listener of some radio station, TV. Because I don't want to even hear anybody mentioning somebody, a president, a drug baron, a criminal. It eats me up. It eats me up. I don't even want to listen to them. Where I get my information is looking forward to joining obedience in various spaces. That is where I get my information. So I'm so glad, I'm happy. I don't even know what to say any longer. I just want to thank all of you. You make my day. Each day I join the space. You make my day. There's nothing else I ask for. There's nothing else I look forward to but to join obedience, listen to great minds like me, because I know I am. I'm so happy. There's no other thing. I'm just waiting for Obi to be declared the president because I know he won it. It's glaring. Even the blind can feel it, just the way I say it anywhere I find the opportunity to speak about the election that happened 25th February. So all I'm just waiting for is the judiciary to announce him the winner, because just like every other person has said, we are not begging them. We are not asking them to do us a favor. It's just the right thing for them to do. Obi won. And they have no other option but to declare him the president. That is the only thing I'm waiting for. I can't wait. That is the only time I, female, will sit before my screen or listen to any radio, to listen to any news, because that is the only way I can take in somebody calling somebody a president. It's so disgusting. It's so annoying. It eats me into my bone marrow. Listening, when I look at this man, the man they are addressing a president, it beats my imagination that people, human beings, can address such person, such disgusting fellow as a president. So for that reason, I don't listen to any radio. I don't listen to any newspaper because it doesn't give me any pleasure at all. So I am so excited. This is my first time of really speaking. The other time I couldn't because my battery was low. So I'm so excited. I'm happy. God bless every obedience. God bless all of you that is making this happening, that is making our voice heard. God bless all of you. Bless each and every one of us. I can't wait for that day they will announce Obi the winner. God bless you people. I yield my mic. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you very much, Pinel. I know you are always requesting on time, but I think most of the time when we bring you up, maybe you didn't know how to raise your hand, but you were able to do it.
No, I do, but it's just that sometimes, sometimes I'm tired, waiting. But it's okay. I just want to appreciate you guys. Appreciate, because you've already said everything I want to say. So it's just the time to say thank you. Thank you, all of you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm glad you were able to speak today. All right, quickly, we'll have our best try again now.
Yeah, I'm done.
Can you hear me now?
We'll have our best. You are back. This is you. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're passing from. It's good to be here again. What a wonderful time to be alive, and what's actually a good time to be a Nigerian. I've been here all day and listening to, every one of us, giving submission. I can see your hearts and how much you want this country to change, and I think this country is going to change. The unfortunate thing about this whole thing is that if we don't get this election right, I don't think there's any election we are going to get right. Because what are we going to do? Are we going to have an INEC that is going to obey their law? We're not going to have that INEC. Are we going to have a court that is actually going to give judgment? We're not going to have it. Because if you say, oh, let us just allow this one, maybe next one, they will get to go to court and we hear the same story. So we hope that this is where it stops. And that is why I said, it's good that we followed this whole thing, to a logical conclusion, because I felt that this court cases actually gave us an opportunity, and a whole lot of us, especially those people who never really followed. For some of us who, we are on ground, during the campaign, we knew how people were responding to our campaign, how people were actually responding to our messages, and how much people were willing to vote us. But for other people who never really, went to the campaigns, went some of these days, you might not really know. You might just say, "Oh, my party, yes, I suspect that my party won." But this court case actually created an opportunity for people to actually see firsthand that yes, we won this election. Because when you see evidence upon evidence upon evidence, that our team actually produced during this whole hearing, it gives you confidence that yes, we actually won. I think there was a time I made submission that there's this difference between I believe, I believe we won and I know we won. So if before the court cases, we believe that we won the election, but at least having explored the court season, especially the hearing and presentation of evidence, we can now say we know we won the election, and we won the election. It remains for judiciary to do the right thing. Like people have noted, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not even supposed to have contested election in the first place. But Nigeria is a fraud. It's a criminal enterprise. The only way Nigeria has sustained itself to this moment is that we have allowed fraud to float for a long time. Everything about this country, documents. Somebody was talking about the constitution. I think that the guest we had today talked about some aspect of Nigerian constitution. That document is a fraudulent document. It's not actually created for the people of it. Was even a lie in the first place when it started by saying we the people of this country. We the people of this country, the Nigerian people have never actually come to say this is the constitution we want and this is how we want to live our life. We've not. It has been something that we have put together by a few people, especially during the military era. It has been dusted over and over, and the same thing has persisted till now. That's why when you look at most aspect of that, this thing it reads like a fraudulent document. Some people have said, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with everything is wrong with that document," because a document that will not give you a real qualification for somebody to become president. Meanwhile, for somebody to just have a work of 30,000 naira, you need to bring certificate. Some of us have to even, at this age, have to say, "Let us go and get a master's degree," just because we felt that even the first degree does not even really mean anything. But somehow, the person who is to be Nigerian president does not even need to have a certificate. But for you to have a proper job in this country, you need to even read PhD. Some of us, even some people do masters just to be able to go out. A lot of people that do masters in this country don't do it because they actually want to stay here. A lot of us do it because we are looking for an opportunity to leave this country. So, but how can all of us run away, and how can the peoples of this country, a country of 200 something million people, how do we live our life to a few criminals, to determine what happens in this country? So I think that it's an opportunity to give, explore every angles, give everybody. We have given INEC benefit of that, because if we had not come out to vote, they would have said, "Oh, they did not come out to vote." We came out to vote, we voted, and they did their normal thing. They say go to court. We've gone to court, and we are presenting that court with overwhelming evidence. I hope, for posterity's sake, I hope for the, for the children yet unborn, I hope, in order not to cause chaos in this country, that judiciary will do the right thing. I'm being positive, that they will do the right thing. But if they don't do the right thing, they will know that the end has come. When you read that document, I think the word for it is I think people that speak English, what they call, the straw man argument. The straw man argument. So people say red herring. But I think it's the straw man argument that better fits the documents, a lot of the presentations that the APC legal team made. Because when you're engaged in an argument and you don't know you don't know how to make the argument, so you just create an argument for yourself. You create a different situation for yourself, and you engage that particular situation that you've created for yourself. So you just leave what the matter in argument and introduce a new matter altogether. And the intention is to use that new matter you have, a completely strange, topic that is not what is being discussed. So the reason is because you can no longer sustain yourself. You can no longer argue the facts in the matter that is being discussed. So you create another topic, and you hope that you're going to win in that topic. It's something that's very, I think they call it the strawman fallacy or the strawman argument. So when you read that APC document, it's just like a strawman. It's a strawman argument. They have left the issues in discussion, the issues in contention, and they have created other issues for themselves, and they are trying to argue their way out of it. And if you we are opportune to be in the court during this present, you will see that even their attitude, does not show that they are serious. From beginning of this case, that's why they will come and tell you, oh, this person, is he alive? Is he alive? They make all manner of jokes and all the rest of them. They never took it seriously because they themselves knew that it was a fraud. They knew that they didn't win this election. They were not living on spaces. They were in this country. They know that they didn't win. So they were hoping that the criminality that have sustained this country will actually come for them. And that's why they say, oh, just declare us, let's go to court. But it's not going to be business as usual. And that's why I thank God that all of us people have moved on. That's how people a lot of people say will not vote. What the change that happened in this season is because a lot of Nigerians actually voted. A lot of Nigerians actually committed their time, their finances. They committed everything that they've got. So you can't, initially people don't really go to vote. So when the thing happened, the people will say, I told you. Your father would say, even the person that you are trying to say, I told you. But in this case, nobody said I told. Everybody now is committed. Even the people who we are doubting came and vote. They came out, committed something, and that is why some of us are still here today to say we cannot move on. I was speaking with somebody yesterday, and the person said, "Oh, the way this thing is going, that people are making this thing." I say, "Who are making it ethnic? You just sit in one place. Do you go to spaces that during the election, people were profiled, people were killed, people were maimed?" And this is not just, it didn't just happen in 2000, in this election. It also happened in 2000. And the people who kill people to win election, you're not angry at them. You're angry at the people who are saying, we are not going to accept this. Your problem is that you want me to move on, but we are not going to move on. And this thing cut across every level of government. And if you follow the history, you understand, people who actually come to occupy power, what they do is they make sure that the judiciary is in their pocket. They make sure that the police is in their pocket. They make sure that if there's electoral body, the electoral body is in their pocket. But what we are going to do, because we are the people, and most times my problem is that Nigeria is a country, of many nations, or a country of many countries. So people, even when in our little spaces, wherever part of this country we find ourselves, we feel that this thing is not about us. It's not. All of us are suffering, and I think that is one aspect that all of us are united. We are united in suffering in this country. We are united in poverty. We are united when the country is not working. We are united. The only place we are not united is that a few people are benefiting from the rot of this country. And those few people that are benefiting are now making some other people feeling that, oh, you must sustain us. So when you're not joining to call a spade, and when you're not coming out to say what happened in this season is bad, irrespective of whether it was my party, whether I voted for it or not, that this thing is bad, it cannot continue, because it will not take a long time, it will just get to you. So that is the only time I know that we disagree. But if it's in poverty, like whatever this government is, and these people are not prepared to do anything. I've said it, Buhari came, and that was my, where I so much hated that man, and how they were able to come in the same party. APC is not a party, it's a demonic. I've said it before this time repeatedly. APC is a demonic organization. It's evil the highest evil of our time. I said Satan himself cannot belong to that party. Satan cannot be in APC because the people in APC will be too wicked for Satan. APC is not a party. I don't know, but my thing is that I don't know how they manage to congregate themselves together. All the bad people in this country, I don't know how they manage to congregate. The people who by mistake got into APC, who we are, perhaps they made a mistake. They've retrieved their step. Another person that is still in the APC is an evil person. There is no good person. I think somebody have met. There is no good person that, if you know any good person that is in APC, tell me that person. Let me know. I would be glad to know that person. There is no good person. There is no good man or woman that's in the APC. You can't be a good person. You can't have conscience and be in APC. Devil himself cannot be in APC. It's a demonic organization, and that is what we are saying. This election has exposed the rots in this country, and it's going to expose it more. And in the coming days, I'm very sure you will see by the time our lawyers will respond. We'll just have very short. That is their specialty. Sure, there are people in our legal team whose specialty is to write response, and you're going to see how they are going to take those points one after the other. By the time the jury messes up, the whole world will know that they've messed up, and like people say, fuck around and find out. We are not going to allow this thing to happen, because if it happens, let's just forget it. There's no point saying, oh, next election, it's not going to happen. That is just if we say, oh, okay, let us just another 4 years. If they had done everything that they said, the INEC had done everything they said they were going to do, and yes, would have feel bad that, oh, we did not win, but we'll be prepared again and say, after 4, let us prepare, let's know where we did bad, and let's know where we're going to make amend, and we'll move on. But the thing is that we won this election, and the fraud was like, it was so clear, it was so glaring. It has never happened in the history. No matter what you talk about this country, the kind of election we had in this season has never happened before. APC did not, I keep saying it, I don't think APC won up to 6 states in this country. They did not win. Then this election was between PDP and Labour Party, and Labour Party won. It was clear. Even PDP, they were counting at PDP, they were keeping our vote. If they will tell themselves the truth today, that is why even PDP case is about, oh, cancel the election. Right? So because they know they know we won election. There is nobody, and when people are talking about who are the people, when we made analysis after the election, we say that P2B won in all the military installations. You know what that means? That even the military, the police people, and I've said every person else, because me, I'm this kind of person that I have a way of starting up discussions when I meet people and not dress of them. I will just throw something at you and I want to wait for you to respond. Then I will now say what actually was in my mind, why I was into that discussion. So, and I've talked to people, I engage people, and I hardly find anybody that will tell me, oh, I say a man actually almost slapped me in Abuja, a driver that carried me one of the days I was going to court. The man, he became angry immediately. I said, is it not people when I was pricing him? Most times I'll price you down, and when you say, don't you, I say, you know, could have voted APC. And the man said, please, don't say that again. The man said, I did not just vote. I carried my family. I borrowed money. I traveled to make sure that I voted in my polling unit in my place. I never voted for this government. I've met police people that said, oh, even as a policeman, I was on duty that day, I never voted. But I made sure that my family voted. The military wanted a change. The police people wanted change. The customs wanted change, because I see even immigration people in airport or something, I would like talk to them. I remember the day I was coming from Abuja, and the man, so I had a drink in my bag, and the man now came and said, oh, he now said, oh, he needed to get the drink, and say, I don't want to leave it to you. Let it not be that I'm being this thing, but I know that all of us are in this struggle together. It was an immigration officer. So everywhere you go, was it the market women that we made? Was it the street? I told you when I went to Nasarawa, a man, I was walking on the street, I was talking to people, and the man told me, I met a man, the man said, I'm a journalist, I've been to Imo State, I've been to this place, and he said, I'm taking it personal to campaign for me. These are things that happen. Most of these are about those that come to engage and come to talk trash. They never followed their campaign. They were not in their campaign. They never followed their message. They were only in their houses because they believe that the fraud in this country will somehow prevail. But we are saying in this season that it's not going to prevail. Nigeria is about going to have, maybe Nigeria is going to have their own 1789. Maybe Nigeria is good. And I hope that Israel will do the right thing. I hope those people who, their parents, their children, their wives are going to tell them, Daddy, please do the right thing. Because Nigeria is about going to have their 1789. Because it was in that 1789 that the peoples of France said enough is enough. Because most of these things we are going through, other countries have, they've gone through it. Go and read about the unification of Italy. Go and read about the unification of Germany. Go and read about, France. What happened? Even the American Revolution is because of these things that America, fought the British people and say we needed our own freedom. Whatever happened in Europe, the 30 years war, 200 years, it was as a result of man inhumanity over a fellow human being. And some people said, no, it cannot happen again. Nigeria in this season, we are going to say that Nigeria is a blessed country, a country filled with so many potentials. We have everything that we needed to have in this country. And we allow our worst to rule us. This is a criminal, is not supposed to even contest for councillorship. Tinubu is not even supposed to contest for a class rep, because somebody would have stood up in that class and said, sir, no, you have so much fraud in your pocket, you cannot be a class rep. And today that man and people are saying, oh, he's doing this. And shame on those people who are saying what is happening, and they say, oh, the man is doing well. Nigeria has a way of glorifying evil, glorifying mediocrity. That is what happens in this country. And the people you think are the people who are saying they're educated, those are the people who every day, you understand, they make being educated look very foolish. Your pastor, because most times I see when I talk about pastors, people come on my team and tell me that we need God. I'm not saying that we don't need God. Get it right. There's nobody that say we don't need God in this movement. We actually need God. What we don't need is that your man of God. What we don't need is that your general overseer who condones evil. That is what we don't need. Go and Saddam. Most times I see Saddam. He posts so many. He go to this thing. He reads like Bible. He posts Bible passages every day on this thing. Jimmy goes to church. Most times I call him. He say he's going to church. Most Otumba, all these people. Most people here go to me. I told you nobody is more Christian than me. Nobody cannot be. How are you more Christian than me? So it's not like we don't accept God. We accept God. What we don't accept is that your church. What we don't accept is that your man of God. What we don't accept is that your general overseer who condones evil, who cannot speak the truth, who will dine with these people who are actually taking this country to the mud. That is what. So know the difference. I want to take that again. Know the difference. We are not saying we don't want God. We want God. We praise God. We worship. We believe in God. What we don't believe is that your man of God. And that is the problem. Because most times, you people don't even know the difference between that your man of God and God. You people have taken them to be God. They are not God. These people are mere mortals. These people are even worse than the politicians that you try to condemn. Most times I talk about these things and I get agitated. Nigeria have opportunity in this season to actually have redemption, and the people that will redeem this country are they are just you and I that have the opportunity to redeem this country. And in this season, we must redeem this country and make sure that Nigeria is on a pedestrian for development. We have everything, and what is holding us? Let's see our response. And this case is just for us to say this is our case and this is how we won this election. And let's just let those people mess around, because every day I look at those judges, I know what problem they are going through. I know what the Nigerian state. But fuck around and find out. We are not going to leave this thing. It's not going to be business as usual. And God willing, we are going to get our mandate. So I want to thank everyone who come here every day, who is in your own little corner you're contributing. I want to say thank you. I continue to thank you because I cannot thank you enough. All of us, we are in this together. We cannot leave this country for these mediocres, these political jobbers, these miscreants, these unscrupulous elements to actually ruin our future. Enough is enough. And if there's any time to redeem this country, if there's any time to prepare to fight, I think that time is today and that time is now. So thank you everyone on this space. I want to thank you, Lady Liberty, everyone. I know now somebody would think I'll talk about sweet and
Hey, we never best. Don't be me, Sha. So let me just say that one. Not be me. Hey, Saddam don't tell you say that he got threatened for DM, so be that level best. You want to put Saddam for trouble. Anyway, thank you very much, level best. I mean, I think that's it. Someone sent a message last week and was like, I level best. No, they what meaning? You are not telling me level best. I tell the person say, you level best na minister for the church. Now you level best they take last mass. So I still not talk now. We don't do last mass for the service. So now people we want us take testimonies to testimony. Now this is testimony time before we round up the space. So all right.
I saw that tweet. I saw that person. Don't mind them.
Now they never best they take last mass. So anyway, thank you very much, we never best. All right, let's just go. We'll just take this as a couple of speakers and we'll be rounding up very soon. Please, let's try to stick to time. 4 minutes and we'll just see what we can do. All right, quickly, I'll start with Rita, then we'll take Idowu, then Dr. Aruna, David. Uncle Guyem is here. Rita, Idowu, then we'll go from there.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Did you call me, please?
No, go ahead, Rita. Rita, you can go ahead.
Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you, Meaning. Greetings to you. Greetings, Emia Sadar. Cecil, as always, Jimmy, Atumba, Real Ever Best, everybody on the space, everybody. I greet all of us, especially. I want to say happy birthday to Mom Donna. Mom Donna, my mouth, they pay me one kind, but make I just sing small for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mom Donna. May God bless you and increase you higher in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, Mommy, for all you do. Now, better God to bless you for us. Thank you. And to our brother Emmanuel, who lost a mother, our condolences, our condolences. It is our prayer that God will be the mother to the family and see all you guys through. It is not easy, really. Thank you very much. That being said, down to Tinubu disqualification. The topic. Jimmy, earlier on, you talked about someone begging for fawunyash. Yes, make I talk in a way when we say we understand them well. I did say on this space some time ago that some Nigerians are begging for heads of fishes. Head of fish. You know this head of fish. Some people they don't like taking the head because they get bones. So they could just cut them without flesh and they'll say throw it away. I said on this space some time ago that some Nigerians are begging for such heads thrown in the dustbin of the frozen food sellers just so they can have protein in their food. When I say that, then some persons might think, oh, maybe she just want to gain audience, or she just want to make people, as in make people listen and all that. I am so glad again someone else talked about this. Fellow Nigerians are suffering. No, things are happening. It is bad. It is terrible. It is horrible. People don't come on spaces to talk because most of these people, they don't even have access to come to the space to talk to us. So sometimes when we just see some of these things, or when we hear about them, or maybe it affect people when they're close to us, we just come and talk, and some persons will think, she's just talking maybe to paint the government black and all that. My brother, my sister, it is a reality. It is the reality of Nigeria. So that was then, no, that was then. So you can imagine what they are going through right now. Having a tax collector sitting in Aso Rock, a nation that is already dwindling, as in the economy is dying and begging for survival. Over 133 millions in poverty already. You are coming, instead of bringing solution, you are taxing them again. Which work them they do? Market women are complaining, no sales, and you they tax them. Don't be kill, you won't kill them, be that. And then talking about ironic Bekun, what's his name now? Talking about the 6.1% that they should forgive him. When you call 6.1, it looks like something very tiny. We're talking about over 24,000 votes here. Over 24,000 votes. Do they have an idea, any idea what we went through, what we obedient went through just to get one vote? Just to get one vote. I remember saying on this space during that campaign period, I have an immediate elder brother who has never voted in his entire life. I wanted him to vote and I made him a promise he cannot reject. I said that promise on this space. Immediately, the guy told me saying gave voters card. Say, they use them vote, just use them as ID card. He voted. I was like, oh my God, I don't put myself for basic. God help me to fulfill it. And God helped me. Do they have an idea what we went through to get one vote? Because we are tired of the system. Because the system is choking everybody. Even if you think you can eat, the other people around you that cannot eat, if they're not eating, you are not comfortable. So it's choking everybody. We went all out. And you are telling us to let go a whole 24,000 votes. Not be madness. How As in, how is that possible? How is that possible? And then, to be very honest, if anybody is talking about a rerun, after everything that have happened in the last election, then that person is wicked. That person is inhuman. That person's heart is not working. 2019, a lot of people died. And I was thinking that the next election will go the BB Nigeria way. You just stay in your house, use your phone and vote. But no, they said everybody should still come out.
Was that just me? I was just about hitting the rounding up sounds. Okay, but was that just me? Okay, okay, okay. It's not just me. All right, quickly. Let me go to yeah, Ido. Please go ahead. After which I'll come to Uncle Guyemi for Dr. Aruna. David, I can
Yeah,
see you. Mr. Saito, I can see you.
good evening, women in Nigeria. Good evening, Emma Saddam. Good evening, Jimmy, and everyone on space. Okay, I'll be very brief with my submissions. I really appreciate the previous speakers for all the submissions so far. We are really on point. Okay, I'm going to just be reacting to the 42-page written address by uh, Tinubu and APC. I've gone through the materials. I have to do a summary, of the 42, page document. And in summary, I was able to bring out just, 5 key points from the written address. I'm going to take a rundown through just for everyone to, understand the states of, of their response to Peter Obi's petition. So according to the written address, Obi's petition is very novel, which of course they admitted that is a new, concept to the Nigerians electoral jurisprudence. So of course they were thinking it's just going to be like the normal, way challenging, maybe ballot snatching, uh, violence, and all of that. But it came to them unprepared, and and that's why they find it difficult to even, address the situation because I see the whole
la 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 la